Good morning everybody and welcome to Sophia Gardens for the Metrobank One Day Cup Tier 2. Glamorgan taking on Leicestershire Foxes here today with a 10:30 start and a beautiful morning here in Cardiff, so we are excited to get 50 overs across the line today. So following on from last week, Glamorgan won their opening game versus Gloucestershire by 6 wickets, which was slightly rain affected. I'll be looking to make an impact here today. Notable mentions: Lauren Parfitt, the captain, with 56, Beth Gammon 49 not out, and Megan Sturge supporting her with 41 not out. And bowling wise for Glamorgan, Poppy Walker 3 for 29 and Animation 3 for 38. And looking at Leicestershire Foxes, they beat Sussex Sharks by 5 wickets again on Duckworth Lewis method, and they scored 100 and Sussex Sharks scored 152 for 6 off 37.4 overs, and Leicestershire Foxes scored 107 for 4 off the 14 on the Duckworth Lewis method. And the toss was won today by Glamorgan and they have elected to bat. Like I say, it's a glorious day here down in Cardiff, so if you are in the area, it is free entry today. And I'm joined by co-commentators Blake Bint, who is joining me for the first overs, and Sanjay Murphy. And the umpires are making their way out to the middle. So welcome, Blake.
Thank you, Kathy. Brilliant introduction. Rounding up last week's game where Glamorgan got over the line in rather unsatisfying fashion for what they would say. I think Rachel Priest won't mind me saying, as she did say so herself. But yeah, glorious day. Hopefully another win on the board for them, but tough opposition in Leicestershire, who also had their own win.
Absolutely. And we will just quickly go through the teams. So I'll go through Glamorgan and I'll hand over to Blake for Leicestershire. So opening the batting as expected, Captain Lauren Parfitt, number 7 today, joined by number 53 Flo Sharman. And then the rest of the team is looking like Bethan Ellis, Megan Sturge, Gemma Porter, Charlotte Lambert, Sarah Phillips, Animation, Poppy Walker and Bethan Gammon.
And for Leicestershire, we can expect this in a rough batting order, which we'll see in about 3.5 hours time. So Becky Brooker, the captain, Prisha Thanawala, Hayley Brown, Lucy Weston, she'll be the wicket-keeper in this first innings, Ellen Watson, Caitlin Chisel, Ellie Phillips, Indira Singh, Holly Whitfield, Emma Thatcher and April Harathigay.
So Leicestershire have made it out to the middle with Lauren Parfitt on strike. So we are ourselves at the Cathedral City end, which is where the opening bowler is going to be starting. And it is Thatcher who will be opening the bowling for Leicestershire Foxes. Field quite attacking to start with. One deep third and deep fine is our 2 outfielders, and the rest within the ring. Like I say, an absolutely glorious day here at Cardiff. Sun is shining, not that many clouds in the sky, thankfully. And Thatcher is a left arm opening pace bowler. So number 17 Emma Thatcher coming over the wicket to start.
Certainly was a bat first day, wasn't it, Kathy?
Yeah.
Sun's out, blue skies. Lauren Parfitt will want to make an impression straight away.
And we are up and running, and that's a solid block from Lauren Parfitt for the first ball of the over, but right on the money from Emma Thatcher. Leicestershire giving it some good volume to start with to add that increase in pressure. As Thatcher comes into bowl again, nice and straight but solid. In her approach is Lauren Parfitt, looking to capitalise again from scoring a well-fought 56 last week in slightly different conditions to what we're here today with. So still Glamorgan looking to get off the mark as Thatcher comes into ball, and that's worked off the legs nicely into the gap. They will easily get 2 here. Quite big boundaries here. Just the 2 taken. So Lauren Parfitt off the strike.
Yeah, comfortable way to get off the mark for Parfitt there, with Leicestershire 2 outside the circle from the starter, deep third and deep fine leg, so no one in front of square. So if Parfitt can get it through the infield, there's definitely value for runs.
That's drilled. Absolute fantastic drive. Lauren Parfitt is known for being able to drive and drive brilliantly, but well fielded there in the inner ring. Bit more flight into that one, but right in the block hole. Made its way to point, but again, fielder in place, so no runs. So with 1 ball remaining, Glamorgan are currently 2.
Seeing a bit of early swing as well from the left arm and natural, bringing it back into Parfitt.
Bit shorter, worked off the back foot by Parfitt, but no runs. So that brings up the end of the first over.
Yeah, 2 without loss. Parfitt that clip through forward square leg. Good to see Thatcher though, she knows what she wants, attacking in front of the bat and a bit of protection behind it with the deep third and the deep fine leg. Field well set as we saw with that last ball, just tucking into the leg side. Fielder exactly there at mid wicket, and the one before as well. Drive at extra cover, perfectly placed. So comfortable start for both sides.
Yeah, definitely. And from the river tap end, it looks like Ellie Phillips. Thank you, Mr. Ground Commentator. So number 84, Ellie Phillips, right arm up bowler. So coming again over the wickets. We did see Blake last week. A lot of people coming around the wicket from this end. So it'd be interesting to see if they stay in over the wicket as a right-hander, or whether they do change to come round as they work with the pitch as she comes into bowl. Again on the full, and it's just worked down to third man there, fielded by Thatcher. He's probably still gathering her breath, but a bit of swing. I think Lauren indicated there it did swing a bit as she takes her guard.
Well, we can see from the field straight away that that Phillips is going to look to bring this into the pads. You've got 2 catches at mid wicket and a square leg just in front, as well as a fine leg as well. So that's probably where she's looking to get her wickets.
Yeah, she comes in again. Yes, like you say, swinging it in, just worked off the legs nicely into that gap. So easy single there taken to rotate the strike. It seems to be coming on quite nicely this morning. The wicket looks in fantastic condition.
Yeah, it certainly does. Was this the same strip as last week, or just 1 over?
I feel it was the same strip as last week. Phillips comes in again. Oh, it's a big shout for LBW, but it's gone through. No slip in place. It went through slip, and they've taken a single. But that looked to do quite a bit. So we just have a quick look at the replay. That's a
yeah, it's doing too much, isn't it? It's going down.
I mean, you can see the angle and how much movement Phillips is getting there. So that gives a spring in the step for Leicestershire for sure this morning. She comes in again to Parfitt. Again a shout for caught behind, I believe, but no nick on that. Lauren Parfitt unmoved.
Yeah, certainly an awkward action to face from the off. It's one you have to really get used to into a spell, because she bowls in what cricketers love to say, beyond the perpendicular.
That was a great take by Lauren Weston there, diving to her left as Phillips comes in again. Again a shout. There's lots going on in this over. So really asking the question of the umpire here today, given his leg buys.
Yeah, well taken single from Parfitt and Sharman. They seem to have a good relationship, these two, despite the big difference in age and experience.
Again, it's just doing too much, so drifting down leg side as Phillips comes in for the last ball of a quite eventful over, actually. Again, driven down the ground by Parfitt, but by Sharman, but no run. So it brings the end of the over. Glamorgan 6 without loss off 2 overs in the power play. So quite a fruitful over that one for Leicestershire. They'd be quite buoyant by what the ball was doing there.
Yeah, certainly positive start. After losing the toss and being put in the field, you're almost feeling like you're on the back foot straight away because there's such a positive intent to bat first. But with the, as I said, with the blue skies and the pitch looking pretty well in condition, Parfitt wants to put that pressure on straight away, but Leicestershire haven't let it get away in the first 2 overs, so they'll be comfortable as well.
Yes, we continue with Thatcher, left arm. Parfitt looking to drive, which is her absolute within her wheelhouse of all the fine strokes she can play. Slight adjustment on the mid-wicket side, but we still have deep fine and deep firm man in place, but they've just brought one slightly closer in on the ring, so inviting that gap that we spoke about in the first over. Again, drilled by Parfitt to mid-on, but no run.
Yeah, this is where Parfitt will want to look to put the pressure on straight away as well. With the white ball coming onto the bat nicely, when the ball's hard, she'll look to try get up and over the infield.
So we're playing a miss. That's through. Again, indicating, Lauren just indicating it's obviously doing a bit there, which is good. Leicestershire really pleased with this positive start, I would imagine. Low fives all round for Thatcher, getting that one to go through. She comes again, just drifted it slightly wider. It's given us a wide. So she'll just look to adjust her line again here. She's been bowling well so far.
It's a short run up as well, isn't it, for Thatcher?
Much better line, drilled down the line. They've gone for a quick single. It's thrown in, but Parfitt makes her ground.
Yeah, well run, well taken. Just noticed mid-off, just slightly on her heels on the edge of the ring. Struck firmly from Parfitt, but comfortably through.
I think, like I said, they've got a good understanding of this pair, so if they know they're going to go, Lauren's obviously going to the danger end, knowing she can get there. Well run. It's drilled through the covers, and that's a fantastic shot, and that's gone all the way to bring out the first boundary for Glamorgan and for Sharman. Absolutely drilled that one through the covers area, Blake.
Yeah, that's the issue when you have no fielders on the boundary in front of square. She just tossed it up there, invited it, and Flo Sharman obliges. Lovely shot, and that will certainly settle the confidence down.
Certainly will. Thatcher's in, and that's a solid block. Good recovery as well from Thatcher there. Solid block brings the end of the over. So Glamorgan going along quite nicely. 11 for without loss off the first 3 overs.
Yeah, the first boundary, as you said, coming in that over. So good intent shown with the running as well. These two, good understanding, but haven't batted together a great deal, with Flo Sharman not getting too many opportunities last year for Glamorgan. She's still only 18, part of the academy. Daisy Jeans was mainly Parfitt's partner at the top last year. She's out injured for a little while at the moment, so there's a chance for Sharman to really prove herself and cement her place at the top.
Yeah, as Phillips continues at the River Tough end, again with that good line and length, but again just doing a little bit from a first over. I think both Parfitt and Sharman would be looking to see this bowler a bit more. They might think that they can capitalise on the end that Thatcher's bowling at, but for now they're just watching this mindfully, because it did quite a lot in the first over. A lot of questions asked of the umpire as Phillips comes into bowl. Pitch slightly shorter, but unable Parfitt to get it away.
Good to see there is a bit of bounce in the pitch though.
Yeah.
That one a bit shorter. Parfitt could still trust it to rock back and try work it through mid-on, but not quite there this time.
As Phillips comes in. And she's looped it over just over the inner ring, and that didn't quite get hold of it, but it is going to go hopefully all the way, and it just creeps over the boundary for a 4 for Parfitt. But I think she didn't certainly get the middle on that, but was just sort of trying to take control of the over. So as you see the replay, she just rocked back and just looped it over there. You can't see on the live stream the full sort of field placings, but it's almost like a half circle. They've got no one behind, no slips in place. Certainly no one at deep third man or fine legs. They're all within front of the bat as Phillips comes in to bowl again. And Parfitt is probably looking to take control here, but needs to be mindful that the ball is still doing a bit, drifting, and that was, she threw the kitchen sink at that, and unfortunately it didn't really go anywhere.
Yeah, it just needs to settle. I think she got a bit overexcited there, and that could have gone anywhere. So fortunate it crashed into her pad, but they
does bring a change.
Yeah, deep square goes out. They have still got the fine leg as well.
Oh, it's cut through the point area, and that's going to race away to the boundary. So beat the fielder there, but lent into that nicely and cut away brilliantly by Parfitt for another 4 runs. So 8 so far off this over, so they'll be feeling a lot more confident about that.
Yeah, another thing she'll be glad to see as well is just how quickly that went to the boundary. That's the longer side to the right-hander.
Was a little uppish.
It was, but it raced away across those practice wickets across the square.
That's worked off the legs nicely just behind square. And a single is taken, so a really productive over there for Glamorgan. 9 from it, which takes them to a total of 21 off 4 overs in the power play, with Parfitt on 13 off 19 runs and Sharman 5 off 5. So Parfitt having the majority of the strike. Crowd is coming in hopefully today. It's a beautiful, warm, sunny day here in Sophia Gardens. So if you are in the area, it is free entry, so do come on down.
Yeah, absolutely worth it. No Glamorgan men in action this weekend, so definitely come down, support the women. As you said, Kath, as well, glorious day. Can't get much better than this, particularly still in April as well.
Yeah.
You never really know what you're going to get, do you, in April, so we're very grateful.
Okay, so Thatcher to continue as expected from the Cathedral City end with Lauren Parfitt on strike. Like you say, that angle nicely into sort of middling. Should be looking to middling off stump there, but well protected by Lauren Parfitt. Nicely pushed off the hips there. She's looking for 2 and they will easily get 2. It's like you say, it's quick over those cut wickets. So 2 runs taken. But it's running away quite nicely down that side of the wicket, isn't it? It's pretty effortless working that ball off the legs from Lauren Parfitt for easy 2. Playing a miss. Keeper is standing up, so that does keep the batter in her crease. They're just having a little chin wag. Friendly, I'm sure.
Yeah, it does just give you something a little extra to think about as a batter, though. Particularly in the early overs, you don't expect the keeper to be up, particularly to seam. So it does just make you think.
Again, drilled down the ground by Parfitt, but mid-off is in place. Just slightly drifting wide again, playing a miss from Parfitt, probably, not quite moving her feet. It feels like it's keeping maybe a little bit low. The last ball before last kept a bit low, the one that was a play and a miss. But that was wide and there to be hit, but unable to capitalise on that one. As Thatcher comes in for a last ball of the over. leg side will be given as a wide. So not the last ball of the over. One more to come. Worked off the legs, but no run, firm no from Parfitt. Which brings the end of the over. So Glamorgan move on to 24 without loss of their 5 overs in the power play. And I will be handing over to Sanjay.
Yeah, decent start for Glamorgan. Leicestershire won't be too disappointed though. I think the signs are there that the pitch will play well throughout. I don't think we'll see much change in the second innings, and there's value for shots as well. The outfield is quick. There's a short boundary to the right-hander's leg side from the River Taff end, which would be the right-hander's offside from the Cathedral Road end. But a good start that neither side will be disappointed with. And good morning, Sanjay.
Good morning, Blake. Nice to see you today on this glorious, warm Cardiff morning. Leicestershire have started well. Tight bowling by the opening pair of Phillips and Thatcher. Although in saying that, Glamorgan are going at nearly 5 and over. So they've worked the gaps quite well. They've picked the loose ball, but patience, I think, is the key as far as Glamorgan is concerned here, as Sharman just chips that into the leg side. Yeah, there's a certain shape from Eddie Phillips so far. Definitely the ball shaping in, and they've got an interesting field with 2 fielders very sort of straight on the leg side, meaning that there's a big gap behind square for the batters to pick if they can. But then patience is the key, because playing around the ball, Blake, is going to be something that's fraught with danger.
Yeah, the biggest gap is here on the offside, just in front of us from our commentary position. Between backward point and the keeper, there's nobody there. No slips in place, no short third, no deep third. But Phillips knows by bowling tight that bringing it in angle is going to be really hard to work the ball there for these two.
She's got a good economy rate, Phillips. Last week she took 1 for 18 when they beat Sussex Sharks. Both sides are unbeaten, had a good start to this year. But her economy rate's only about 2 and a bit, 2.5. So you can see that she's bowled stump to stump. Both the wides that have come so far have come from Thatcher's end. So they've got to be watchful here, Glamorgan. And they just run a quick single as the ball just trickles on the leg side. The umpire gives a leg bye. I think you've got some umpire knowledge here, haven't you, Blake? Don't you play with either umpires, Hollingshead or Alcock?
Yeah, Sam Hollingshead, who's standing at the Cathedral Road end from Oxfordshire, played in the Cherwell League, took a Division 1 10 wicket haul, which was quite a feat. That was probably about 12 years ago now. I know he picked up an injury, so turned to umpiring, does a lot of men's second 11 cricket, bit of one-day cup and women's as well.
Nice looking drive by Parfitt, but straight to fielder. Good action by Phillips. All action if you like, arms pumping, but economical in her run-up. So did you, 12 years ago, I'm guessing you weren't on the pitch?
No, not for that one, but I did play against him a few years later when he had some dodgy knees, so he dropped down a few divisions. That's why I had the chance to play him.
Follow up in the air this time. It's going to beat the fielder at mid-off. She turns and runs. The ball plugs a little bit and they come through for 2. An aggressive intent there by Parfitt. She moves on to 17, and they aren't just going to let the Leicestershire bowlers bowl at them, Blake.
No, that's Parfitt's area, isn't it? She likes to go over mid-on and mid-off. That one was a bit fraught with danger. It did just plug, but again, she attacked it enough to clear mid-on in the circle. So, you know, if you're going to have a go at it, you've got to go with full intent, and that she did. Normally, she does tend to be the anchor of the opening pair, though. As I said last year, when she opened with Daisy Jeans, she was often the one to show intent early on, while Parfitt would just stick around. 56 from 70 last week.
In that rain-affected game, chasing about 183, 184, I think, Glamorgan to win.
That one defended into the offside from Sharman, who is just 5 from 10. Parfitt's had the majority of the strike so far, as Glamorgan 27 without loss after 6 overs. Thatcher continuing, the left arm medium pacer, just coming off probably only about 8 to 10 paces, just a short run. Bringing it in, and that one's pierced the offside, and I think that's going to run away, is it? Not quite well fielded by the fielder at point there. I think it was Chisel chasing after that one as they just come back for 2. It is a short boundary out there though in front of the pavilion. We're playing to the left of the square.
Not sure what the weather's like been in Cardiff this week, but the outfield, it is only April, so probably not as quick as maybe the weather conditions suggest.
That was short and helped on its way, but it might have picked out fine leg, not quite, over her head. And Sharman picks up 4. It was a loose ball from Thatcher. Fine leg was just in about 10 paces off the rope. I think had she been there, that might have just carried straight down her throat. Probably wasn't a wicket deserving ball, but sometimes they're the ones you get. Just leapt over her. So another boundary for Sharman. Latching onto the loose one. 33 without loss. That's better. Again, nearly half a chance, but that's just flown off the bat of Sharman, and that's gone to the rope in a flash. So back-to-back boundaries, 10 from the over now. Now, what does Thatcher do, Sanjay?
Well, she's got a... the field's pretty split as far as leg side and offside is concerned. Hands on head from Holly Whitfield both times the ball flew in the air. I think she's got to find that line again, Blake. I think she's got a bit too leg side there, and just finding that line outside the off stump may prove dividends.
Well, she brought the change. Third came up, deep square came back, and then she threw an outside off stump, which gets through. I don't know if there was any bat on that. No, given buys, so just ricocheting off the keeper's gloves for 2 buys.
I think both batters are comfortable with the ball coming in on their leg stump. They've placed the ball, pierced the field a couple of times quite nicely. But outside the off stump, they throw their hands at it. And whilst they might drive well, they're fraught with danger.
Shorter again. There is that deep square in play, but just going to come on the bounce. So playing aerially, Sharman, but safely, as she moves to 16 from 15 balls now. 40 for none. Glamorgan after 7 overs after bringing that very productive over.
Yeah, expensive over there by Thatcher. She's bowled well so far, as of both the opening bowlers, but she's now gone for 22 off her 4 overs. A couple of boundaries in that has taken Sharman on to 16, Parfitt on to 17. This is proving to be a good opening stand. When we watched them beat Gloucestershire last week, Sharman was out reasonably early, and there's the powerhouse of the middle order of Gammon and Sturge that came in and got 40s respectively, that took Glamorgan home quite comfortably in the end. And this is proving to be a good platform for those power hitters to come in the middle orders and push Glamorgan towards what could be a substantial total in this nice, gloriously warm Cardiff day. There's very little wind, trees aren't moving at all, the clouds are fairly static above us. It is Ellie Phillips who will continue from the River Taffen, arms pumping, bowling to Sharman. Good line and length. She's got one shape, Ellie Phillips, as it does come back in, and as I've said a couple of times now, I think the Glamorgan batters have just got to be wary of not trying to force the issue as far as Elliot Phillips is concerned. They know the shape, they know the ball, it's just picking the right one to score off. And as I say that, she's just chipped it straight into the air. Flo Sharman, she's gone for 16. Off the back foot, just no foot movement at all. She'll be disappointed with that. Pops it into the air. First wicket for Leicestershire. Glamorgan 40 for 1.
Yeah, that's Ellie Phillips just knowing her game, isn't it? She knows that's her angle. She had those 2 fielders in there quite close together at mid-wicket, and Sharman just gets one to pop straight to a bit of a soft dismissal, in fairness, Flo Sharman. But she's got Glamorgan along with Parfit off to a pretty decent start, 40 for the opening partnership in the power play. And that'll bring Bethan Ellis to the crease we expect.
Holly Whitfield took the catch there. She's the straighter of the two mid-wickets that have been placed for the in-swing of Ellie Phillips. And she didn't have to move at all, and just slightly above her head. Mistimed by Flo Sharman. I was going to say that earlier. From when Ellie Phillips has been bowling from the River Taff end, a couple of times what looks like a full-length ball has been mistimed over the leg side, and there's one that popped over that Whitfield just pulled in just short of the boundary about 2 or 3 overs ago, and this one, I don't know whether the ball's sticking in the pitch or is just not as quick as they think, or the ball's not coming on as much as the batters think, but that's certainly something to be wary of along with Ellie Phillips' shape. It is Bethan Ellis who comes in. I believe she's on loan from Warwickshire. Is that right, Blake?
Yeah, that's right. She's someone who's got quite a lot of experience at just 26 years old. She's played in the 100, played in the old women's setup with the 8 regions, and then now got a Tier 1 contract with Warwickshire. So she's just on loan on a kind of dual registration basis almost. She'll play both for Warwickshire and Glamorgan this year, so she'll be one of the key players with both bat and ball throughout the season in her numberless yellow shirt.
Just pushing the fielder at fine leg back onto the boundary now as Phillips starts her next ball. It's full and inside edge, I think there. Stifled appeal. There's a few appeals in her first over. A couple of LBWs and a caught behind. So she bowls a full length, Ellie Phillips, and has troubled the batters so far.
Yeah, I think with that angle you're always going to get them wrapping into the pads, aren't you? It's just a case of the ball probably doing too much on a lot of occasions.
It's nicely worked by Bethan Ellis to get off the mark. There's a Bethan Ellis and a B Ellis, so B Ellis does have a shirt, making our life a lot easier when they are fielding later on. Glamorgan 41 for 1 and Parfit on strike. She gave it away a little bit. In the end, it didn't matter against Gloucestershire, but she got to 56 and gave it away. There was a couple of Flo Sharman was already out by then, and Bethan Ellis also out. Phillips just bowls leg side and a little bit of a stop start, but no danger as they come through for single. And like I said, it was Gammon and Megan Sturge, the wicket keeper, who also bowled for Hampshire in the week and keeping wicket here for Glamorgan. It's one of those vagaries, isn't it, of Division 2 women's cricket, Blake, where you've got people playing for different counties in the same week.
Yeah, it's been a busy one for Sturge in particular. We were saying off air beforehand, playing 4 games in 8 days, from here to in Cardiff to Billericay and then to Edgbaston and probably down to Hampshire for training and then back to Cardiff again. So busy for her. Glamorgan 42 for 1 after 8. Phillips getting the wicket of Flo Sharman in that over. 1 Leicestershire probably feel like they needed.
Yeah, without doubt. The Glamorgan batters certainly had set a decent platform for the power hitters, as I said, in the middle order. So the run rate's just over 5, so it's still, they've done well so far. There's a change of bowling from the Cathedral Road end. Is Holly Whitfield, who will be coming on. Bowls right arm, medium pace, medium to fast, tall bowler, hair tied back, got same sort of field as the left armour had. It's a split field. There's a thirders out there as she approaches the crease. Tall action. Always a misfield. She'll be disappointed with that. That's going to run away for 4. Cut away by Parfit. Should have been stopped in the inner ring. Disappointing start wide outside the off stump. That's gone for 4. Parfitt moves to 22. Glamorgan 46 for 1.
Yeah, it's a bit of a loose nut, but nonetheless should have still been a dot. Whitfield would be disappointed to have a 4 against her name from the off. Deep third and deep cover, the 2 fielders outside the circle. 2 overs left in the power play, so she'll want to keep her lines tight outside off. That one just chunked to mid-on by Parfitt, who's now on 22. She's made a good start to the season. Holly Whitfield didn't play last week, so first look at her this season for Leicestershire in competitive action. Oh, and that one's moved away nicely. Parfitt just squared up outside off stump. As you said, Sanjay, nice tall action.
Yeah, let's see how her lines and lengths going to be interesting. She looks like she's got a bit of pace about her. Now, whether she tests the middle of the pitch or keeps it up there is going to be something that we're going to see.
Well, no protection leg side, so she'll want to keep it full right now. And that one is driven to extra cover, well fielded. I think if that one had been a yard either side, you could probably imagine the umpire waving her arms for 4 runs, but well fielded.
That
46.
That was one of the hallmarks of Lauren Parfitt last week, driving solidly through the offside.
Slightly short, dabbed into the offside. Run out chance, but Parfitt safely home, even if there had been a direct hit from Chisel from backward point. 47 for 1 in the 9th.
Both Parfitt and Sharman last week. I thought Sharman was unlucky, hit some really good shots. But you know those times when you played, you hit some great shots for naught, and that inevitably leads to a wicket. Well, that was Flo Sharman this week. Can't say that this week because that was a cheap dismissal, but Lauren Parfitt looking like she's going to continue last week's good form.
Oh, Ellis just looking to drive. She came down a couple of steps, but it was well bowled from Whitfield and a good start to her time. Just 5 from the over with the boundary off the first ball that arguably shouldn't have gone through. So Glamorgan 47 for 1 over left in the power play. Sharman the one to go to Phillips in the previous over.
Yeah, I think discipline by the Leicestershire bowlers is going to be key to this, because if they can just keep that ball outside the off stump, Phillips with her shape, she's going to continue from the River Taff end. She knows what she's doing. They've got a field set for her, and if Holly Whitfield can just keep it outside the off stump to Lauren Parfitt and to Bethan Ellis, and I think they've got the opportunity to keep Glamorgan tight here. As that's a nice looking shot by Parfitt. She's pierced the gap. That's running away to the deep long on boundary for 4 all along the ground. She moves to 27, and it's the 50 up for Glamorgan. They move to 51 for 1 off the 9th over.
Yeah, nicely played. Wide of mid-on, just playing with the angle. I've seemed to be speaking about that so much, but I think that is really critical to the way you have to play it. Parfitt's just played it with the swing, with the angle, wide of mid-on. I mean, reaching 50 inside the power play is something you always want to do.
This is treated with a lot more reverence this time by Lauren Parfitt. I think that's the issue with Phillips' shape. If she does start it too straight, then it does give the batters, the right-hand batters, of which the Glamorgan side is made up from 1 to 11, with the opportunity to just push that into the gaps which do exist on the leg side. There are 2 fielders deep there, but there are singles and 2s if they need it. And this time there's an appeal, but the umpire doesn't look that interested at all. So that's what she does sometimes. If you try and force the ball on the leg side, Phillips, she is very stump to stump, and she can catch you out if you don't get any bat on that at all, and that was one of those occasions. But Lauren Parfitt is still there on 27. The foundation, the rock of this Glamorgan batting lineup. And she tucks that away nicely. Call from Bethan Ellis shy at the stumps, but Bethan Ellis was home without any perpetrations there. Palpitations is probably a better word. I think perpetrations is a word I've just made up, so we'll ignore that one. Let's go with palpitations. It sounds a lot more like I know what I'm talking about. And she moves on to 28, Lauren Parfitt. There's a couple of balls left in the power play here. Phillips bowls, that's just driven, not timed again from the batter at the Cathedral Road end, which is Bethan Ellis in this case. There's something in this, I think, where the ball just isn't coming on to the batters here. So something they need to look. That's how Flo Sharman got out, chipping one into the leg side. Umpire gives a wide down the leg side there. Seemed a bit delayed, but nonetheless, a wide is what is the first. I believe the first wide that Phillips has bowled.
Yeah, I think so. I just wanted to mention about the pace. You say about Bethan Ellis struggling to time it. I think that is something that you will see players coming from Tier 1 to Tier 2. Just you have to get used to it. Everything is just a little bit slower. It's more on swing than speed. She's timed that one nicely though.
Just a single to finish the over, finish the power play, finish Blake's first spell in the com box, and Glamorgan a 54 for 1. Lauren Parfitt on 28. Phillips has bowled well, 5 overs for 22 as Kath comes back in to join me on this very different day to last week when we were both there, Kath. It was miserable. In fact, this time last week we weren't even playing. We were waiting for a pitch inspection at 11:30, 12:30 start, a 38 over match that Glamorgan won. Leicestershire won as well. So this is the two early form unbeaten sides in Division 2.
Yeah, it's certainly significantly better than it was last week, and I think Glamorgan will be very pleased with this very positive start, scoring over 50 in the first 10 overs in the power play. So they've got off to a bit of a flyer, which is good. Unfortunately, the loss of Flo Sharman within that, but that's flash of the bat through slip with no slip in place, but there is a deep third and they're scampering to well run, but a bit of a flash, but a safe one because there is no slip in play. Leicestershire haven't had any slips for any of their opening bowlers to date.
I think it's a fair enough shot. There's no protection there between point and deep third, so if the ball's outside the off stump, throw your bat at it.
Yep, flash hard, as they say.
Flash hard.
As Whitfield continues from the Cathedral City end, so right arm over the wicket, and that's going down leg. But she is drifting it in. She's quite tall, very tall bowler. It's Holly Whitfield.
Did you ever read Tom Brown's School Days? No. That's my tenuous link to Flashheart. There was a Lord Flashheart in Tom Brown's School. He was a school bully, I believe, and then had his own series of books. But as you haven't read it, we can't talk about it.
As Whitfield comes shorter, and that's probably looked wide to me. Looked like it was very close to that blue line. So you'll see those blue lines as the indicator for the umpires if they are outside of that. And certainly Bethan Ellis having a bit of a look back towards the umpire, thinking that should have possibly been a wide. But
Holly Whitfield knows she's got away from one. She's walked back, didn't look at the umpire at all. Just head down.
Crack on.
Yep. Phew, she thought.
She comes in again. Much better line. Well played by Bethan Ellis.
A lot of noise out there. Leicestershire lively. A lot of encouragement for their bowlers. They've started well. I mean, 5 runs per over after the power play. They bowled pretty tight. There's been a few loose balls, but that's to be expected. But overall, bowled well.
Yeah, they certainly have had a few chances. That's drilled again, but inner ring still very tight within the circle. But yeah, I think it's important to stay upbeat, and it's a long day ahead for Leicestershire in the field. For 50 overs, they'll obviously be looking to maybe get Glamorgan out before that, as any fielding side would. But yeah, it can be a long day, so important to have your keeper in the field. Again, that's just flashed safely through the gully area for a single. But yeah, you've got to have those people around your ground, your go-to people who keep the team upbeat, keep the level of intensity as high as possible in those lull moments.
There's been, apart from a couple of misfields, Leicestershire have fielded well so far. Their ground fielding has been good. Obviously caught the only real catch that they had. There was a couple of chances in and over off Sharman down at deep fine leg and at where was it? It was at square leg, wasn't it? Where that was a harder chance, but overall they fielded very well.
At the river end, number 72, Caitlin Chisel.
Yeah, so change of bowler. So Caitlin Chisel coming into bowl, right arm pace bowler. So just making adjustments to the field. Wicketkeeper is trying to find the right distance, and they've got a slip in play.
Very wide. Isn't
Very
it?
wide, yeah. Probably between second and third. But they're just, like I say, they've got deep third out, deep fine. But they're just bringing third a bit round. They were sort of closer towards backward square. So just getting that right. Everybody else in, again, it's this half semicircle around the inner circle for the rest of the fielders.
I guess we're expecting her to keep the ball outside the off stump given that field.
Well, as they say, you need to bowl to your field, so the proof will be in the pudding in
Watch the first one get
any
dragged
minute
down the left
now,
side.
as Caitlin Chisel, number 72, comes into bowl. Dug in short, and that's whipped away by Bethan Ellis there. It kept low, but she was onto that straight away, flashing hard, straight in front of square for 4 runs. Fantastic shot. She was onto that quick.
Yeah, I'm guessing that wasn't the first ball that captain and bowler had planned, a drag down outside off stump that Bethan Ellis was very quick to pounce upon. But that's interesting also because she obviously can see where the gaps in that field are, which are all on the leg side, and if she can work the ball through that area, then that's going to force a rethink.
So that would be probably a wide. Could possibly have been a wide, but good bit of swing, but late swing in the end. It had already gone past the bat when it was continued its movement, but that was right on the blue line.
Now, what's interesting there, the ball kept low, both of those two balls, and I wonder that mistiming issue that I spoke about is to do with that.
Again, that's gone down leg side. Don't think she's got anything on that. It is going to be cut off though by deep third, but they've scampered 2. See what's given here. Oh, given as runs by the looks of it. So she must have got something on it as it drifted down leg.
And just as I said, that kept low, that one actually lifted a little bit. So we've got vagaries of bounce to contend with for those batting at the Cathedral Road end.
Slip straight out, so putting just backward square, but deep backward square. So we've got deep backward square, deep third and deep fine. Our 3 fielders out, all behind the bats.
I think that's a case of reacting to the way that she's bowled so far.
Yeah, a much better line length from Chisel.
Would have been ironic if that one had gone through slip, wouldn't it?
Always the way, though, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I'm not ever a fan of that. You've got a plan.
Yeah.
And after 3 balls of your spell, the captain changes that plan. It doesn't sort of give you any confidence.
No, I agree. You kind of. Oh, just off the hips, but went through to the wicketkeeper. Yeah, no, I totally agree in terms of, they obviously put the slip in for a reason. They hadn't put the slip in for any other bowlers yet, so they were obviously expecting her to do something with it. But like you say, another fielding change. So they've dropped out deep.
Yes, Prisha Tanawala that's gone out to the deep point area.
Played back. And that brings the end of the over. So 6 from it. So it takes Glamorgan on to 63 for 1 off 12 overs. Parfit going along nicely, 28 off 37. And Bethan Ellis, 11 off 18.
Sophia Gardens looking resplendent. Do you know where it got its name from, by the way?
I'm hoping you do.
I do, yeah.
Okay, that's good.
Amazing research. So Cardiff Castle, which is not far from here at all, was closed to the public by the Bute family, the second Marquess of Bute, in 1858. and his wife was Lady Sophia, and she bequeathed this part of Bute Gardens or Bute Park, the wider area, to the public.
There we go. Fond of knowledge you are. Play and a miss. From Lauren Parfitt there.
much.
Whitfield still bowling Cathedral City end, so much better angle, I think, from Whitfield for that first one of her over.
So you've got to imagine people in the sort of early Victorian era perambulating. If you've got Bridgeton, that's definitely a word you'll be used to. Perambulating around this area, courting, chaperoned.
Wow.
There you go. You see, who knew?
Whitfield in again. Again, Parfitt not quite getting to the pitch of that ball.
Yeah, that's where Sophia Gardens got its name from.
There we go. Thank
There
you.
are. You see. Back next week.
Yeah, educational.
Yeah, exactly. Another fact. Cricketing facts by Sanjay.
Again, not quite, connecting, not quite find the groove at the moment, Lauren Parfitt on the drive. So she started off very well, but it's just they're not coming on nicely enough. And, I think when there are a few balls that keep slightly low or you don't quite get to, puts a little bit of doubt in your mind. But she is continuing to get onto that front foot as she does so brilliantly. And drive, again, just worked into...
I think that's a better tactic by
drop and
Lauren
go.
Parfitt, because I think there is inconsistency in not necessarily in the bounce with the pace the ball's coming on to the bat, and she obviously likes to throw her hands at it, likes to hit it hard, and you can imagine in July, August she's going to score a ton of runs, but in this early season, nurdling I think is a better option for Lauren Parfitt.
Works to the point area. And I think as well, as captain, if you're recognising you're slightly keeping it, you're not getting the ball away as much, and Bethan Ellis has started quite strongly, then she's right to rotate the strike to give Bethan that opportunity, and just anchor at one end from Lauren Parfitt. So good from the captain there. Again, through the point area, but fielded. So quite tight over that from Whitfield. Only one from it. Glamorgan moved to 64 for 1 off 13.
Yeah, she's bowled well so far. 3 overs for 9 runs. Chiswell gone for 6 off her sole over from the River Taff end. I think with Lauren Parfitt, I think every batter has a role, don't they? And have a plan, and her plan is definitely to score as quickly as she can, but also to rotate the strike. Given the fact that you've got the other Ellis, Gammon, Sturge, and also Gemma Porter coming in. I'm not sure Charlotte Lambert, who's on loan from Surrey, making a Glamorgan debut, I believe, today. Not sure what her batting capabilities are like, but certainly down to Porter, there's runs there, and the important thing for Parfitt is not to get bogged down. Hitting good shots for none isn't going to be the way that they're going to build a big score.
Chisel, much better lines. First ball, the last over was pummeled for 4, so dot ball to start this one from Caitlin Chisel.
No slip again for this over.
Again, just cut through just in front of point for a single from Parfitt, bringing Bethan Ellis onto strike. Still no number on the shirt.
Do you reckon there comes a time when they do have a number? I know she's a Warwickshire and here at Glamorgan, but surely, you'd think, well, I'll give you a number here as well. You've been twice now.
Better line from Chisel again, keeping Ellis firmly in her crease. She's quite a hurried bowler as well, Caitlin Chisel, sort of, she's jogging back most times to her crease. She wants to get through her over as quickly as possible just to keep that pressure on the batter. But yeah, she's... Oh, it's a shout.
It's an inside edge.
Yeah, sounded like an inside edge.
Yeah, busy, as you said. All the bowlers so far, I've been quite impressed with all 4 bowlers who've bowled today. Obviously Phillips with her big in-swingers, and the others very line and length, keeping good discipline. The odd ball, obviously, as you would expect from any bowler, really is not where they intend it, but they've kept their line outside off stump well so far.
Again, drive off the back foot, but not through. So she's just looking to drop that fielder out. So last ball of the over, she's looking to drop that fielder out. So just looking at that replay, we thought we heard something. It's hard to tell on there, but umpire unmoved, obviously, as Caitlin Chisel comes into her last ball of this over, and that's played back for another dot. So only 1 from it. So a very good over from Caitlin Chisel. So Glamorgan sort of slowing up here. The run rate has dropped down to sort of 4.6, so they were well into the 5s. So good comeback from Leicestershire in this next part of the sort of early start to the innings. So you'll be looking, you know, when you get to 20 overs, wanting to be, you know, into the 120s, maybe 130s if you're lucky, but it has been slowed up a bit, the rate here, by Leicestershire Foxes. So good captaincy from Becky Brooker there, keeping course. We've got a slip back in place for Whitfield at the Cathedral end, who continues. She's currently 0 for 9 off her 3, and that's gone through the gully area by Parfitt for a single.
We're in the middle overs at the moment, so 4 fielders allowed outside the ring, which means that they've got protection. The bowlers are on both sides of the wicket, which the Leicestershire captain Becky Brooker is using very well at the moment.
Whitfield comes in slightly more loopy, and that's drilled, but the sweeping fielder is out there. That lovely drive from Bethan Ellis for 1.
Absolutely no deep protection on the leg side, which is about right given the line that Whitfield has bowled so far.
Can work through backward point. Great diving stop there though, well in. I think that was Chisel, so done her over of bowling and diving as well to stop a certain 2 or 3. So excellent fielding in the backward point area, but diving on those wickets is no fun at any time of the year, so ground's probably quite hard, and that's drilled again through by Ellis for a single.
They're making the Glamorgan batters work, the Leicestershire bowlers, with their lines, with their lengths, with their fielding, and just that pressure. You can feel that pressure's building, even though it's only, we're approaching the end of the 14th over, but the pressure is there.
And that's lofted over nicely there by Parfitt, but it's plugged a little bit. It's not going to probably make its way to the boundary unless, yeah, she's stopped that one. So they've run 3. But yeah, didn't quite get all of it there, Lauren Parfitt, but certainly nicely lofted drive over the inner circle for 3 runs. I think this is a really positive over for Glamorgan though, so that, you know, only 1 from the last, and whilst singles is a tiring game to play and they'll want to try and hit more 2s, 3s and boundaries, I think, you know, we're already 7 off this over. So 7 has come from it as that over comes to an end, which takes Glamorgan on to 72 for 1 off 15 overs. Parfitt moves to 35 off 46, and Bethan Ellis on 13 off 27. So the run rate's creeping up towards the 5 again, so 4.8 now. So they have had a good over there to bring that run rate back up with 35 overs remaining. Quick chat in the middle, just to see where they can work the ball a bit more as we welcome Blake back. Hello, Blake.
Thank you, Kath. Yep. Glamorgan just slowing up slightly. Leicestershire have controlled nicely since the power play, having a bit more protection on the boundary, and I've liked the look of Caitlin Chisel. She's bowling with good pace.
Yeah. No, definitely. And I think, Yeah, she's kept it really tight at that end, which has done, like you say, Leicester the world of good in terms of just putting a little spring back in their step. Again, they've gone for a quick single down to mid. It's thrown in and it's shy at the stumps. She may have been pretty close there, Lauren Parfitt, if that had hit. So a quick single, but I think they're showing their intent here, Parfitt and Ellis, in terms of if the boundaries aren't coming, they're just really keen to keep that strike rotating and just try and get at least 6 and over, still to continue on that trajectory of a good run rate. Drilled down the ground, but no run.
Just on those tight singles, that's what pressure brings, doesn't it? 18 from the last 5 overs, so they're forcing Glamorgan to take those quick singles up to mid-on, as Parfitt and Ellis did just on the ball before. I like the idea that Chisel bowled after the power play as well. The extra pace, it can come off the back quicker, so a bit more protection. She's bowled well.
They've gone for a quick single down the ground as a misfield, so easily home for Beth and Ellis. No, you're right. I think that, was that 18 or 5 overs is, like I say, all credit to Leicestershire for turning the screw and putting that pressure right back on Glamorgan, who have got off to, in the first 10 overs, a brilliant start at going over just over 5 and over. As Chisel continues, digging it in. It just worked off the hips by Parfitt into backward square, just for a single.
Still plenty to come for Glamorgan. BLS we expect to be next in. Then Beth and Gammon, who very busy at the crease, had a match-winning knock last week. And then Megan Sturge as well, who with Gammon had that partnership at the end, which saw Glamorgan home when they looked a bit shaky.
Again, drifted down leg, and that's got onto it quickly there by Ellis. Just for a single though, but again, 4 from it, so she's bowling well, but they are still getting those singles away, which will be good for Glamorgan. So just need to try and tighten up here for the last ball of this over from Caitlin Chisel. And that's drilled brilliantly. Fantastic 4 from Lauren Parfitt, just whipping that off the legs in front of square. Went rapidly to the boundary there. Fantastic 4. Just watching the replay, just look at that quick flick of the wrists and this deep backward square. Couldn't get there in time. Fantastic 4, Blake.
Yeah, ruined a good over from Chisel there. 8 from it, 80 for 1 after 16, but bowled well regardless. It was just a nice shot from Parfitt sometimes as a bowler, and I've had to say this from my own playing days, that you have to sometimes just say, you know what, that's a good shot. Not a lot I could do about that. And Parfitt now into the 40s. She's really made a strong start to this season after that 56 last week.
Yeah, absolutely. Leading from the front as always. Just really goes about her business as the opening batter and captain of this Glamorgan side. Just builds that confidence for the others to come in and then play their own game. So sets the platform for Glamorgan as that's drilled, cut to point but fielded. But yeah, I think she's just very calm and collected, doesn't panic, knows the shots she can play, knows this ground well, which is a distinct advantage. So Whitfield in, drilled past the bowler, and they will take a single because that splits. Oh, and it's through. So they're looking for, and they've run for 4. Lauren was thinking it was just a single, wasn't up for the 2. Ellis was, but it went for a 4 in the end anyway. So a slight misfield, unfortunately, and the ball did race away as it sort of split mid-on and mid-off there. So a diving stop, but just didn't, unfortunately, get down to it, and it's raced away for 4. So lovely shots. A bit more on the full, but again, driven on the full toss by Ellis and takes a quick single.
Yeah, we're seeing Ellis play with a lot more fluency now. Moved to 20 from 33, and I think she'll be one. If she gets going, she could easily become the most dangerous batter in this Glamorgan side. She's got a lot of experience at a top level, so once she gets going, she might be hard to stop.
Whitfield's clawed that one back a bit. She was just sort of starting to lose control of the ball a bit, but that's a good recovery.
We saw from that 4 down the ground, she really put her hands through it. You could tell there was confidence behind that from Ellis.
Just drifted short as Parfitt tries to drill that through. But stopped brilliantly within the inner ring. So I think Whitfield just luckily to get that one, get away with that one. So 5 from the over so far, 1 ball left to come. Much better line, and it's a drop and go to point, and quick single taken and well run from that. So 6 from the over takes Glamorgan 86-1 off 17 overs. Parfitt moving along nicely, 42 off her 52 balls, and Bethan Ellis 20 off 33. So Glamorgan regaining a bit of control now. The run rate's back up to over 5. So they had a lull, but they haven't lost any more wickets, Blake.
Yeah, a couple of good overs for Glamorgan, and even if it is just picking out the fielders on the boundary, picking up those regular singles, not getting bogged down is important. I think they won't be looking at a final score just yet, but already it's looking more positive than the start of their innings last week, I'd say. And we're seeing a bowling change.
Yes.
Thanawala's going to come on, the low knee from the Blaze.
Yeah, also a graduate of Leicestershire Academy. So Prisha Thanawala.
Bit of leg spin I think we're going to expect, isn't it?
Back, yeah, good to make a change. So it's been pace all the way, and we are on the 17th over. So some leg spin as she comes in. Drifted a bit short, so just pushed in front of square by Parfitt for a single. But nice action.
Yeah, I think it's off spin actually. I think I got that one wrong. She's got a deep square just behind, a deep mid wicket and a deep cover. So just the 3 fielders out. She could have another if she wanted to.
Yeah, better flight that one, as it's just cut nicely in front of point for a single, but much better flight there from Prisha Thanawala from the River Taff end. Just a bit wide. Again, quick single to point, throw down on the stumps, but Parfitt's home, and it's a misfield. But doesn't go all the way through, so almost some overthrows there, but stopped by Emma Thatcher backing up.
Yeah, good pick up and throw there from Chisel.
Yeah.
She's throwing herself around.
Just worked off the legs there, through for a single just in front of square. So singles, 4 singles so far. I think, as we know, when you bring spin on, it sort of hurries things along a bit, gets through the overs a bit more quickly. Don't let the batter settle after each ball, particularly if there's dots. But as they've taken a single each one up until that point, the pressure hasn't really been on either Lauren Parfitt or Bethan Ellis. So to finish off her first over. Lofted nicely, but it's drilled over mid, and it's a one-handed. It will go down as a drop. It's deep mid on. I think it was Lucy Weston out there who's put that one down. It was a one-handed attempt. It was going slightly high overhead if we look at the replay on that, but it will go down as a drop catch off the last ball. So just looking at that, so Lauren didn't quite get hold of all of it.
Yeah,
But knew what she wanted to do. Tough, but yeah, you'd think you'd take that. So it's Brooker, it was the captain, sorry, it's the 12, not a 17. So it was Becky Brooker, the captain, unfortunately putting that one down. So that was the last ball of that over. It takes Glamorgan 92 for 1 off 18.
Yeah, 50 partnership, sorry.
Yeah, go for it.
50 partnership came up in that over as well. Just one of those singles. But again, it's the strangling of preventing boundaries that forced the shot over the top. Luckily getting away with it.
Whitfield continues from the Cathedral City end. Again, it's late swing as it goes past the bat a lot of the time, isn't it? It's good shape, but it's just as it goes past that line, you see it carrying on to the wicketkeeper there. Again, keeping quite low.
Yeah, it is, particularly from this end, isn't it? From the Cathedral Road end, keeps low.
Oh yeah, I called it the cheese end then, Cathedral City, didn't I? Sorry, everybody. And that's just pushed towards points, but no run.
Wouldn't mind some cheese though. Maybe Cathedral City could sponsor Sophia Gardens. They'd get a name
from this
after
end.
them.
Yeah, that'd be great. Okay, so good start for Whitfield from this over. 2 dot balls. Bethan Ellis on strike, 22 off her 37. Oh, it's looped up. Didn't hit the top of the bat, I think. Lucky to get away with that one. Didn't go anywhere. Even though the field was quite close in. Didn't make it to her.
Yeah, I think I just caught Ellis by surprise a little bit. There's no protection for that ball on the leg side, so it was a bit of a risk, but nearly paid off. Not timed.
Didn't make it to Prisha Thanawala, who's in close there. So again, drilled down the ground. They take a quick single there. Oh, it's through again. Another misfield. It's going to creep. Is it going to make it all the way? No, it's going to slow. They're going to have to run him. Lauren Parfitt, you got to run. Yep. So, and again, another misfield down here, unfortunately. I think that's the captain again. Becky Brooker. So three from that one. Parfitt on 46 as Whitfield comes in. Pitched quite short but nice and straight, so dot ball. Whitfield comes in for a last ball of the over again. Taking short, flat back from Parfitt to end the over on dot. Only 3 from it, so Glamorgan move on to 95 for 1 off 19. Parfitt going along nicely, 46 off 58. Being well supported by Bethan Ellis, who's 25 off 39.
Yeah, Leicestershire will want to break this partnership. Saw the drop in the previous Thanawala over, and the fielding's just got a little bit sloppy at times. There was a tough one a couple of overs ago with the Ellis straight drive, but Brooker will be disappointed with the one in that over. Luckily didn't go to the boundary, but just need these things to come together if they're going to break the partnership, which will be one that could become very fruitful for Glamorgan. If they can stick around another 10 overs, a lot more damage could be done.
Yeah, it feels like, I'm not sure where Leicestershire feel they're going to get the wicket from. It feels like, if anything, Glamorgan might give away their wicket at the moment, doesn't it? It feels that's the balance of, Glamorgan start to go for more of their shots now between Parfitt and Ellis. And there have been a few wayward ones that haven't quite carried to the field, so Leicestershire would find themselves unlucky in that. But again, that's high and up over. It's gone to point, and it's taken. It is taken at point there, so Ellis didn't get hold of that, unfortunately. She was going along nicely, so she ends 25 off 40. But Prisha Thanawala picks up her first wicket. It was just slightly lofted into the point area, just didn't quite get everything onto it. She was probably looking to go over mid-off with that shot, but it hit the bottom of the bat and just carried to the point fielder. That will go down as commentator's curse, probably.
Yeah, probably will. Chisel, I've already pointed out a couple of times how good she's looked in the field. She's looked really on the ball, high energy and everything, and that one wasn't an easy catch either. It was swirling. It looked like it was over her head for a while, so she did well to hold on to it. And Thanawala, a bit of spin into this Leicestershire attack, and it's brought a wicket, just 8 balls into her spell, and it was a big one of Bethan Ellis, one you felt could really kick on if she stuck around another 10-15 balls or so. So one Leicestershire definitely needed at this time, but it brings B. Ellis into the crease now, and she's a tricky player to bowl to, because she's another one. If she can get settled, she plays all round the ground.
Yeah, definitely. I think, great opportunity here today. We've got, like I say, a fantastic day here at Sophia Gardens in Cardiff. Glamorgan looking to use all of their 50 overs today in this Metro Bank One Day Cup Tier 2 game, because it was cut short last week. So opportunity for B. Ellis to make her mark on this game where possible, and then ably followed by obviously Beth Gammon and Megan Sturge to come as well. So there's a good platform. So just under 100 for Glamorgan, for B to come in and play her natural game, which is like what we talked about earlier. If you set these platforms, everyone can come in and play their role. So she'll certainly be looking to have a good innings here today. It's a great over so far by Prisha Thanawala. So only a wicket and 3 dot balls. So great over for her and for Leicestershire to just again put that pressure back on. Getting a nice dot ball.
Ellis just needs to look for singles even early on. She got a bit bogged down last week, which led to her falling quite cheaply. So just need to look for those singles. Try not to get stuck at one end.
Again, the brilliant wicket maiden over there from Prisha Thanawala. So she'll take the high fives from her team. So well earned. So that takes Glamorgan 95 for 2 off 20 overs. Parfit still on 46 off 58, and B. Ellis yet to make her strikes. I hand over to Sanjay.
Yeah, 95 for 2. Good stint for Kath there. Sanjay coming back in. Leicestershire got that wicket at a crucial time to go with the one of Flo Sharman in the power play for 16. If you are just joining us, they're the 2 people dismissed, Sharman and Warwickshire Loney. Bethan Ellis for 25, but Lauren Parfit's been going well. But Thanawala, the Blaze Loney and former England under-19 international, she's got a lot of experience at a young age, and she's shown it there with the big wicket of Bethan Ellis, which thankfully means we don't have Bethan and B. Ellis together at the crease, Sanjay, because that might have caused a bit of confusion for us.
Luckily, only one of them's got a shirt number, so that would have helped us. But it was a timely wicket for Leicestershire, because these 2 looked set. The run rate was climbing back over the 5s again, and it's definitely something that Leicestershire needed. It's a change of bowling, a spin at both ends here at Sophia Gardens as Harathagay bowls her leg spin to Parfit, who just pumps that ball down to the fielder Emma Thatcher, who's in front of us here at the Cathedral Road end. You were talking about cheese earlier. I'm hoping to bring some cheese to my commentary to help you along the way as far as that is concerned.
That's always the best commentary when it's cheesy.
I think as much cheese as possible is going to be beneficial to everybody who's listening. There's a decent crowd in here at Sophia Gardens. They dragged down and just lapped over her left shoulder by Ellis to get off the mark with 2. It's a nice looking shot. Quite a low arm from Harathagay. She's just rolling that over just to get her shoulder warmed up a bit. There's no one really fielding short. There's no slip as you'd expect for a spinner bowling in the middle overs of this 50 over match. 4 fielders outside of the inner circle. Gives us a little more flight, and that's nicely played by her. She's targeted that place, that spot behind her on the leg side where there's no fielders at all, and if she can keep playing that shot, that's going to be something that's going to keep Becky Brooker on her toes, because there's runs there for Alice, but it's also dangerous.
Yeah, it's exactly how she likes to play, and playing it while on naught is brave, but she knows that's her strength. As the 100 comes up, a polite ripple came around the ground.
Air from Harathagay and just pushed into the offside for single. Now what they are starting to do quite well is turn the strike around, and that's something that they're going to have to continue to do if pace is being taken off the ball, and there doesn't look that much pace in the wicket anyway, so forcing the ball is going to be dangerous. So turning the strike around is important. Hands on the head from Harathagay as Parfit targets square of the wicket but makes only connection to the bottom edge of her bat. Score remains 101 for 2 in the 20th over. That's a better shot. They're going to push for 2. Are they to turn round? Ellis, she wants to come back. She does come back shy of the stumps. That's well run by those two. B. Ellis was the one who forced that issue. She was the one running back to the danger and had full sight of the fielder, Prisha Thanawala, who had the ball in her hand quite quickly, but in the end a comfortable 2, Blake.
Yeah, nicely timed into the gap from Parfit. Just one of those, you drop it in, get it to land just kind of past the 30-yard circle, and the fielder running in has got a lot to do to prevent 2, so that's really nicely played from Parfit, who moves to 49, looking for a second consecutive half century. She made just 2 in this competition last season along with a century, so it was I say just 2, it was a good campaign for her, 250s and the 100. So if she can get 2 in the first 2 games, that'll make a great start for her for the season to come, where Glamorgan will be hoping to go 1 better than last year and take the title. As in comes Thanawala. Just single taken in the ring. There's gaps all round, as you mentioned, Sanjay. That's what they need to do in these middle overs. Just keep rotating the strike, where neither team will be disappointed with a single conceded or taken. On that one, in the block hole. Parfit can't get anything on it. Let's see, we've got deep cover, deep square, deep mid-wicket, so still just 3 out at the moment, but mid-on's kind of hovering. And there will be Parfit's 50. It's nicely driven through extra cover, and in fact it's going to go all the way, I think. Mid-off does well to cut it off, and a half a relay there as they just take 2, but Lauren Parfit nonetheless moves to 50, 51 from 63 balls, carrying on where she left off against Gloucestershire, and she's leading Glamorgan forward.
And this is the opportunity for Lauren Parfit to put big score on the board here. She gave it away a little bit last week, having reached 56, but she looks set for more runs here against Leicestershire.
Well, and that's a bit of a hack though, as she goes to attack. She was looking like she was aiming for the club cricketer's cow corner.
Where, to be fair, there are no fielders, but settling in, settle back into your rhythm, Lauren.
And that one upish, but on the bounce to extra cover where it's well fielded.
Their approach, Glamorgan, to the 2 spinners is going to be interesting here. You know, it's an opportunity, I think, for both sides. I'd say this is a crucial period of the game.
And that's better from Parfit, just looking to negotiate that one from Thanawala up to long on, but not quite there. So a dot to finish, but got to her 50, as you can hear over the PA being announced now. 106 for 2, Glamorgan off 22, as Parfit has got that half century, as I said, and building towards a big innings for Glamorgan.
It's an interesting season for Glamorgan, Blake. You said that they want to go 1 better and win the title this year, but they've already been confirmed as Tier 1 status for the 2027 season. So to an extent they're playing for that. They're playing for, players are playing for contracts, they're playing for opportunity, they're trying to get themselves in a position where they're playing top level cricket next year. So I wonder, you know, you've played the game, I've played the game, you want to win everything, but how much do you think players playing for their own careers is probably going to supersede the team effort in terms of winning the competition this year?
Yeah, there is a lot of that, and I'll just come back onto it after this one from Haratha.
It's continuing a leg spin from the Cathedral Road end and just forced into the offside by B. Ellis just for a single.
Yeah, I think they want, as much as there is people playing for their career, I think the title will just really make a mark for when they go to Tier 1. They want to prove they are the best team in Tier 2 before going up next year and potentially suffering a little bit if they don't.
Flatter from Haratha, and there's a big gap there between point and extra cover because the cover fielder is on the boundary, and so as long as she times that, there's either a 4 or the single every single time. Yeah, I agree with you. I think that they want professional pride and all that. They'll want to play well and win the title. It's a full bunger by Harathagay, but as with a lot of cases, they get wickets and it goes straight down the fielder's throat at deep square leg. B. Ellis can't believe that she's hit a full toss straight down the fielder, who doesn't have to move, and she goes 4-7, and Glamorgan lose their 3rd wicket for 108.
Yeah, a couple of wickets coming in relatively quick succession. Ellis will not believe her luck, being able to hit it straight down the fielder's throat. It was the right shot to play, just completely got under it, and she would have hoped a couple of yards either side, a little bit finer, comfortably a little bit further in front of square, but she just helped it on its way, didn't really put her hands through it, she just lofted it out to deep square, and she'll be really disappointed with that, because that was an opportunity to get herself a boundary to her name and get into double figures, but just helping it to the boundary rider. But it does bring Beth Gammon to the crease, so it's not all bad. 49
not out last week, along with Megan Sturge, put on the partnership that took Glamorgan over the line when they beat Gloucestershire in that rain-affected match. She's a live one. She'll certainly make Lauren Parfitt run. Now, Lauren Parfitt's been out there now since the very beginning. It's 11:50, so she's been out there for an hour and 20 minutes so far. Faced 67 balls, and she's going to have to do some running now, because Beth Gammon, once she gets her iron, is going to be putting that ball into little gaps in very strange places around this Sophia Gardens cricket pitch, and Lauren Parfitt is going to be running. She may be running all the way to 100. Blake, let's see, but Harathagay, her first wicket with that full toss, full again, and Gammon just pushes that behind square on the offside. There's a ball, 2 balls left in this over. Yeah, busy player batting and busy in the field, Beth Gammon. Flat to Harathagay and timed it nicely. She's faced a couple of balls that she's timed both of those well, Beth Gammon, so far. There's Harathagay with the last ball of her wicket taking over. It's another one of those full tosses that she tries again, but this time Gammon just gets over the top of it, sweeps it to that same fielder who took the catch, and she comes through for 2 to get off the mark, finish the over. Glamorgan 110 for 3, Parfitt 52. Gammon on 2.
Yeah, that's what Ellis would have wanted to do, sweep it behind square, get over it and get a couple of runs for it, as Gammon has done. Just wanted to come back onto the Tier 1 thing, because Yorkshire have just gone up. They really dominated Tier 2 last year. They had Lauren Winfield Hill at the top of their order, who's played for England playing in Tier 2, so that was hardly fair game, but gone up to Tier 1 and they got their first win yesterday. But you could see they're still kind of reliant on a few players, and I think, and if they dominated Tier 2 as much as they did, I think Glamorgan will need to prove to themselves they need to win Tier 2 if they're going to stand a chance next year. Of course, they've got plenty of players in the academy looking for contracts. Parfitt tickling out to deep backward square as Thanawala continues. Spin from both ends. Glamorgan on to Nelson, and they'll hope it doesn't bring another wicket, because 95 for 1 to 108 for 3. Just a little bit of a block in this middle period, as this one's driven nicely through the infield on the offside from Gammon, as they're all up inside the ring. She'll just take 2. Not a big boundary hitter, as you alluded to, Sanjay. She's busy. A lot of her runs do come from 1s and 2s. Small in stature, but strong in experience and in ability. That one didn't go where she intended.
Yeah, I feel she missed out there. A full toss outside the off stump by Thanawala. Yeah, I'm glad we got off Nelson quickly. I had to explain to Rosa, who was sitting in your chair last week, what David Shepherd used to do, and then I had to then explain who David Shepherd was, and it was a long 10 minutes, I'll tell you.
Well, Rose is not much younger than me, but yeah, David Shepherd, iconic umpire.
From Gloucestershire, played for Gloucestershire.
That one just played out into the offside as well from Gammon. The throw's a bit wild, but nothing doing on the overthrows. Emma Thatcher's alert at short fine leg. Thanawala has just controlled this ever so slightly from coming on in her fourth over from the River Tough end. Just 1 for 12. If she can get out this over without a boundary, Leicestershire will be very happy with how they've recovered. Quick single taken, a lot of bounce, or so it seems, up to Gammon's chest is anyone else's waist really, but a single taken and a good over from Thanawala. Glamorgan 114 for 3, just getting a little bit stagnant in the middle now, having to recover after a couple of wickets, but Parfitt's still there and she's got the chance to accelerate if she can stick around.
Yeah, Parfitt's pointing to and the place where that ball just lifted up a bit. I think it's a foothole that she was pointing to, because it did lift and turn. It's been a bit low at this end, but that one lifted slightly, but well played by Beth Gammon for that single. It's going to be Arathagay to continue from the Cathedral Road again with that leg spin, and again just pushed away nicely, well fielded by the fielder just behind point for 1 run to Gammon. I've been impressed by Leicestershire's fielding so far. Haven't really dropped a catch. That was Caitlin Chisel, who, as you said, has fielded well so far, as well as her bowling spell. It's an important time for Leicestershire just to keep on top of that, as Arathagay puts it up in the air. It's a diving attempt. Oh, she gets one hand to it. That's a fine attempt there by the captain, Becky Brooker. She's disappointed with herself as she puts it down, but also stops it going to the boundary for a 4.
Yeah, I think that's 3 runs saved more than anything from Brooker. She had a real tough chance earlier on as well from the other end at mid-on. That one even tougher, I'd argue. One hand.
Down the leg side of wide this time. I didn't think she was going to get to it, and then I think she realised she was already there, and then it was that time when you go for it with one hand, and it's got to stick, really, hasn't it, for you to then be able to get up and celebrate, but it didn't. Pushed into the offside again, and a flyby by the fielder Caitlin Chisel there as they run through for another single. Like I said before, busy Beth Gammon. She was busy last week, and once she'd got herself in a position where she could accelerate, her and Megan Sturge won the game for Glamorgan, wicket to wicket by Arathagay, as she has got a couple of balls left in her third over, showing a lot of control. Both of these young spinners from Leicestershire here, an off spinner at the far end, leggy from this end, variety, and down the leg side. She gets a bat on it this time. Parfit, I think that's going to go through for a single. The umpire just walks to a square leg and confirms my eagle-eyed synopsis from the commentary box that Lauren Parfit did indeed get a single on that. She moves to 55 of 71, and the last ball flighted and pushed into the offside by Gammon for 1. End of the over, 123. Blake, as he moves out, and Kath comes back in again. There's a drinks break. This is the halfway point of this 50 over Metro Bank One Day Cup Division 2 match between Glamorgan and Leicestershire. Here it's a glorious, they're slightly cloudy now, but white clouds, blue sky.
A drink, and so for you, a range of snacks and
You can
drinks
hear the
throughout the day in the pyramid
stadium
lounge,
announcer
ground
giving
floor,
everybody
pavilion,
details of food opportunities.
$10% discount.
Favourite
Oh,
subject.
10% discount. Did you hear that bit?
Snacks from the vending machines at the
So,
rear
Sanjay, how do you think? What's the balance?
cricket
25 overs remaining. Glamorgan currently on 123. Parfitt still firmly at the crease, and Gammon coming in, and obviously on the back of last week, Megan Sturge also had a really good innings. But what do you think Glamorgan will be looking to do from this point?
Well, in old money, you would get to 30 overs and double the score, wouldn't you, in a 50-over match? So if they're going at fives, so that's 25 more runs, so that's 145, that's 290. I think with the start they've got, I would say 300 is where they're targeting, but there's no dangers in the pitch. There's nothing really happening apart from the odd ball staying low, and it's hitting the footholes, and a couple of sort of bouncing a bit higher than they should. But I think they've got to throw a bit of caution to the wind. I think Glamorgan now, having got the start they've got, yes, they've lost 3 wickets. Parfitt is set, but they've got Gammon, Sturge and Porter to really accelerate. So I would say 300.
And what do you think Leicestershire need to do to try and reduce that? They're obviously in a bit of a huddle, having a good chat in the drinks break.
I would say they're the happier of the two sides at this halfway point, because they've bowled very well so far. They're, Glamorgan aren't going at fives; they're going at 4.8, and they've bowled stump to stump so far, Leicestershire. I don't think they need to do anything else, because I think what's going to happen is that Glamorgan are going to have to force the issue. And I think if Leicestershire just understand the fact that their fielding's been good, ground fielding has been decent, and there's been a few misfields, but their catching's been very good. And I think if they keep bowling, keep their discipline, don't panic, don't just push all the fielders out, then I think, although there are obviously fielding restrictions, I think that's going to make them the better of the two sides at the end of this innings.
Yeah, I think, taking absolutely nothing away from Leicestershire Foxes, who've stayed in this game, and they really are staying in it. But I think Glamorgan have given their wickets away rather than Leicestershire taking their wickets, which I think is something that need to look at, where it's important to keep that attacking play and that run rate going, but some of those shots unfortunately were a bit sloppy from Glamorgan.
Well, that's
and
pressure,
those wickets
isn't it?
that are taken,
And
so all credit to Leicestershire in that respect.
And that's why I say I don't think Leicestershire Foxes need to do anything different than they've done so far. Gammon, will be busy. Parfitt is set, but she knows she needs to go on.
Yes, definitely.
But she also can't give it away, and so she's sort of, it's interesting to see what approach she takes. We know what we're going to get with Beth Gammon. She's going to move. She's going to tip and run, as it were, with some very good shots square of the wicket. And Lauren Parfitt's got to go on. So I think we're in. The game is beautifully set up here for what should be an intriguing second half of this Glamorgan innings.
And spin from both ends as well. That has made a bit of a difference for Leicestershire as the drinks break has concluded. So we will be back with. You'd expect the spin to be continuing for the foreseeable, for sure.
You'd think they'd bowl these two out, wouldn't you?
Yeah, so Thanawala is continuing from the River Taff end to Beth Gammon, who's getting a quick single to take off the mark. And would you believe it's the first time the sun's gone in today? And it's got a bit cloudy overhead. I did sit out in the
nice clouds.
I did sit out in the sun in my little break, and it was very nice. Yeah,
just very good.
Take in the game from the side of the pitch, which was very nice. Oh, just yet, classic. Someone walking straight behind the bowler's arm, who definitely should know better. But Lauren Parfitt rightly pulling away till they've moved on. Yep, single taken. Safely in the inner ring. Oh, great direct throw. Beth Gammon is very quick between the wickets, so she easily made her ground there, but a fantastic throw in.
As a former spinner, can you give us a technical critique of both of these two?
I think this isn't anything I used to do, just just to ensure that everyone's clear on that. I think it's really important to give it some good flight and have your confidence in setting the field right, and that's again just pitches in a bit short and it's sticking in the wicket a bit, isn't it? So just worked away nicely. So just having that confidence yourself to really get good flight and good loft into the ball and get those revs going as much as possible. So I think, that's, always the top tip. And I was always really quick through my action and then quick to get back to continue that pressure onto the batter. So I think, again, that's, get back to your mark and then just be ready to go. Again, that's just drifting down legs, so it has been given as a wide. But I think we often, if you get hit for a 4, then guaranteed the next ball in slightly quicker, slightly flatter. So it's just having that belief in your conviction to get as much flight onto the ball as possible, and then your alternative is that quicker ball to whip through, at some point in your over. But yeah, they've both got really good actions, the 2 spin bowlers, so off spin at one end and leg spin at the other, so really great to see leg spin. But yeah, Thanawala's bowling well. Again, it's just not able to get it away, Lauren Parfitt, but it's just digging into the wicket a bit more, just trying to get that right up into the block hole a bit more, I think, to just try and tease them out of the crease. She comes into her last ball of the over. Again, drill back to the bowler, but a good over all in all. So Glamorgan move on to 124 from 3 of 26 overs. Parfitt going along at 56 off her 75 balls faced. And Gammon, as expected, started well and strong and hustling at the crease for her 10 off 13 balls.
The great Shane Warne used to say to give it as much rip as possible and just focus on spin. The control will come later on. And I think that, that's I think if you're a young bowler and you are playing at this level and you're trying to give it some spin and you get carted all around the ground, it's quite a difficult thing to keep. But these 2 young bowlers are certainly bowling with controllers and as much spin as they're able to impart on the ball.
That's cut through the slip area. It might race away for 4, but it might also slow up. The big chase on down to deep third there, and yet they've scampered through 3, so well run.
And that was Lauren Parfitt pushing through for that to make sure that that 3rd run was taken. Fields are quite spread out now. 4 fielders allowed outside the ring in this middle phase of the game.
That's drilled again. And you think as well with nothing again behind the bat really. There's sort of a close backward square, but again in the ring, anything wide, these 2 experienced batters will certainly work that slip and gully area, just lean back and put it through the gap. So that was cut just in front of point. Again, a slight misfield. So a single has been taken, but there are gaps, like you say, opening up, plenty of runs for Glamorgan to be looking to target.
I'm interested to see the approach that Gammon takes and the approach that Parfitt takes, because Lauren Parfitt likes to go hard at the ball, and her square shots are going to go in front of square or square, whereas Lauren Parfitt, I think, is more. Sorry, Beth Gammon's more of a placer of the ball, if you like, and there's a big gap square of the wicket behind point where there's runs to be had if they can go for it there.
And just cut, so singles coming quite easily for Glamorgan. 6 so far off this over with 1 to come. Again, there's no real pressure on Glamorgan here from the drinks break. Like I say, they're freely playing their shots and just work it into those gaps and taking those singles. As Harathagay comes in for a last ball of the over. Oh, it's a big shout for LBW.
Close,
straight in front, and that is, she's got her. So Beth Gammon trying to work one down the leg side, but got that wrong, and it's gone through, and it's plumb. It's LBW from Harathagay there. Takes another wicket on the last ball of her over.
And this is the way that Beth Gammon plays. She plays a lot of those flat bat shots, even if it's low down. We saw that last week, didn't we? Where she was, with a horizontal bat, was playing the ball into the gaps to be able to run those singles. And this time it's led to her downfall as she misses a straight one and is out for 14.
Yeah, she knew she was out as well.
Yeah, she did.
So that brings to the crease a Megan Sturge, so the keeper again today. So played last week and scored. She was in the 40s. I've lost my bit of paper.
41 not
thank
out.
you, not out. So with her partner Bethan Gammon, who has fortunately departed now. So again, Parfitt probably just needs to continue in the same way she's playing and let the others come around and play their natural games where possible. because again Sturge was quick to capitalise and get a good strong run rate going quite quickly when she came to the crease last weekend.
She got picked in the game that Hampshire played at Warwickshire, but they didn't finish the game, so she didn't get a chance to bat, but she did take a wicket. So bowled in that game, caught and bowled.
Yeah.
Bowled in that game, keeping in this game, we assume.
Yeah, with Georgia Parfitt out at the moment. So Glamorgan 130 for 4 off their 27 overs. So Prisha Thanawala still continuing from the River Taff end. She's currently 1 for 17 off her 5 overs, going along really well.
I might need to revise my score prediction. I think 300 looks
I thought it was
a long way off for this particular point. Bowling well, Leicestershire Foxes here.
Yeah. So again, a lofted drive straight over the head of the captain there, Becky Brooker. 1 bounce in 4. Fantastic shot from Lauren Parfitt. Takes her on to 62 off her 81 balls. Just leant back nicely into that one. Didn't really have to do a lot.
No, she didn't. She's picking that gap quite nicely and just making sure if she hits it, she hits it. There's no half shots, if you like, which can give an opportunity for Brooker to take that catch. She's dropping out now, which is expected.
Yeah.
Out too long on.
A great connection from Lauren Parfitt then. Again, drilled down. Now that single every time now because the fielder is pushed back onto the boundary rope. So again, that's what comes from those shots, dictating the batting side, dictating the field. So Brooker has come back up onto the ring as Prisha Thanawala comes into bowl. Worked off the legs nicely by Megan Sturge for a single, takes her off the mark.
Yeah, interesting to see what role she plays here, Megan Sturge. Is it a supporting role with Parfitt who's set, or is she going to look to take the bowls on herself?
Just worked nicely in. Oh, gosh, she had to be quick there, and that's a shout. But, gosh, I thought it looked easy to start with, and then suddenly she looked like she was going to be short of her ground. Just worked nicely. Just didn't quite... Yeah, she was safe. Safe in. But yeah, quick single taken. So that's the end of the over. So Prisha Hatha Raj coming back into bowl. So yeah, continuing with the 2 spinners, which I think is a really good move from Leicestershire here. It's brought them rewards at both ends.
Yeah, if you look at the bowl, between them, the bowl 10 overs, 3 for 48 so far, which put a real stranglehold on the game as well as taking wickets. So it's wouldn't be a surprise to see both of these two bowl through their 10 overs on the spin.
Cut away nicely for a single by Parfitt. So I think, Sturge needs to come and play a natural game, which is to play her shots. And I think for me, Lauren continues to just play the anchoring role that she, just brilliantly just stay here as long as possible and bat through these overs and let the others come in around and play their natural games. So it's well taken by the wicketkeeper. Nice bowling here from Harathagay.
Yeah, it's been tidy, Lucy Weston, so far behind the stumps for Leicestershire.
Okay, that's good flight, so that's good. Good work, good bowling at this end. Again, Leicestershire up for it. They've got a bit more vocal in these last few overs, which is good.
Yeah, she's given it good flight, April Harathagay. She's not afraid to throw it up in the air and let the ball turn. And that's resulted in a couple of full tosses, one of which actually got a wicket.
Yeah.
But it's better than, pushing it through flatter. That gives you batters the opportunity to just sort of push it around and get singles.
Slightly wayward and on the full toss and pulled away easily by Megan Sturge there for 4 runs. So that's her first boundary.
Ellie Phillips, no chance there of cutting that off.
No, it was full toss and wide on the leg, so generally only going to go one way, which was 4 all the way. So pick that up nicely.
Flo Sharman will be just shaking her head in the change rooms every time she sees one of those balls being bowled by April Harathagate, but there we are.
Last ball of this over, 5 from it so far, and that's again through the point area, misfield, but the sweeper is out there. They look for 2 and they get 2, maybe possibly could have been 3, but settled for the 2. So 7 from that over takes Glamorgan nicely along to 144 for 4 off their 29 overs, with Parfitt on 65 off 84 balls, and Sturge going well at 7 off 6.
A few more people coming in now. I think that's more to do with the fact that it's post-noon, and those who celebrated Cardiff City's promotion from League One back to the Championship at the first time of calling have woken up and decided that the cricket, sitting in the sun, is the best way to recover from whatever excesses they had yesterday. But congratulations to the Bluebirds. I should tell you the Luton Town score. We drew 2-2 at Mansfield. We are 3 points off the playoffs in that particular league. So
everything crossed. Yeah, I'm
it's
fairly sure Cardiff City fans are probably still partying into today.
Probably. Got to change your bowling.
We have. So bringing pace back in to the attack. And it is Indira Singh, Warwickshire County, right. Oh, it's sat up there, pulled away by Parfitt. We'll get 2. So yeah, it's Indira Singh. So Warwickshire Academy, right arm medium pace bowler. So from the River Tough end.
She looks quicker than the others from that first ball. Be interesting to see how these 2 batters deal with her. She's the 6th bowler that's been used by Becky Brooker so far.
That would be a wide. It's down leg, but well taken from behind the stumps by Lucy Weston. Diving away to her left, often blind as well, because the batter is in the way as that one passes. So judge that well, and well taken to save any more runs going down the leg side.
She sprints into the crease, Indira Singh. I wonder if that gives her as much control as she would like.
Again, leg side unfortunately, so that's another wide. So again, just losing the angle here. Okay, good encouragement from a team to just get behind her, which is what you want.
I wonder who isn't going to bowl then their full complement of 10 overs, as Becky Brooker's gone to the 6th bowler.
Yeah. So she's getting quite a bit of swing, Singh, but it's because it's going down the leg side, it's always drifting further. Slightly better line.
And you managed to say swing, sing.
Yeah, I know.
Without, stumbling over it, which is good effort.
Yeah. Yeah, she's got a good run up, good action here from Singh. Giving off a number of run ups. So yeah, well into the crease, much better line, but just nicely played by Parfitt for 1, just dropped in.
They're an energetic side, Leicestershire, vocally as well as in the field. They're buzzing around, supporting each other. It's good to see.
Yeah, they're certainly coming into this game on a level playing field with Glamorgan, thinking that they can absolutely compete at this level as well on the back of their win against Sussex Sharks last week. Again, just down leg side, unfortunately it's another wide. So it's going to be quite a long over for Indira Singh.
Yeah, Glamorgan unbeaten in their last 5 matches. Leicestershire have only won 2 of their last 5, but obviously 4 of those were last season. And as you say, they started off this season with a good win against Sussex Sharks. So they could be a surprise package.
Yep. So looking to get the line in length back here to try and shorten this over as much as possible with 3 wides so far. So again, dot ball, much needed.
Have you had a wander around the wider Butte Park area at all?
Not this season, but I've certainly wandered through the Butte Park in previous years. It's vast, it's beautiful as well. It's well bowled, that's a much better line now. Still one more to come though. But yeah, whenever the last week when I turned up, they were doing starting the park run for young children and adults. So again, they were there ready to go this morning, just after 9 o'clock. Always good to see. So 6 so far from this over. Hopefully the last ball for Singh. And yes, well bowled to end her over, which brings up the 150 actually for Glamorgan off 4 overs, for 4 wickets off 30 overs. So still going along quite nicely. Run rate holding firm around the 5 mark. So 20 overs remaining. 6 wickets in hand. Parfitt going along brilliantly at 68 off 87. And Sturge 7 off her 9 that she's faced so far. So they'll certainly be looking in the 20 overs. You can sometimes treat these games as 2 games. You can treat it as a 20 overs from here in your 50 over game and change your sort of mindset of what you want to achieve in that 20 overs, which will be at least 120. They'll be looking for Glamorgan to take them up to 270, 280. Those loss of wickets. Welcome back, Blake. Thoughts?
Thank you, Kath. Yeah, time of stabilising, isn't it now?
Shot drilled down the ground by Parfitt as Rathagay continues. She's 2 for 32 off her 5 overs.
I was going to say about where to get to now. I feel like there's a thing in one-day cricket, they say, don't they? You double your score from 30 to 50 because it's almost like you play a T20 now. 150 in that time frame.
It's a beautiful cut through, and that is... Oh, the fielder's done brilliantly there, but she's got to get back up and retrieve it. There's no one else to help her. So they will run 3 here, but that's a fantastic diving stop. But unfortunately, in doing so, sort of need it on another 20, 30 yards to then have to retrieve it. But brilliant commitment out in the field there from Hayley Brown. So great work out in the deep. Bit of cross bat, but it's a single. Megan probably looking for the second run there.
This is the partnership now, isn't it?
Oh, definitely.
If these two need to stay here 10 overs really. Even if they can add 50 in 10 overs, gives them a real platform for the last 10 to explode.
Get good flight, drilled down the ground through the bowler's hands, but Brooker there to collect.
Been impressed with Rathagay. First over she had a couple of drag downs, but as all leg spinners get into a rhythm of a few overs, she's looked good.
Yeah, really good. Lauren marching down the wicket over the top. A couple of bounces and that's gone for 4. That's a brilliant shot. Sorry by Megan Sturge there. Just feet work there. We haven't seen much of that actually coming down the track in this innings so far. So just watching here, see 1-2 shuffle and straight over, knowing fully safe to play that shot as those fielders are within the ring and obviously dropping one back now. So Thatcher's just sort of going halfway between the boundary rope and the inner ring, but that was a lovely shot from Megan. And again, just straight on the front foot. But yeah, great footwork there.
Yeah, one thing I would say, it was certainly a mistake from Leicestershire because, as much as I said, she's bowled well, Rathagay, but no need to bring mid-on and mid-off inside the circle. I think just keeping that long on back is an attacking position more than anything. You don't necessarily need them in the ring to be attacking fielders, but you know, they learnt their lesson after just one ball and put the fielder back. So 159 for 4. They are still going well. Run rate above 5 is where you'd want it at this stage. Wickets is the slight concern if they can just contain now. But Sturge, tier 1 player, obviously plays for Hampshire. So she's got her professional contract at the moment. She played for Kent in tier 2 last year, so she's got that experience as well. And obviously Lauren Parfitt, we've already waxed lyrical about her abilities.
Yeah, so they're continuing with Singh at the River Tough end, slightly wide. Parfitt just leans into that nicely. It's a brilliant piece of fielding by Point. Yeah, great. I feel that's got to be Chisel.
Probably Chisel there, yeah. I've already given her enough praise, and she's going to get even more praise from Lucy Weston, who's run over from behind the stumps.
Yeah, that was a fantastic start. Easily would have been 2 or 3, or potentially even a 4 there. So, again, Singh just, needs to just keep plugging away, but just get a much tighter line than the first over that went for 6 runs, a number of wides in it. So again, a bit loose, but it's just behind Point this time, and they'll look to run 2 as Thatcher sweeps round to collect and throw in. So yeah, just that width that, Lauren's well set. She's easily just going to work that into those gaps that are continuing to grow. So that was Sturge, wasn't it? Sorry, my apologies. Sturge.
She looks exciting but raw, Indira Singh, still young. She just made a List A debut just last week, so got a lot to learn still.
Singh comes in, again just drifting down wide. It's an appeal for, not LBW, caught behind if anything, but obviously off the pad or the thigh pad there, but it was, again, just a bit wayward down leg.
Be a part of the Warwickshire Academy. I'll just carry on about Singh. Under 18s, played a lot of cricket last year, impressed with bat and ball, 247 runs, 19 wickets, so obviously deserves that chance in Tier 2 cricket.
Much better line and length. That's what she wants, so that's well bowled.
And she's bowling at arguably Glamorgan's best batter in terms of where they're currently contracted in Megan Sturge, maybe arguably Bethan Ellis, and then Lauren Parfitt, who's obviously well set and has been doing it for 15 years for Wales and Glamorgan in the last couple.
Yeah. Okay, this is much better from Singh. I think she's found her rhythm now, which is good. So 3 dot balls, only 3 from this over. And good pace, she's got good pace.
She has, at a young age. That's also something that's very exciting, isn't it? Coaches always say, don't slow them down to focus on accuracy. Let them just learn that along the way. Keep them bowling fast.
Again, finishes with a dot ball, so significantly better over for Singh, Indira Singh there. So takes Glamorgan on to 162 for 4 off 32 overs. Sturge going along nicely for 16 off 18 balls, and Parfitt still there, 71 off 90. Strike rate again just around the 5 mark, just edging it over with 18 overs remaining.
Still to come for Glamorgan, Gemma Porter. We're probably expecting in next the all-rounder, who Glamorgan will be very happy to have got on a permanent deal for this year after being on loan from Warwickshire last year. Got Player of the Year. And then Charlotte Lambert on her debut from Surrey on loan. And then Sarah Phillips, Anna May Shern and Poppy Walker in whatever order they come.
Drilled down the ground. They've gone for a quick single and makes her ground. So April Arathagay continuing with figures for 241 off 6 overs.
I think direct hit might have been gone there. Calculated risk is one she's obviously played a lot, but the harder you hit it to the fielder, the less time you have to get there.
Exactly that. And she did drill that one. Playing a miss, trying to cut it.
Yeah, really well bowled.
Yeah.
And the fact they've still got Thanawala to come back as well. She looked good as well.
Definitely, but no, April Arathagay's bowling really well, giving it, like I say, good flight. Let them turn. That's drilled down the ground, but won't take a single on that occasion. But yeah, she's got great action. Gets into her stride really well. Important to be tall to try and get as much elevation and flight as you can. So yeah, she's whipping that arm through. That's cut just in front of Point for a single. But yeah, really nice action.
Yeah, and that was her struggle early on. She was bowling with quite like a round arm. She wasn't really getting over her action. And just saw her after a couple of boundaries in her first over. She just rolled her arm over a couple of times, but in her 7th over now. She's really found it. A couple of wickets, that of B. Ellis and Beth Gammon.
See, that is fantastic flighted delivery. Lauren back into that one, down the ground for a single. But yeah, that is fantastic flight. Having a little friendly exchange as well. As the last ball comes from her over. Oh, it's wayward, it's wide, but it's scooped up. And it probably will race to the boundary. And yeah, it's gone for 4, so that's well picked up by Megan Sturge there. It was going to be a wide no matter what happened, but she capitalised on that and worked it all the way to the boundary. So a 4 to come off the last ball, which just changes her figures slightly for Haratha Gay, and she'd bowled a good over until that point. But Glamorgan move on to 169 for 4.
Yeah, delicately placed, as you mentioned. It was going to be a wide, but Sturge capitalised well, and the partnership has seamlessly moved to 39 now, so they're going along nicely. And Haratha Gay, typical leg spinner fashion, she has bowled well. She's been the most expensive in terms of economy, just under 7, but again, in typical leg spinner fashion, she's the one who's struck at key times, got 2 wickets.
I think this is what demonstrates how good this partnership can be in terms of, like you say, they're almost up to, it's a wide ball unfortunately for Singh. You know, they're almost up to 40 off their partnership, and you feel that Megan Sturge has only just come to the crease. You know, she hasn't been here that long, and they've already rattled along it. Nearly 40 in their time together, so they can get away quickly, this pair, without you kind of realising. So Indira Singh looking to find that length that she did so well in the previous over. Oh, that's lofted drive over, and this time Becky Brooker does take the catch, and Lauren Parfitt is out for 73 off her 92 balls. She was looking to loft that one back over of mid on, but unfortunately didn't get a hold of it, and it was taken by Becky Brooker, who's had a bit of a tough time in that spot. A few chances gone, a few misfields, so she'll be very pleased to take that wicket. Parfitt will be very disappointed that she gave that away slightly easily in the end, but a fantastic innings again from the captain, Blake.
Yeah, really good from Parfitt. Unfortunately, as you said, Kath, just falling at a real crucial time, just as the partnership was getting going, 40 from 38 balls, but one Leicestershire definitely needed to get sooner rather than later, and they've done so. And Indira Singh, what a first wicket in senior cricket that is for her. Lauren Parfitt, someone with wealth of experience behind her for Western Storm and for Wales, and now leading this innings as she did last week with 73. Still, Glamorgan, a lot to do to see out their overs. Gemma Porter, very capable with the bat, but 17 overs nonetheless. They just can't get carried away here and risk falling to a 200, 220 all-out kind of position. Need to carry on sensibly, but also not too slowly.
Yeah, it's a tricky balance, isn't it, in terms of, like I say, Gemma Porter coming in. So excited to see how she goes here today. But, you know, Megan Sturge now needs to just continue playing her game. And we've probably got Charlotte Lambert, and then we're into the very much into the tail of the Glamorgan side. So, yeah, we don't want to be suddenly all out for 220. So, much to do for Glamorgan here, but Leicestershire will be pleased with everything that's going so far, and all caught. The wickets have all been caught, I believe. Or one LBW, wasn't there? One LBW, but yeah. So they'll be pleased with how it's going for them so far for Leicestershire Foxes. And Singh's figures look good now. 1 for 10 off 2 overs. Make things a bit easier. She continues to try and get that line in length sorted, just pushed before backward point, but again great fielding from we know who. So Caitlin Chisel, that's obviously her spot, and she is brilliant in it at point and backward point.
They're the position you notice if a fielder's really strong, isn't it? Backward point, they seem to always be in the game, always got to be on your toes. Yeah, she's made it her own.
Much better line. They've taken a quick single. It's thrown down, but she was well in, but quick single taken. So a bit of a mixed over again, but that wicket standing out clear for Indira Singh in this over. So start with a wide, then a wicket, then 2 dots, and then a single. So be looking to just these last 2 balls in her over, just again keep tight lines as much as possible, with Sturge on strike going brilliantly at 21 off 22. That ring closing in much more now with a few wickets that have been taken. And drilled to the captain, but no run. Again, cloud cover coming over, and probably looks cloudy for a few more hours yet. Doesn't look to be clearing. So we're bathed in sunshine, but now cloudy overhead. As Singh comes into ball of her last ball of the over, it's wide and it's pulled brilliantly through in front of point for 4 runs. Don't need to run any more for that from Megan Sturge. A fantastic 4, just cut length into it. The width was there. Just let the ball do the work. So a fantastic shot there from Megan Sturge to end this over, which takes Glamorgan on to 175 for 5, with 16 overs remaining.
Yeah, wasn't going to miss out on that one. Megan Sturge again showing her prowess as someone with Tier 1 status with Hampshire. Played on Wednesday up at Edgbaston after playing for the Hampshire Seconds at Billericay on Monday. She was here the day before that, so it's been a busy week for her. So a lot of cricket, but obviously that's reaping the rewards right now. I was going to see a change of bowling. We're going to see Whitfield again. Holly Whitfield, the 20-year-old.
Gets to take a wicket, so not 25 off her 6 overs. Porter on strike, so she'll be bowling at the new batter in at the crease. So pace on for Porter. That's just worked, angled nicely through the slip area for a single. Small clash into the bowler as she followed through, but no harm done to either. Little joke.
Porter's done what she wants there. I think first ball of the over. Get to the other end. Sturge, your turn.
Yeah, absolutely.
Deep cover, deep backward square, deep third fine leg of the 4 out.
Much better delivery from Whitfield. Right on the money there for Sturge to just block away. Slightly leg side, but chipped over. Yeah, they go for 2. That's well run, actually. That's good running. Direct hit, but well within her crease.
Yeah, not fully in control, Sturge, but safe enough to chip over the infield. And these two, both youngsters, really. Gemma Porter, 23, running to the danger end, should be fit enough to get around, particularly in the last few overs. That could be crucial.
Just trying to nudge a nurdle around here, but straight to point, so no run. So run rate up at 5.13.
It's hovered around that mark, hasn't it? The whole innings, really.
Far below. It was in the 4.8s at one point, but yeah, it's been there and thereabouts for Glamorgan. Again, drop and go. Yeah, nice safe run.
Yeah, really good. Good understanding between these two, it seems. They wouldn't have played together before last week, I wouldn't have thought. But good understanding. Although Porter is from Winchester, so I'm not sure if there might be a Hampshire connection from years gone by.
Okay.
But certainly wouldn't have batted much together, I imagine.
It's the last ball of the over. That's drilled down the ground, but no run. So that brings the end of the 35 overs gone. So Glamorgan 179 for 5. As I hand back over to Sanjay.
Yeah, 15 to go. I'm just going to take this opportunity at the change of overs as well, and while we change commentary, to go round the grounds, because League 2 action all around, a couple of Tier 1 games as well, but early season, it's good to get an understanding of where other teams may be. Gloucestershire, who Glamorgan came over last week, they're 133 for 6 against Middlesex, so Middlesex on top of that one. They're the only side, I believe, to have beat Yorkshire last year, so probably one to look out for in Tier 2. Sussex 202 for 1 against Worcestershire. That's who Leicestershire beat last week, was Sussex, as Indira Singh is coming in to Sturgeon at that quick single again. Beats Chisel at backward point, so comfortably there in the end. Derbyshire also just one down, 156 for 1 there against Kent, so offering some context early season for who might be thereabouts come the end, but obviously still a long way to go. Welcome back, Sanjay.
Thank you, Blake. My friend and fellow podcast host Geraint Jones is the assistant coach at Kent, and they played Northants last week.
That one drifting down leg side. Porter looking to clip it away, but nothing on it.
No, and Northants got 300 odd, and Kent got reasonably close with 280, and I think the big improvement there that Jonesy was saying was that last year they'd have been all out for 80 odd. So to get to 280 shows the strides, the improvements that Kent have made, and I assume therefore a lot of the other sides in Tier 2, because we're in a Tier 2 match currently, have kind of made those improvements as well.
Porter does get that clip down the leg side this time, just a single to fine leg. I think Tier 2 last year was a real learning curve for a lot of teams. Glamorgan used the loan system very well, but I don't think many others did. But Derbyshire, for example, really struggled last year. But this year, 158 for 1 against Kent. They've got a few loanees from Yorkshire, I know, so that's obviously them utilising the market well. And I'm sure Kent doing the same. Kent actually beat Glamorgan here in a T20 Blast game I was commentating on last year, so they've got the talent. That one slashed away from Sturge, and it's going to take some stopping, and they won't. So it's going to go away for 4. Bit loose from Singh. We've seen her offer a little bit of width on the odd occasion, and that extra pace just goes off the bat quickly. Sturge 33 from 30 now. She's launching a counter punch.
Yeah, she was at Kent last year. Another county have used that loan system, and but conversely, they had Tilly Courtine-Coleman there. She came up through the academy system at Kent, and now is opening the bowling for Surrey, and big contract in the 100 as well. So it works both ways, but it's good to see the general improvement and the standards in women's cricket anyway.
Another one just drifting on the leg, and the soft signal from Sam Hollingshead, the umpire, is a leg by.
They kept it together quite well. I heard you saying just now when you're on with Kath that the run rate hasn't really moved between sort of 4.8 and 5.2 now, and that's testament to the bowling efforts of Leicestershire so far. But obviously they've got a bat. Last week they were 19 for 3 against Sussex Sharks before eventually winning that match on a Duckworth Lewis. So both sides have got a bat.
No run this time. And also, you've got to learn to win games. Leicestershire last year, even though they had that strong start last week, came 8th in the 10-team division last year. So, you know, when the game gets close, for example, you've got to learn to win games, and that's not always an easy skill. We've got a young side, a couple of experienced players in there as well, but particularly if they get to 4-5 down, this might be the difference between how Glamorgan excel and how Leicestershire do.
Well, what's been a constant in both of the Glamorgan games that have been on this season is that Lauren Parfitt, while she hasn't gone on to get 3 figures, has got 250s and has set, a great foundation for the more, and she's aggressive herself, but maybe the more aggressive batters than her to come in and put runs on. Because what will be interesting is if another side gets Lauren Parfitt out early, what does that mean now? What do the other batters do? Because Flo Sharman and the 2 Ellises haven't sort of really got off to that good a start as far as this season's concerned, and it has been left to Gammon, Sturge, and now Porter's come in as well for her first bat of the year. It is Holly Whitfield to continue, though, to the impressive Megan Sturge, who has scored 34 off 32 balls. Yeah, Holly Porter, Winchester's finest. Good to see someone from Winchester playing out here in Cardiff. Works, I believe, at the club as well.
Yeah, in the ticket office.
Yeah. So there you have it. Busy all round. Fuller from Whitfield. Nice looking shot from Porter. But again, they fielded well. We've said this quite. I know we've pointed out Caitlin Chisel a lot so far for fielding well, but that was Priya Thanawala, whose ground fielding has also been impressive so far. And 188 for 5 is coming. It's the start of the 37th over. Pushed into the gap and fielded by Indira Singh. She's got a good arm. She's put a couple in from that cover area that's been flat and straight into the gloves of Lucy Weston behind the stumps for Leicestershire, and Sturge is facing up on 34. She got 41 not out last week to help Glamorgan win that game. That's leg side for a wide. I foolishly got forced into making a prediction by Kath in the break, and I was, went crazy.
What did you say?
300, I said.
300?
300 would be good.
Still possible?
It is possible, technically, more than anything else. In the air, straight to the fielder, gone! That's a big wicket for Leicestershire. Megan Sturge holds her head in her hand. She's just put a ball outside the off stump, straight into the hands of fielder at point. She's gone for 34. Glamorgan lose their 6th wicket for 190. And this is a great bowling and fielding effort by a Leicestershire side that lost the toss. And Glamorgan chose to bat. And they are in. They're not in trouble, but they're certainly not in a position where they'd want to be, Blake.
No, just as I said, 300 still on the cards. I was about to say after that ball that Sturge will probably need to get 80 and see out the innings if that was going to be the case. But yeah, it's definitely added a dent in the works. And now it is more like scrappy away to 250, because Lambert isn't someone who would have batted a lot in particularly in senior cricket, just 19 years of age, has played for England under 19s and obviously is a Surrey tier 1 player, so probably very capable to be coming in at number 8, but unexposed is probably the word I would use. And with just 13 overs left, there's a fine balance between seeing yourself in and making sure you bat the 50 overs while also getting to a competitive total. So it'll be interesting to see how Glamorgan play this from here. But again, as you pointed out, just shows the fielding has been strong and alert, and it was Chisel there again with the catch.
Whitfield's first wicket, tails up, Leicestershire Foxes here. In she comes again, outside the off stump, and if there had been a slip, that would have gone straight to her, but there isn't and there wasn't, and so that's just a single to get Lambert off the mark on her Glamorgan debut. From Surrey on a season-long loan here at Sophia Gardens. The chirp has increased a level or two from the Leicestershire Foxes, making that 142-mile drive across the country to get to Cardiff. Shy of the stumps from Caitlin Chiswell. I think should have got in. Chisel, sorry, that should have got in Holly Porter. Anyway, end of the over. A successful one for Holly Whitfield. She's taken 1 for 34 off 8. Glamorgan 192 for 6, Blake.
Yeah, tough period of the game now for Glamorgan. Leicestershire, you have to say, are probably better of the two sides now for the next 13 overs, but game could certainly swing either way. Two batters who wouldn't have batted a lot in adult cricket, because, as I said, Gemma Porter last year wouldn't have been needed so much or if she was, it was probably just a few overs at the back end, and Charlotte Lambert, someone who's just played 3 games of senior cricket, and they came in 2024 before the tier system came into place. That was in the old Women's County Championship, and she would have only been 17 years old then. So change of bowling. Chisel is back on with her medium fast, I think I'll call it, as a leg bye is taken off the first ball. I'm actually looking forward to seeing Charlotte Lambert bowl. Haven't seen her before, but I know she is highly regarded. As I said, England under 19, fast medium. I expect her to take, well, I was going to say I expect her to take the new ball, but Anna May Shern did a good job at that last week with Porter.
Yeah, spin at one end for Glamorgan.
They do like Porter with the new ball, yeah. And then, as I say, Shern did a good job last week. Whether that was just filling a hole while they waited for Lambert to be available, I'm not sure. So I suppose we'll see that in around 75 minutes time, probably, by the time the end of this innings, and then the tea break. That's loose from Chisel down the leg side.
But a first job for both of these two, whether they open the bowling together or not, is to get Glamorgan to a decent score. 194 for 6 currently. There are 12 and a half overs remaining, and the run rate is at 5.2. Gone, bowled. I think she's played that on, Lambert. There was certainly no foot movement. The ball seemed to keep a bit low, but Chisel gets the congratulations anyway, and Glamorgan lose their 7th wicket for 194, and that's Lambert gone for 1.
Yeah, not sure if that kept a bit low. I thought it was an inside edge. It kind of caught me by surprise. I thought it was I was looking as to why they weren't appealing for LBW. I thought it clipped the pad, but no, just kept a little bit low. Lambert went back potentially. It was a bit fuller than she anticipated. Yeah, it did keep a little bit low, but also was fuller. Lambert rocking back and should have been going forward. And as I said, that might just be the lack of time at the crease for her. Showed that.
And a swipe across the line as well, I was going to add. So all in all, we didn't see much of Charlotte Lambert there to give us any sort of clue as to her batting prowess. Let's hope her bowling is something that Glamorgan are going to be utilising when they have their chance to bowl. That does bring Sarah Phillips to the crease, the off spinner from Glamorgan, a team of totally made up of right-hand bats. We're going to find out what the Leicestershire makeup is, if there's the odd left-hander in there or not, but it's right-handers all the way for Glamorgan, which makes it easier for the bowlers, you would think. But Chisel, that's her first wicket. Wickets shared around this Leicestershire bowling attack. As nice looking shot from Phillips. Actually times it quite well, but fielded by Holly Whitfield, who's at mid-wicket, and Glamorgan 194. There's a couple of balls left in Chisel's 9th over. Blake, are you expecting the seamers to stay on, or do you think the spinner's going to come on and finish off the job? It is Chisel again, and wicket to wicket.
I think we'll see seam for a bit. I think Thanawala's still got a role to play with her off spin because she contained well, but yeah, it'll be interesting to see. Glamorgan's need to bat out 50 overs now, pick up 4 and over till then, even gets you to 240.
And the spinners have got 7 overs left between them. I think it will be seam all the way now as Chisel comes in to finish off her 9th over, bowled outside the off stump, and Phillips looks to push it away, but Holly Porter had advanced a bit down, Gemma Porter, sorry, advanced a bit down the pitch, but came back safely. End of that over, 194 for 7.
Yeah, 12 to go. Sarah Phillips, someone who's capable as well, though. Come through a university system, which is how she got her Glamorgan contract, as Gemma Porter did at Warwickshire. She was at Birmingham. Sarah Phillips studies here at Cardiff Met. I'm not sure if she recently graduated or if she is still there, actually. But one thing I do like about Sarah Phillips is she's the only Glamorgan player from west of Swansea.
Oh.
Everyone is kind of in the Cardiff-Swansea region, so it's nice to see representation across the whole of Wales, as that one's played back onto the stumps at the bowler's end from Holly Whitfield.
Just looking to see where some of the other...
And so she's from Llanelli,
Oh,
is Sarah Phillips. I thought I'd try to get that in there so Welsh people can admire my attempt from someone from England saying Llanelli.
that was very good. I was quite impressed, but that doesn't count for much, I don't think.
Defended into the offside. Porter just looking to rotate the strike, unable to do so on this occasion. Yeah, it's good to see plenty of Welsh representation, something that is more so in Glamorgan's women's squad than in the men's squad. Of course, some low knees as well, though, but it's nice to see. May not be the case next year when they go to professional status, however. Nicely driven, just a single, but if that's safe, that's just what Glamorgan need to do for particularly the next 5 or 6 overs at least. Just play sensible cricket. You don't want to find yourself bundled out for 220, as Kath and I alluded to.
How do you feel about the Tier 2 next year? You know, if Glamorgan are up and playing in Tier 1.
Nicely whipped from Phillips. She'll get off the mark with that as well. Should be proud of that. She's timed a couple nicely in her first 4 balls. 196 for 7.
And if the Tier 1 sides are going to, have, the professional players, contracted players, loaning, players out to the Tier 2, do you think Tier 2, the standard will drop, or do you think it'll get stronger because there are more players at Tier 1 looking for games?
Chance for a run out to the bowler's end, direct hit, and Phillips would have been gone. A slight miscommunication, and that's the last thing Glamorgan would need right now. Personally, I think the standard will improve. I think we're already seeing this year more low knees, and I think that's only going to make it better. I think with a couple of years down the line as well, they might recognise there's people dominating Tier 3 and realise they're actually Tier 2 players, and that's short, and it's pulled out. Luckily, the only field out there's a deep square. She's got that well in front of square. Porter nicely placed to get her first boundary. Glamorgan to 200, so just what the doctor ordered there, a loose one from Whitfield. Porter played really nicely over mid-wicket, nice and safe. 11 to go, 39 gone, 200 for 7.
Showing the lack of pace in the pitch there. Holly Whitfield trying the middle of the pitch out for size, and Porter just pulled it well in front of square there, got into that quickly. Ball coming through not as quick as she thought. Yeah, I mean, it's going to be interesting, isn't it? Because there'll be a lot of players vying for professional contracts, up in Tier 1, and those who can't get a game will be looking to Tier 2 to play. And yeah, you might be right. It might be a better standard, or keep the standard high as Chisel starts the first ball of her 5th over. That can't be right, can it?
Yep, she just bowled 3 in her first spell.
Is that
second, yeah.
One
thing I think will be a bit of a punt is how many academy players they give a contract to. For example, Eve Jackson is someone who's just 18.
Yeah.
She played a little bit last year. Expect to see her a little bit this year. But with only so many contracts to give, how many can you give to youngsters just to send out on loan?
Well, I think that's the thing also is, someone like, let's say, Poppy Walker, who's playing today and bowled well yesterday, took 3 for. When Glamorgan are in Tier 1, what happens to her? Does she get loaned out because she's young? Does she play in that first team? Do other professional players who are already in Tier 1 see Glamorgan as an opportunity for them to play because they may not be playing in Tier 1 matches for their existing counties? That's a beautiful ball by Chisel, slight shape away from Sarah Phillips, goes through to the keeper for no run.
The other potential is she doesn't get a contract initially from Glamorgan because they only have so many to give with the budget they will have, and Poppy Walker might just sign for Gloucestershire, and then Glamorgan can always pick her up a year later or a couple of years down the line.
Just put into the offside by Parter, tumblings by Phillips, tumbling stop by Tanawala. Phillips moves on to 2, Glamorgan 201 for 7.
Of course, the tough thing as well, though, is players might realise if a professional contract's unlikely in a few years' time, that it's a tough life managing full-time work and Tier 2 cricket.
Scampering through for another Phillips, good running for another single, good running by Phillips. I think that's the if you're young and you're in education and whatever, I guess you know, you've got options still. But I think if you are playing tier 2, if you are you haven't been picked up by tier 1, you are playing tier 2, then you know that's definitely other considerations to make. I was talking to Melissa Story last week, who's at Gloucestershire. You know, she's playing for Gloucestershire. She's a commentator at TMS and also a solicitor. So it's a busy life as we come to the end of the over from Caitlin Chisel. She's bowled 5 overs, 1 for 18. Glamorgan a 202 for 7. We've got a change here as Kath comes in alongside me. She's going to take us home to the end of this Glamorgan innings, which is 202 for 7. Nowhere near the 300 that I had predicted, is not even close to being anywhere near the right word.
It was quite a bold shout, to be honest, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was.
No, lots happened in the time I was off.
Yeah, I was saying to Blake that you know, in their innings against Sussex Sharks last week, Leicestershire slipped to 19 for 3 before Weston and Chisel actually got them home. So you never know.
I think key thing here is Glamorgan need to bat out all the 50 overs where they hopefully can. Leicester will obviously be doing everything within their power to change that, but yeah, Porter going along quite nicely. Phillips obviously quite new to the crease, but Leicestershire will feel they've got a better control of this game to this point, and that's whipped off the legs nicely just behind backward square. They look for 2, but only the single taken. But yeah, I think, you know, Leicestershire will certainly be feeling a bit more positive about the scoreline versus the first 10 overs, which, like you say, had the opportunity to be a big score for Glamorgan here today. It's still a long way to go. Still 10 overs. So they will be looking to, you know, push as far into that 250, 60, 70 mark as they can. But going to need to get a partnership going. That's the key thing now.
Yeah, they lost 4 for 60 odd in that middle period, which with the regularity of wickets that fell as well, and the batters who got out, which included the set Lauren Parfitt, did mean that they were at a rebuilding phase at the moment.
It's pulled in front. Thought about a single, but definitely the right choice to not go.
But the problem with rebuilding when you've only got 9 overs to go is you don't have a lot of time to do it.
No.
So, as you rightly say, wickets are keeping your wickets intact now is it's got to be high priority for Glamorgan.
Run rate still at 5 though, which has been consistent for the innings of Glamorgan as the 41st over comes to an end. Glamorgan 204 for 7. Just 9 overs remaining.
One wicket for 42 runs.
Yeah, that's that's Holly Whitfield bowled out now, 1
Yep.
for 42. She's been in impressive, good control from this Cathedral Road end, and she's been part of a very good bowling effort by this Leicestershire Foxes team. It's Caitlin Chisel who will continue.
Yeah, 1 for 18 off her 5, so good set of overs from her from the River Tough end. That's driven nicely by Phillips into the gap. They're looking for 2, and that's well run. Yeah, excellent running there from Porter, getting back to the danger end. So 2 off the first ball, which is always good starts. But it's definitely got this very cloudy overhead now. It's cooler. I did pop outside again just briefly, and it's significantly cooler than it was this morning when the sun was out. So that may slightly adjust the conditions. Oh, it's well bowled into the legs. Drifting down leg side, but top ball for Chisel. But yeah, it's certainly got a lot colder out there.
There's some jackets being put on in the crowd. What was short sleeves earlier is now short sleeves with a jacket. So still looks alright. So I'm looking over to the north where the weather comes from the hills, and it's cloudy but blue.
driven straight back over the bowler's head, and that'll go brilliantly all the way for 4. Fantastic drive there from Sarah Phillips. Just lent into that one, straight back over the bowler's head, no stopping that. So just looking at the replay, using all the pace, right in the slot there to be hit straight back over. Fantastic shot.
All these Glamorgan batters are very good in the V. And they hit the ball hard, hit the ball straight, full face of the bat, well coached.
Yeah, definitely. I think, you know, all of them have cut and driven brilliantly. But anything wide as well, they are keen to capitalise on. So just pulled in front of square, just sat up nicely for a single. But yeah, I think these two have a good plan in mind of what they're looking to do.
Who's left? Thatcher's still got over. She's got 6 left, you would think, although she's not making much attempt as far as warming up is concerned. She's just in front of us here.
Kind of looking for 2, yeah, easily 2 there. That's well run again.
Although somebody's got to come on at this Cathedral Road end to replace the finished Holly Whitfield, has bowled her 10 overs, 1 for 42. Although, here we go, as soon as I say it, Thatcher's started some
arm rotations.
No, yeah, I was going to say warm up, but I think that's, you know, it's not really warming up. It's just sort of slight stretching.
Yeah, that's a good over for Glamorgan. 9 from it so far with 1 ball remaining. That's driven back. It is finishes with the dot ball. As Glamorgan move on to 230 for 7, 13 for 7, or 42 overs. So 8 overs remaining.
It is going to be Thatcher. And Thatcher who bowled at the very start, the left armour. Bowled 4 overs so far. Let's see what she can do towards the end of the innings here.
On the Cathedral Road end, number 17, Emma Thatcher.
No ripple of applause from the crowd for the announcement that Thatcher's coming back, in conversation with the captain Becky Brooker here as to what field they're going to employ for the final 8 overs, pushing third back. 5 overs now allowed, 5 fielders allowed outside the ring for these final few overs here. Phillips has looked good so far, I think. 10 off 14.
Thatcher, again, left arm, different angle now for Phillips and Porter to deal with. She went for 22 off her first 4 overs, so a good start from her.
Got a few wides in there, I remember, as well. She was just getting her bearings right.
Yeah. Again, good line. 2 dot balls to start. Plenty of gaps there. Just need to work the ball and try and rotate that strike as best they can in these remaining overs. Just try and put another 40-50 runs on the board to get a good total on what has been a pretty consistent track throughout the day. Actually, it's kept low a couple of times, but nothing of any great significance, so it does feel like a solid batting track here today at Sophia Gardens.
I'm actually looking forward to seeing Poppy Walker bowl on this.
Thatcher comes into bowl slightly uppish, but didn't carry to the fielder.
It feels like it's stopping to me, and it's
sticking in the ground a bit, isn't it? Yeah.
And Poppy Walker bowling from the River Taff end last week, took 3 from 1. I remember particularly was with a great bit of overspin to get a wicket caught behind by Megan Sturge.
Yeah, pulled across nicely. They look easily for 2 here, which they will comfortably get. Takes that pressure off a bit of this over. 3 from it so far with 1 ball remaining.
Bit of field adjustment by Becky Brooker here. what she's doing. She's pushing the fielder bringing a fielder across. No, just
Fine leg
squarer.
up,
Yeah,
yeah.
squarer, and the boundary rider's going behind square, I think.
Yep.
On the leg side.
So heavy on the leg side here, so well protected because she is naturally swinging it into that direction. As again, just pulls across the line there from Porter. Brings the end of the over, so 3 from it. Glamorgan move on to 216 for 7 off 43 overs.
Another impressive over by the Leicestershire Foxes here. Chisel 6 overs now, 1 for 27. She's fielded well, she's bowled well, and last week she was in the runs as well, 30 I believe, to get the Foxes home against the Sussex Sharks. So a crucial player for Becky Brooker and her team. There's a conference going on at the fire, and it looks like the opening bowler Phillips is coming back. Ellie Phillips, who bowled those big induckers. So going back to her at the opening pairing.
Yeah, which probably comes as no surprise, but yeah, Ellie Phillips with figures of 1 to 20, 1 for 22 off her 5 overs. So River Taffend coming in, right arm pace bowler. Quick single taken. Oh, direct hit. She was home, but very good throw in from
Indira. I tell you what, I wouldn't be taking her arm on Indira Singh a few times. She's fielding reasonably close at extra cover, and flat throw. And this one's hit the stumps, but flat throw back to the keeper, Lucy Weston, every time.
Great ground fielding in that cover area. Okay, good. Still got a good bit of swing off the pads. But they've scampered a single through. But she's still getting the ball to move a bit, Phillips here. So Phillips is bowling and batting. They are not the same person, just for clarity. So Phillips to Phillips. She comes in a bit lofted or drilled, almost took out Porter on the way through.
Looked like a slower ball.
Yeah, certainly more flighted, that delivery from Ellie Phillips.
And there's a couple of Charlie Phillipses and Charlotte Phillipses out there as well.
Taking a bit more, just worked off the leg and the hip there. They'll look for 2. Yeah, well run. Just taking as much advantage as possible, then things slightly loose to keep the scoreboard ticking over for Glamorgan as they move for 220. 2 balls remaining from this over, 4 already from it. Again, run rate consistently at 5 for Glamorgan as Phillips comes in, angled in, seeing quick into that dropped ball.
As you approach the end of the Glamorgan innings, Kath, who's happier?
I mean, I think I'd probably be leaning towards the Leicestershire camp at the moment. They certainly have pegged back Glamorgan, who are looking to have a big total, but some key wickets in those middle overs has pegged the score back quite significantly, I think. That's, again, bowled into the legs, brings the end of the over. So 220 for 7 off 44 overs. So yeah, for me, I think Leicestershire will be slightly happier of the sides. I think Glamorgan will be looking, at least in these last 6 overs, to be getting at least up into the 250 mark where possible. They still have wickets in hand, but probably not much batting to come, so probably keen that Porter and Phillips stay there. It's certainly at least with 2 overs to go for the next 4 or 5 overs. As the sun comes out again at last. Put shadows back on the pitch. But yeah, I think Leicestershire Foxes would be certainly the happier of the sides of where this total could have ended. as Thatcher continues to bowl without a wicket, but key thing at this stage is keeping it line and length and just letting the ball do the work.
Yeah, whilst they were reduced to 19 for 3 last week, they've got runs in that top order, Leicestershire Foxes. Rebecca Brooker's scored over 1,000 runs for them, and Prisha Thanawala, who's on loan, as you said before, from the Blaze, has scored big runs for Leicestershire in age group cricket. So it's going to be a good game, this.
Just worked into that gap just in front of point for a single. This is tight bowling from Thatcher again.
So what normally happens when I say there's not been a boundary for a while, which there hasn't been, is one is due, but good bowling by Leicestershire Foxes.
It's lofted beautifully over, just over the ring. It's going to plug, stop and short, but they are going to 2 singles. So from this angle, didn't quite get hold of it, but certainly over the inner ring of mid-on.
Yeah, again the ball stopping, not difficult to time the ball. I think that's the thing about this pitch, is so you don't really know what a good score is, because 250 might be very good, but just because of the way that the ball isn't really coming onto the bat, it's difficult to time, and Glamorgan will know this because they've just batted on it.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a full toss and that's pulled perfectly in front of square, and it's a misfield and it's gone for 4. So Sarah Phillips that is, capitalised on that full toss down the leg side and absolutely threw everything at it. And there's a misfield
by Ellie Phillips.
Misfield by Ellie Phillips out on the boundary.
That's Phillips helping a Phillips move on to 20.
So 7 so far, so good from Glamorgan's point of view. It's the last ball of the over, pushed out wider, but drilled back to the bowler to end the over. So Glamorgan move on to 227 for 7 off 45 overs with 5 overs remaining. They've got 3 wickets in hand, but Porter going at 17 off 32 and Sarah Phillips doing brilliantly, 20 off 25. And again, that run rate hasn't really budged from the 5 mark as we welcome Blake back into the commentary box. So Glamorgan just have a quick chat in the middle, fist pump, as Leicestershire bring in the bowler who unfortunately misfielded. So Ellie Phillips coming back in. Welcome back, Blake.
Thank you, Kath. Yeah, good spell for Glamorgan. This the first time, just to kind of add a reference to how I make my notes. I'm making notes of the score after every 5 overs. So it's the first time they've not lost a wicket in a 5-over spell since when it was Parfitt and Beth and Ellis together. So just shows that consolidation. 33 partnership now. Phillips has got her list A best of 20.
That sneaked through, so missed everything, the stumps and the wicket keeper, but a single was taken.
I've just taken a wander into the written press room as well, and people seem to be saying they think Glamorgan's got enough. I think the pitch is being a bit slow, and Porter being probably Glamorgan's best bowler, and Poppy Walker, who did really well last week.
That's just dropped short. Yeah, we were just saying the same. It's hard to know what a good score is, but around the 250-60 mark could be on this pitch, a good score for Glamorgan to defend.
Well, there's no reason why they shouldn't get to 250 now if they just nudge around as they have done. They've not done anything silly, this pair.
Yeah.
Been really mature from 23 and 21-year-old.
Phillips comes in, that's launched over too deep mid-wicket. It feels like the outfield's slow. I mean, the sun has gone in, so that often makes a difference, but the outfield has got a lot slower, so that will probably certainly work in the advantage of Glamorgan when they come out to defend this total. when we get there, but it's certainly not running as quickly as it was at the start of the innings when we were blazed in sunshine. Very much cloudy now as Phillips comes in. Again, pulled by Porter. Out to deep wicket for a single. So I think it's pretty clear what this pair are looking to do. A, rotate the strike, and B, just throw the bat at whatever comes.
Yeah, I think they've timed it well in terms of, not that Porter timed that one well, but timed well in terms of knowing when to go and when not to. They, came together with still 12 overs to bat, and here they still are with 4 to go. So, yeah, very sensible. It just shows as well, there's a lot of backing up from both these pair. Maybe it's something they've spoke about in between overs. Porter there was almost halfway down when the ball was at backward point, sent back, but still shows that positive intent that they know quick singles are an easy way to quickly tick the board over.
That's absolutely launched, but didn't quite get hold of it all, but it's going to plug and it's not going to go. But they're looking for 2, and they've got 2, but again, if that fielder's up on the ring, then it's a safe shot to play, so that brings the end of the over. So Glamorgan 232 for 7 off 46 overs with 4 overs remaining, pushing this partnership on to 38 runs, with Porter 18 off 34, but Phillips going along really well at 23 off 29. So in these 4 overs, you want to be getting at least 35 runs, 30.
Yeah, I think so. I think being 7 down obviously has an impact, not only because you could go bang, 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 but also, I think it's fair to say that the ability is more so at the top. These two have obviously done a very good job, but yeah, it's not like you're probably not likely to see an over of 6-6-4 in 3 consecutive balls. It might just be more take a runner ball and we're happy with that, and the odd boundary in there would help as well.
So going to scamper 2 here probably easily. So yeah, I think they're looking for it getting at least to a ball, this pair, which is great.
Yeah, they're not going to die wandering, are they? They're certainly having a go. So
a miscued shot skewed through the fine leg area. 2 taken as Thatcher continues. She's 0 for 34 of her 6 overs. She's into her 7th. It's a full top. Oh, it's top edge though, and it's dropped short. But a single taken.
Yeah, it's just the luck they're getting though, isn't it? That could have gone anywhere. Could have easily fallen to the fielder, but comfortable single in the end, and already 3 from the first 2 balls.
It's great ground fielding. It's a single taken.
I think we've just lost our effects mic here, so we'll just try to sort that out. But Kath and I are still here, most importantly.
The game is still going on. As Thatcher comes in again. Oh, bit of a tease there from Porter. She works the ball down into that. Yeah, look at them scampering, looking easily for 2, which they get. So yeah, just putting all that pressure back on.
It's really intelligent batting. It's mature batting, knowing your strengths. Knowing if you can't hit the boundaries, the next best thing is work the gap, get 2. It's something we saw B. Ellis try earlier in her short stay at the crease. Porter and Phillips doing it really well as well. 44 now, the partnership's worth. It's well bowled from Thatcher, had to be dug out.
Talking to the tech team in the room next door. We seem to, you've probably gathered, you can't hear the outside noise as much of the game going on. So hopefully we can get that sorted for even the next. That's pulled nicely and that's into the gap. There's a lot of work to do out there and not going to make it, unfortunately. So that's a brilliant 4 from Porter. as Prisha Thanawala chase, but in vain. 4 to end the over. Moves Glamorgan on to 242 for 7. So again, this is going well now for Glamorgan.
Yeah, 10 off that over, and I think that's precisely, you said about 35 from 4, where I thought that might be ambitious, and it might be more try take a runner ball or work the gap and get 2s and hit the occasional bad ball. There was easily 10 off that over just by doing that exactly. Couple of 2s and then hitting the bad ball away for 4, as the bowlers are probably tiring now. That was Thatcher's 7th over, across 2 spells as well. Sometimes you can stiffen up, as I learnt yesterday in my pre-season.
Oh, that's great first ball from Phillips there, still in the attack. Playing a miss by Sarah Phillips.
Yeah, I think sometimes you'd rather just bowl 10 in a row.
Yeah, well, I always did. Yeah, always bowl 10 in a row.
Yesterday was my first game back. I bowled 6 overs and then came back on when they needed 15 to win, and I was feeling a bit stiff.
As Phillips comes in, it worked off the leg, and it's going to be a scamper down there. Easily get 2. Looking for the 3rd, but again, right decision. But the intent was there to try and get the 3rd run.
50 partnership for this pair for the 8th wicket, which I would imagine is a Glamorgan record. I've got the handbook here. I'm going to have a look at this because I'm sure in their 1-year history, an 8th wicket partnership of 50 must be up there.
So Phillips just looking to adjust the field, so just bringing fine legs obviously in the ring. Just trying to work those angles. Oh. Dead ball. Sarah Phillips pulled away. Okay, it's just pulled in front of point for a single. So we are looking to work on our effects mic, which has unfortunately gone down at the moment, but the tech team are working as best they can to get that back on, so you can hear a bit of the atmosphere from the game as we talk you through it, these last final few overs. As Phillips comes into bowl, good bit of swing, just lofted over, well, safely into the gap. They look for 2, but only 1 really on offer there. So 4 from the over so far.
I was wrong. I did them a disservice. Bethan Gammon and Sarah Phillips, 63 for an 8th wicket partnership last year against Gloucestershire. So Porter and Phillips hopefully can get above that for a new record.
Well, it's nicked through. That would have been a hard chance for the wicketkeeper to take, but that's pulled through and it's making its way to the boundary rope, but not going to get there. But they will run 3, so 3 runs taken from that one. But yeah, when the wicketkeeper standing up, obviously, which really makes those chances quite hard.
Phillips 30 off 34 balls as well. She's gone at a good rate, coming in a difficult time really. She's done really well here, along with Porter.
So last ball of this over. 7 from it so far, and it remains at 7. So Glamorgan just shy of 250 on 249 for 7. Partnership going along brilliantly at 55 with 2 overs remaining. Porter on 28 of 41, and as you've just alluded to, Sarah Phillips, brilliant batting so far, 30 off 34 deliveries. So what should Leicestershire do in these last final 2 overs, Blake, to try and keep the total to below 265? 270 maybe?
Yeah, I think they just need to have a set plan, which I think Thatcher's just trying to work out now. Pick where you're going to bowl, whether it's wide outside off stump and then set fielders out on the offside. That would be the shorter side in front of the grandstand. Or say, look, I'm going to target the pads, let me have a fine leg, a deep square, a long on. And I think that's kind of what she's going for. She's got deep square, deep mid-wicket, long on and deep cover. course, in women's cricket, you can only have 4 fielders outside the circle at any point rather than 5 in men's cricket. So makes it a little bit more difficult for the captain and for the bowler. If she gets it slightly wrong, there might be an opportunity for the batters to latch onto it. So looks like she's going to try, keep it straight, keep them to singles. It's got to be full though.
Yes, Thatcher comes into bolt, drifted out wide, but well taken.
Yeah, it's well bowled. Kept it full. I think, like I said, I think that's more important than line. Keep it full. Don't give them an opportunity to have a free swing, whether it's on the cut or the pull.
Quick single taken. It's a risky one. Direct hit, and she was very much goal, but a brilliant dive. Brilliant dive from Sarah Phillips there, but that was a risky single, as they say, but just looking to rotate that strike. She has to go slightly wider, obviously. Yeah, she would have been well out by a country mile if that was a direct hit, but scampered a quick single. Oh, it's like a lovely shot. Absolutely brilliantly played by Porter there. Very full into the crease. Worked it through the slip and gully area. So, yeah, brilliantly worked shot, that one.
Yeah, that's the biggest gap as well, although didn't have enough pace on it to get to the boundary. From backward point to the keeper, there's no one operating there, which is why I thought Thatcher would try keep it straight, but nonetheless it's a really well manoeuvred shot from Porter.
Does take Glamorgan over 250. Again, drilled down to mid-off, but single taken for Porter, who's on now 31 off 43.
Yeah, that's her best as well in professional cricket. She had 29, her best for Glamorgan last year. So both of these at the crease making records for themselves.
Pulled away. Nice that the fielders are out there, but they'll look for 2. Well, yeah. I mean, Porter was almost lapping Sarah Phillips,
yeah,
then she was already gone.
They might be tiring now,
Yeah.
I think. It's getting on. They've been at the crease together, about 10 overs now, and it's been a lot of 2s.
It has been a lot of 2s. Testing the fitness as well here today, but again, a great partnership. Moves on to 61. What was it, 63 to be beat?
63 to beat.
63 to beat. Drifted out wide. It will be given as a wide. So Thatcher just trying to do something different there, but just pushed it too far across the crease. So it was outside of the blue line, which is the marker for the umpire to signal the wide. So 5 from this over so far. She comes in much better line, lofted drive down, but didn't follow all the way through because she knew the fielder was there. So brings the end of the over. And Sarah Phillips takes the strike. So Glamorgan 257 for 7. Porter on 31 off 43. Sarah Phillips moves on to 34 off 38. Hopefully for Leicestershire only 6 balls remaining, but for Glamorgan 6 balls to capitalise on and try and push well into that high 260s. Ideally for them 270 to defend here today, which, like you say, I think would be a really good total.
Yeah, it's been a really good recovery from 190 for 5, which became 194 for 7. Put a bit of question marks over what would happen in the final 12 overs, but these two have stuck at it really well. Gemma Porter, Sarah Phillips, and they'll have a job to do with the ball as well, but so far they've put up a real good fight for Glamorgan to set themselves, as you said, that target upward of 260.
Key thing, they've battered all their overs. It's vital in these games as that's pulled away nicely in front of square, but just for the single. They did look at one point that they might not get to the end of the 50 overs, but they have, and that's crucial in these games. Stating the obvious, I know, but it's important to just stay out there as much as possible. And this is only the second game of the season, but obviously last week was rain affected, so good for both sides to actually field and bat for 50 overs, because Leicestershire's game was rain affected as well, as Ooh, slightly wide, but just inside the line, perhaps from Phillips, who is pushing that line.
Leicestershire will have a very different task with the bat to last week as well. They batted just 16 overs in their Duckworth-Lewis win over Sussex, so 50 overs will be needed to bat to chase this.
Drill back through the bowler, but the sweeping fielder out there. The captain, Becky Brooker, retrieves. So single. So this is a good start to the last over. Only 3 balls remaining, only 2 from it. Glamorgan 259 for 7. Launched into the air. It's going to just drop short though. They've scampered 2 runs, which is much needed.
Yeah, good final over from Phillips. Gone for just 4 in these first 4 deliveries. No boundary so far. She'll need to keep it that way. Phillips looking to cut that one. So really good from Ellie Phillips. She impressed with the new ball as well. Just the 1 wicket where she got rid of Flo Sharman, who made a start. But Phillips and Porter have made a real big impression after Parfitt's start with 73. These two have kicked on because Megan Sturge, 34, was second highest scorer before Phillips overtaken her last ball.
And they'll scamper through. They'll look for 2. They'll absolutely look for 2. And she's gone for it. Oh, it's a misfield. So it is 2. So Glamorgan end on 263 for 7 off their 50 overs. The Metro Bank One Day Cup here in Sophia Gardens v Leicestershire Foxes as the players start to make their way off. Glamorgan will be pleased with that comeback. As you've just said, Blake, Lauren Parfitt, captain's innings of 73 of 93 balls. Bethan Ellis making a quick-fire 25. And then there was a bit of a mixed results in the middle, but Sturge and Porter putting on a brilliant partnership. Did they beat the record?
They did, 69 it was.
69, beating the record. So Sturge 34 off 33 balls. And Porter 32 not out, and Phillips not out for 39. So again, those key innings from Sturge, Porter and Phillips have really pulled this back for Glamorgan, who I think will go into the lunch break. They're happy with the 2 sides.
Yeah, I think so. 263, as we said. Even at 220, I was saying that the written press room, the word was that they might have enough. I think spin will come into effect. We saw Thanawala and Hathaway were probably the 2 pick of the bowlers for Leicestershire, the 2 spinners in terms of economy and striking force. So Glamorgan, we know their strengths are with Porter and Poppy Walker, who had a really good spell last week. So we'll see how that goes in the second innings, but I think walking off with the recovery they had, the momentum is with the home side.
Yeah, absolutely. We're going to take a break now. You'll see there that the play is due to resume at 5 minutes past 2. So we will be back with you then. Thanks all. So, welcome back, everybody, to the Metro Bank One Day Cup here at Sophia Gardens, where Glamorgan are taking on Leicestershire Foxes as the umpires are starting to make their way out. So, Glamorgan, from their 50 overs, scored 263 for 7 off 50. And Leicestershire Foxes will be looking to make a good start here today. The opening partners of Becky Brooker, the captain, and Prisha Thanawala, who in their rain-affected game last week probably didn't get off to the start they wanted, with Brooker only scoring 6 runs off 14 balls and Thanawala 2 from 8. So probably looking to have a better start here today as Glamorgan make their way out to the field with the 2 opening bats. Blake, thoughts?
Yeah, I think Becky Brooker will be real key to this run chase after Glamorgan scored 263 for 7. They went into the break with the momentum, really. Gemma Porter and Sarah Phillips with a gut-punching 69-run partnership for the 8th wicket, just when Leicestershire had them in the palm of their hand. The number 7 and 9 of Glamorgan's batting lineup got them to a real formidable total. So Brooker, she's got plenty of experience, 3 half-centuries last season for Leicestershire. She's the captain. She'll look to lead from the front as Lauren Parfitt did, and then Prisha Thanawala, she's an exciting player, Loney from Tier 1, also England under-19 international. So there's plenty of talent there, but 263 might just be beyond their reach.
Yeah, the sun is conveniently coming out for the start of the play, which is good to see, as Anime Shern, shirt number 5, will open the bowling with pace from the Cathedral Road end. Slip in place, just adjusting the field. So 2 sweeping fielders out, 1 deep third, 1 deep backward square. So, like I say, slip in place, sort of a traditional gullier point. Extra cover, and extra cover. I think Lauren will slot in there. Oh, making changes. Fine leg, deep fine leg comes up and out into mid-on, and dropping out the gully to a deep third man. Or deep third. So Becky Brooker on strike, so captain on strike. As we look to make our starts in the Metro Bank One Day Cup. As animation comes, it digs it in short and it's pulled away nicely by Brooker, who's straight on it, and that's going to go for 4. First ball 4 for Becky Brooker. She was onto that one quickly. It was too short, sat up nicely. Nice ball to receive on your first ball of the innings, Blake. Yeah,
it's not how Shern would have wanted to start, but Brooker couldn't get any easier to get off the mark nicely with a boundary. Shern had a good game last week, though. Picked up 3 for 38 it was from her 8 overs in that restricted game.
She comes in a much better delivery through to the keeper. If you just notice, she bowls quite deep into a crease, so she's quite far behind that front line. So loads to play with. If you look, see, it's... Oh no, she's right on the money there. But yeah.
Just showing again, not much bounce from this Cathedral Road end as Sturge had to take it on the half volley.
Shern comes in again. Nice and straight delivery.
Hopefully get a few more people in the crowd for this second innings.
Yep.
If you are listening and you're in the Cardiff vicinity, maybe you did the Newport 10k this morning that I know was going on. I would have finished a fair while ago now, so had a rest and maybe an ice bath. Get yourself down to Sophia Gardens, enjoy the sun. Yeah,
just caught Lauren Parfitt waving to her fans there. Shern comes into bowl. It's another dot ball.
If you are just tuning in as well, Lauren Parfitt, the captain, made 73 in the first innings, leading from the front after her half-century last week. Megan Sturge, the loney, 34. And then that partnership, Gemma Porter and Sarah Phillips for the 8th wicket, 69, got Glamorgan to 263.
We got dug in nicely, but well blocked out by Brooker. I'm sorry we don't have the effects mic for the second half of this innings. Due to technical issues, we are unable to bring you the sort of crowd noise unless we open the window, which might be our next option.
Could be.
Just so we can build a bit of atmosphere for those tuning in with us this afternoon.
Although it was chilly in here in the first innings, so we might have to protect ourselves first.
Yeah, as the last ball of the over. Again, dug nicely in. So only 4 from the first ball, but dots for the rest for an animation. So Leicestershire up and running 4 without loss off the first over.
Yeah, she adjusted well after the loose first delivery, which Becky Brooker, with all her experience, was onto, as you'd imagine. Interesting to see where Glamorgan go here. Sturgis still stood back, so it looks like we're seeing from both ends. Going to be Charlotte Lambert, it looks like, which is a ploy that Glamorgan don't tend to go with. Normally we see Gemma Porter take the new ball, but obviously the Surrey loanee, it does make sense to take the new ball, along with Shern, who bowled well with the new ball last week. So Porter just being held back potentially to stifle the game away from Leicestershire in the middle.
Yeah, so slip in, but probably between second and third slip for Beth Gammon in that spot, as Megan's Sturge just trying to get her where to stand right. Not too sure where it's going to come just yet, as probably facing Lambert, like you say, for the first time in the outdoor scenario. Dug in quite short. Worked off the hips though for a single, so Thanawala is off with a single.
Well, I've just seen one ball from Charlotte Lambert. That's all I've seen, and already I'm excited. I think she looks nice, got a good action, decent amount of pace, and I'm sure there's more to come because normally you're loosening up, but she comes in from the 30-yard circle, so going to generate that momentum into the crease.
Again, that kept a bit low, but
Sturge's got a ball on her hands, hasn't she?
She's trying to think, where do I stand? She's adjusting a mark again, thinking was I a bit too far back, but that one kept low, whereas the previous one carried. So it's just knowing what to judge.
Yeah, Parfitt's seen enough, and Gammon's come out of slip as well. Realised it's not going to reach you there, Beth.
I think Lambert called that when you see on the replay. She's like, yeah, out you come. Out, there she goes. There she's like, yeah, come out. Rightly so.
Gammon is like a terrier in extra cover normally as well. She's everywhere.
Outstanding fielder. Again, just drifted down leg, but came off the thigh pad, I think, as it runs away. They look for 2, and they get 2. So 2 leg byes. But yeah, I agree. First time I'm seeing Charlotte Lambert as well, who's on loan from Surrey. Lovely action, good pace.
So first game as well in the new tiered system. I say new, in its second year now. She didn't play for Surrey last year. Didn't go out on loan either. So first look of her in tier 2.
That's well bowled. Yeah, very well bowled. Kept out by Becky Brooker.
Looks like she's getting a bit of swing with the new ball as well. The white ball tends to do a little bit for a few overs and then it stops. So good decision to give her the new ball. Just let her run in, bowl fast, get it up there, let it swing. If she can get Brooker early, Glamorgan will really feel on top straight away.
Brilliantly cut just in front of point. Races away for 4. So she used the pace of the ball nicely there. Brooker just lent into that one. A dive in vain from Flo Sharman. Split the field really. And yeah, races away for 4.
Yeah, it wasn't even a bad ball, just square driven on the front foot, lent into it, did Becky Brooker, and she's showing all her quality already, just 10 balls face, but already shown the damage she can potentially do.
That'll be given as a wide. Great take from Megan Sturge from behind the stumps there, diving away to her left.
And that's forced from the ball before. A little bit of width. Brooker, as I said, it wasn't particularly a bad ball, but Brooker punished with a little bit of width. So Lambert's gone to make the adjustment and just slightly overdone it.
Better line. Gone for a quick single. Yeah, great pickup. Brings the end of the over. So Leicestershire Foxes move on to 13 without loss. 2 overs in the power play. Brooker 9 off 11 and Thanawa only facing 1 ball and 1 for it. But Brooker stealing the strike.
Yeah, steady start. 13. Couple of extras in there already. 3 extras with the couple of leg byes and the wide. So that'll be key, I think, for Glamorgan to make sure they win this game. Excuse me. I think normally in these kind of games that when you're defending a moderate to reasonable total, you want to keep the extras down, make sure you don't give too much away. And there's a conversation going on here.
Yeah, something with the ball.
Parfitt and the umpires.
Obviously
It's only 2 overs old. They can't.
Yeah, it's but looks like something isn't quite right with the ball. So we are just waiting to see what happens here.
It's not like it's gone into the stands or against the advertising hoardings or anything, is it? Normally that would scuff it up a little bit, but
Lauren Parfitt is jogging off with said ball. Umpires are just updating the batters, not sure with what or how. So yeah, not really sure what's going on here, but the captain is having to make a way all the way back up to the change rooms to, I think, change the ball. Perhaps they picked the wrong one out of the box.
Maybe, yeah, that's what you can blame it on. Try get another fresh new one. Hopefully nothing to do with the batters' bats. I know there was a bit of controversy yesterday in a Tier 1 game with an illegal bat. I think that's getting an investigation. I'm sure that's not the case here, though.
So everyone's a little bemused, I think, as drinks have come out, you know, after 2 overs, but it's an opportunity to just get the team together more than anything. As, like I say, Lauren Parfitt has gone off with the match ball.
It is a warm Cardiff day. Can never have enough fluid. Some clouds overhead, more so than there was at 10:30 this morning, but still a nice day, as we've said plenty of times, trying to invite people down. Come on down, it is free entry, Sophia Gardens. Have a walk around Butte Park afterwards, you know, any excuse.
Bit of a mystery this, really, isn't it, Blake?
Yeah, I was going to say, we've literally got no idea what... I mean, we know it's an issue with the ball, but what it might be.
Perhaps they come out with a Duke instead of a Kookaburra or the other way around.
Yeah, potentially. Because normally if it's an issue with the seam, the umpires have got scissors, haven't they, on them to just snip it off. But
so we will bring you back action, but maybe should we see what's going on around the grounds?
yes,
perhaps?
I will get those up as quick as I can. I know there was a few Centurions in there. I was looking in the tea break. There was some good high scores. If I just have a look.
Yeah, no problem. I'll just do a bit of filling. So, up and coming games. So the T20 Vitality Bath County Cup for Glamorgan is next week versus Devon at Spitty Park in Newport. So that's next Saturday, the 26th of April. And if you haven't clocked it, I believe on the 16th of May, England are facing New Zealand here at Sophia Gardens for a one-day international 11 o'clock start, as Lauren Parfitt makes her way back out to the pitch with another ball, which all smiles around. Maybe they only had one ball.
Maybe, yeah.
Maybe
you need one at each end.
One at each end.
Maybe.
Maybe that might have been it. Who knows?
I'll quickly whiz round these. Gloucestershire were all out for 172. They're up against Middlesex, who are a good side, one of the top sides in Tier 2. They're 31 without loss in reply. Sussex made 341 for 3 against Worcestershire. Sussex lost to Leicestershire last week, so maybe it shows they're going to be a good side in this division. Worcestershire 8 for no loss in reply after just 2 overs. Kent clawed Derbyshire back, who were 180 for 1. They made 243 for 6. Kent have just started their reply as well. And in Tier 1, Lancashire made 259 for 8 against Somerset. And that's in the innings break.
Fabulous. Thank you. So we are back. We have a ball, or the right ball, as Animation comes in for her second over. Dug in short and again. Brooker onto it quickly, pulled away nicely, but that is deep backward square. He retrieves that. A ball change has been highlighted, but yeah, I'm not sure what's wrong with the first one.
One thing we did see from Animation last week, she went round the wicket, didn't she?
She did.
And it did work pretty well for her. It's not something right-handed batters would face all that often, so shows she thinks about her game. Despite her young age, just 20, wouldn't have played a lot of senior cricket, so it's good to see she's always thinking.
Good width given there, and Thanawer got good connection onto that, but the ring is well set by Glamorgan, so unable to get through.
If I'm right as well, she didn't play a great deal last year, did she, Animation? Often kind of first in reserve, potentially if someone was injured or needed rest and rotation, so it's good to see that Glamorgan giving her more opportunities.
Again, a bit of width, but again, well fielded in there. I think it's Bethan Ellis, no shirt number.
Yes, handy that the only other one without a shirt's got the gloves on, isn't it?
It's not handy when they decide to swap jumpers. If someone's cold and someone's got
Or
no
Charlotte
jumper.
Lambert doesn't have a number either, but she's at mid-on
Yeah,
here.
so
We'll have to keep an eye on those. Try find a distinguishing feature
keep us
between
on
the
our
two.
toes, yeah. So just one so far from the over. Again, good connection from Thanawala. She's connecting well with the ball. Just unable to penetrate the field at the moment. But we'll be happy, I'm sure, with those connections, which is sounding solid off the bats. Dug in a bit shorter, but not going anywhere.
Yeah, it's being wary of the bounce. Saw a couple keep low. We've seen a couple pop as well. So those more so in the first innings, but with the new ball, you never really know what to expect. Sometimes it can skid on, sometimes it can hit the surface hard and lift on you. Thanawala's shaped up to it nicely.
Oh, and she's bowled her straight through. That is, I think the bail has taken out Megan Sturge as well. An absolutely fantastic ball there from Animation. Splitting the Thanawala open there and straight through, either middle stump or leg stump. But the bails went flying as we watched the replay. Oh yeah, bit of swing as well and took out middle stump. Nothing she could do about that one. Played all round it. And fantastic wicket. And she's up and running.
Yeah, nip back. Thanawala left a bit of a gap between bat and pad, but a good ball from Animation. Thanawala not really sure, didn't really come forward, didn't really go back. And she's carrying on from where she left off last week, Animation. 3 for 38 against Gloucestershire. Already in her second over she struck. And Leicestershire 14 for 1 after 3 brings Hayley Brown to the crease. So good start for Glamorgan, despite that slight hiatus with the ball. Something obviously must have worked, because Animation's on the board.
Yeah, and that was the last ball of that over as well. So Leicestershire Foxes 14 for 1 off 3 overs. Like you say, bringing Hayley Brown to the crease, a batting all-rounder, represented Essex and Northants before joining Leicestershire Foxes.
They played for the Sunrisers as well in the old format.
In the old tiered system.
That would have been Tier 1 cricket, should it if it kind of corresponds, if you get my drift anyway.
So Lambert continuing from the River Taff end.
This is the partnership now, isn't it? This is where the experience lies, I suppose. I know it's early days, but Becky Brooker, 26-year-old captain, top run scorer for Leicestershire last year, and then, as I say, Hayley Brown, an ex-Tier 1 player, if it does correspond the same way, 28 years old.
Dug in short. Oh, flat battered it back to Lambert there. Just didn't carry, but did not get hold of that at all. Becky Brooker, unlucky to probably get away with that.
There's that lift, isn't it? Like I say, some kind of skid through. We saw one in the previous over, which meant the slip came out, but then that one did rise on Brooker. She's quite tall, is Lambert. Might get that extra bounce.
Worked off the thigh. They've taken a quick single. Safely home. Leg bite is the signal from the umpire.
Deep square leg and deep third of the two fielders for Lambert outside the circle in the first 10 over power play. She's got a packed offside ring, hopefully backing her up, trying to build pressure with every dot.
Again, she likes to dig it in. There's Lambert. So Charlotte Lambert there. So using her height.
Yeah, an exciting player. It looks. Glamorgan lucky to have her all season on loan from Surrey. Obviously looking to get her some experience in Tier 2, Surrey, so offering out the loan.
Just worked backward point, but no run. So other than the one leg bite, a good over here from Charlotte Lambert.
Interesting to see the loans this year as well. Something Sanjay and I were talking about in the first innings. I think Tier 2 sides will look to utilise that a bit more this year, but there is a Women's World Cup this summer as well, isn't there? So that's going to affect selection a little bit in Tier 1.
That's the last ball there is bowled. Yeah, absolutely. I think, a lot of counties are going to struggle when, that tournament takes place and also the build-up to it. But it also presents opportunities for others, as Glamorgan, last season before they turn fully professional next year. Important for them to test and look at as many people as possible if they're looking to make any changes before they move into that professional era next year. So Leicestershire Foxes 15 for 1 off their 4 overs. The 1 wicket coming from Animation, who is continuing at the Cathedral Road end as the sun has dipped out again. And Becky Brooker, the captain, on strike, who's currently 10 off 15. Pulled away nicely into the gap. Sweeping fielder may make it. Diving stop, yeah, great diving stop there. Collects, they're looking to run 3, but it looks like Sarah Phillips out there. Yeah, great diving stop from Sarah Phillips, saving certainly 2 runs there.
Yeah, well fielded. Sarah Phillips and BLS tend to be the boundary riders for Glamorgan. Normally they're out there for the whole 50 overs.
Filler delivery.
I believe we've got a change after this over, don't we? Who's Who's going out?
Me. I will make you wait for Sanjay.
4 more balls yet. Sorry, I'm not trying to get rid of you
Yeah,
just
well,
yet, Kath.
Just didn't really move her feet to that one. And again, it kept low. There is that spot. There is a spot there somewhere. It's been the same for both sides, so they should be aware of it. But it just dips at the last minute. But it's a dot ball. It's the main thing for Glamorgan. Slightly frustration, I'm sure, for Becky Brooker. Well done, nicely played. 1 ball remaining from the over.
Yeah, they've got this field well set to really pin down Leicestershire batters. Tight offside ring with the deep third in case any edges go awry, and then the deep square for the one that Shern likes to drop short. Also opportunities for catches on the leg side potentially as well.
Oh, again, full into the crease. Brooker, yeah, I feel she probably could have done a bit better with that one. It's the last ball from Shern as she comes in. Played nicely, but no runs. So only 2 off the over. Takes Leicestershire 17 for 1 off 5 overs. I'm going to hand over to Sanjay.
Yeah, thanks, Kath. Good stint. 45 overs still to go, so Kath will be back here in 5 overs time. 17 for 1, Leicestershire. So a steady start. Brooker, 12 from 21 deliveries. She's got off to a quick start with a couple of boundaries and slightly bogged down since. I believe that was a maiden from Shern. Maybe there was one. Oh, sorry, there was 2 off it actually. But a maiden the previous over from Lambert. So a couple of tight overs for Glamorgan. Lambert does continue. It's Brown who's 0 off 3. And getting off the mark with a misfield at backward point. They should come back for 2. Shern comes round. Welcome back, Sanjay. Good to have you.
Thank you, Blake. I went on Ballgate search. I went down the corridor to some of our colleagues and asked if anyone knew what the Ballgate was. Absolutely no idea.
Yeah.
Blank looks all round.
It came from nowhere, didn't it? It didn't look like there was something earlier on. Lambert more bold again. Good pace, tall action. Yeah, she just randomly half it went up to the umpires, didn't she? It didn't seem like there was anything wrong in the balls prior to it, but something must not have been right.
Going to the boundary with a bit of regularity, maybe that Lauren Parfitt didn't like. Lambert looks good, doesn't she? Bowling from the River Taff end.
Yeah, she'll be, like I say, I think really useful to have all year. And good for her as well to get a year of experience playing senior cricket. As I said before, this one's run down. She's played some senior cricket before in the old Women's County Championship, it was called. It was still 50 over cricket, just to add confusion between the Men's County Championship, which is of course 4 days. The Women's County Championship, as it was then, was 50 over cricket. Back they played as counties, so it was kind of below the regional teams, but also you did get some of those top players playing for the counties as well. So it was kind of a tier 1.5, I would say, back in 2024. 19-year-old she is now. That one's back of a length.
She's tall, she's strong through the crease. There's a little spot actually. I've been looking at the lines that the bowler's been bowling. You know, we've spoken about the ball staying low at both ends. It's a line outside both their off stumps that seems to be the cause. If it's straight and it's on the leg stump, there seems to be a reasonable bounce.
This one is short again, and Brown just not onto it as quick as she would have hoped. Rehearsing that pull shot again. The mid-wicket is quickly onto it. Gemma Porter. She's got to be careful though, bowling into the pitch with the shorter boundary towards the pavilion stand where most of the spectators are sitting. But so far she's got away with it. Last ball of the over. This one dabbed out this time. Better fielding from Sarah Phillips at point to prevent the run. 21 for 1 after 6 overs.
I think the ball's coming on a bit quicker to Brooker and Brown than they are expecting. There was a shot just now by Brown where she tried to pull it, got there, the ball got to her a bit quickly, and Brooker as well a couple of overs ago. That seemed to be the case, but a good start by the two Glamorgan quicks. Lambert's bowled 3 overs, none for 11, and Anime Shern's taken the only wicket to fall so far, that of Prisha Tanawala, who went 4-1 with a ball that beat her for pace, line and length. I think was pretty much everything that a quickie would want, and it's Anime Shern who is going to continue from the Cathedral Road end, bowling to the captain Becky Brooker, who's got off to a good start so far, and she just guides that for a single down to third. She moves on to 14-22 for 1. Not sure what we're going to see here. I think from Lauren Parfitt's bowling mix-up, if you like. She's got a few spinners to try out here. She's got Gammon, she's got Ellis, she's got Flo Sharman, she's got Sarah Phillips, and she's got Poppy Walker with a leg spin. So if I'm looking at the card, you're Lambert and Shern are the only two sort of quick she's got in her bowling attack, so it might be a very spin-friendly option after that as Shern comes in. This one's straighter and just into the leg side. A bit of a wildish throw from Gemma Porter. Puts her hands to her mouth in apology. So it could be spin.
Yeah,
a lot of spin.
It's often you get a bit of concern if you're bowling too much of the same type for too long. There is Bethan Ellis who bowls some medium pace, so maybe she'll utilise. Maybe Parfitt will utilise her to break up some of the overs of spin, and of course, Shern and Lambert can always have second and third spells.
Shern again outside the off stump, and just a wafty, no conviction in that shot from Brooker. Doesn't move her feet, just walks away, just leans on her bat, just contemplating what could have been. Yeah, you're right. Bethan Ellis does bowl a bit of medium pace, but then you've got the leg spin of Walker, off spin of Sarah Phillips, Gemma Porter, who has opened the bowling in the past for Glamorgan, opened last week, bowling around the wicket from the River Taff end. But Shern, and again outside the off stump, again no conviction from Brooker. It looked like she doesn't trust the bounce. I mean, there was no movement off the pitch, there was no movement through the air, but just an indiscriminate wave of the bat towards the direction of the ball resulted in no run. Leicestershire stayed 23 for 1.
Yeah, again, that one did just come through with normal bounce. It did nip away a little bit. Brooker, pulled her back inside the line, saw on the replay.
Yeah, I think the view that we have, and then looking at the replay afterwards, would suggest actually more shape than I gave Anime Shern for, and I've done Becky Brooker a bit of a disservice there, because that was really unplayable. So the leaning on the bat is for the unplayable nature of Anime Shern's deliveries, as opposed to necessarily not having any conviction in her abilities. But this is a good over by Shern so far. Just 2 singles off the first 2 balls and dots after that, and this one's a bit wider. Looking at the umpire there is Brooker, expecting some sort of wide, but umpire Alcock really isn't interested. That is the end of that over from Shern. It's a good one. It just goes for 2. Leicestershire 23 for 1.
Yeah, good over again from Shern. As I said on my stint with Kath, she wasn't that much of a regular last year, played the odd game, so to see her 20 years old now get a chance with the new ball, as it looks like she will do throughout the season if the first 2 games are anything to go by. Gloucestershire last week, where she got 3 wickets, and today already a really strong start, 1 for 9 from 4. And you expect her to bowl out the power play at least. Lambert's going to continue, so we might not see any change until after the 10 overs. So from the River Taff end. This one's short but clothed from Hayley Brown. And that packed offside ring, letting nothing through on this occasion. She's one who struggled to find her timing so far, Hayley Brown, but had a century last season for Leicestershire Foxes in Tier 2, so she can certainly play. Lambert from the 30-yard circle as she does charge in. This one does get through the infield. Still only a single though, so they are stifling the Leicestershire Foxes, our Glamorgan, and that's just Parfitt's experience, isn't it? She knows where to set her field, she knows how to take control early.
I was
going to say, I just think it all spans from the momentum of batting 50 overs, keeping Leicestershire out there for the full 50, and that partnership at the end would have put Leicestershire on the back foot straight away.
Hayley Brown likes to back away and play off the back foot here, which might be a clue for the line that Lambert needs to bowl to her, because it's productive but dangerous.
Short again, and this one's helped round the corner. Deep square, can't cut that one off, and that is the risk of bowling slightly into the pitch. Just swiveled on it, did Brooker, and as I said, with a shorter boundary towards the pavilion, the deep square fielder couldn't cut it off. It raced away to the boundary, and Brooker definitely will be glad to have that one to move herself along to 18, just as she was getting a little bit stuck, unable to find the boundary. There's one that comes pleasantly for her.
Very little pace in the pitch, you can't bowl that length.
And there is that length again, and this time carved backward of point, and again deep third won't cut off this one, so it's back-to-back boundaries, back-to-back loose ones from Charlotte Lambert, and Brooker just helping herself to another.
Lauren Parfitt's got some thinking to do here, I think. The inexperience of Lambert showing here. She's bowled, this is her 4th over. This has proven to be expensive so far. 9 runs off it, off the first 4 balls. She needs to get out of it with minimal damage.
Yeah, I would think the message would just be, just bowl fuller. Just stop banging it halfway down, but...
a natural length just appears to be slightly short of
I think so. I think, again, that comes with her height. She's got a nice tall action. There's nothing wrong with that. It's just, being able to make sure you're not dragging it too short, particularly on, as you say, a pitch that is relatively slow. But it was managed to get out with a dot on the 5th ball, and she can't get out with another. There's a wide, good diving effort from Megan Sturge, who has the gloves on today after her all-round prowess was shown for Hampshire this week with bat and ball. She bowls a bit of spin as well. Not that I think it'll get that desperate for Glamorgan today to change keeper.
Difficult to bowl with those gloves on, you'd have thought.
Short again, pulled, short fine, managed to cut it off. So no damage from Lambert, gets away with that one, but 10 from the over. Leicestershire 33 for 1, Brooker 22, Brown on 5.
Yeah, Charlotte Lambert there did get away with it. There was a good bit of fielding just now by Flo Sharman. It came to her quite sharply in her position behind square. On the leg side, she got no protection behind her, so if she had let that one go through her legs, it would have been the 3rd boundary of that over from Lambert. Yeah, I think Lauren Parfitt's got a bit of thinking to do here. Does she give Lambert a break after 4 overs and bring a like-for-like-ish in terms of Bethan Ellis on, or does she bring Gemma Porter on, who has opened the bowling from that River Taff end in the past and did so against Gloucestershire last week, but her bowling partner off last week is Shern, and she is continuing from this Cathedral Road end to Hayley Brown, who's had a couple of good-looking shots off the back foot, gives herself a bit of room, but it's 5 off 12. The pace of Charlotte Lambert seems to have not unnerved her, but certainly she's quicker than I think she would like, and maybe she'll find Shern a bit more to her liking. Let's see. She is facing up here, the right-handed batter, and she just tucks it into the corner where Gemma Porter is fielding. No runs, still 33 for 1. She needs to have a bit of a plan here, I think, Hayley Brown, either supporting Brooker, or she needs to find some shots to pierce the field, because she's doing neither at the moment, Blake.
Yeah, I think it'll be interesting to see if she manages to see out the power play, how she plays with potentially more fielders out. If Glamorgan do put more fielders out, they might try strangle her, as they have done in this power play so far. The 15 balls she's faced, just 5 from it. And as you say, she can't seem to pierce the infield. So I think, if I was Lauren Parfitt, I'd be quite brave. Even though you've got a lot of runs to play with, don't give her the chance to find gaps when the power play ends. Keep it tight, and then you can potentially say to Brooker, there you go, have a single.
Let's see what Shern does here, and there's an attacking shot, and it's bobbled, I think, unlucky in front of the fielder there. That does give Hayley Brown the opportunity to get off of strike. A suspicious look at the pitch there. She's fielding right on one of those white discs, and that may have played a part. But anyway, it does give Hayley Brown the chance to bring Becky Brooker back on strike. She's 22 off 31 so far, been the mainstay of this Leicestershire Foxes reply. Showing full, and a nice looking drive from Brooker there. Both the captains actually at the top of the order, both look very stylish, very good on the front foot, play great looking drives. Parfitt obviously with runs last week and this week, 56 last week, 73 this week, and Brooker, who didn't get many at all last week, looking to make amends as they look to chase down the 263 posted by Glamorgan, full shirt, and Megan Stern was a little bit interested there, but realised it was an inside edge. End of another good over by Shern. She's bowled 5 overs, 1 for 10, keeping it tight. Leicestershire 34 for 1.
Yeah, just 1 from it again. Really good start for Anna May Shern. Even last week when she picked up 3 wickets, she was a little bit more expensive. 38 she went for in her 8 overs, so just under 5 and over. She's going at 2s here, and we're going to see a change as expected. Lambert expensive from her final or most recent over, went for 10. So we're just going to close out the power play with a bit of spin from Gemma Porter, who is well used to taking the new ball, as we've alluded to. Did so last week against Gloucestershire, although in the week Glamorgan did play a Lancashire second 11 side, so again trying to make that progression to Tier 1 a bit more gradual by doing so. Gemma Porter bowled, I think she was the 5th bowler used, so she is trying to vary her game. She's bowling here over the wicket, down leg side, first up, so not what she would want, needs to find herself. Not going to go to the boundary, though, well cut off by Sharman. 3 wides to start from Porter, who doesn't tend to bowl over the wicket all that much, even to right-handers. I spoke to her a little bit a couple of weeks ago, and she said she likes bowling round the wicket to really try be on the defensive and prevent anything easy from going. But that's a nicer ball. Her 2 fielders out are at deep square and deep mid-wicket as well, so you can tell the plan with the spin. The off-spinner hoping that Brown hits one down one of those fielders' throats. They are attacking. They're not defensive fielders at all, despite being on the boundary. What do you think of that as a ploy, Sanjay?
Well, I think, first of all, she just tried to bowl the googly there, Gemma Porter. Yeah, I think, it can be an attacking, it seems defensive, but it can be an attacking line because you're forcing the batters to go that way. And
that way they do. Just with a clip, though, not aerial, from Brown. She looks more comfortable against spin already, even from just 3 deliveries. It seems that way. So we see how Brooker will play this. She's 22 from 33, so you'd think she's settled, but the change does mean she'll have to change her game against spin, as she was to seam. And this one's chipped up straight away. Porter diving effort, can't get there. It was horribly placed from a Glamorgan perspective between Porter, the bowler, and Gammon at extra cover. The two trying to converge on it, but didn't quite get there. As you can see, Porter, sprawling dive. Brooker gets a life. And having to defend that time, I think just reassessing herself.
That's going down as a drop catch for me by Gemma Porter. I think she should have got there. That should have been the end of Brooker.
Last ball of the power play, defended into the offside. So Porter, after a ropey start with the wide down the leg side, recovered well. Leicestershire 38 for 1 after the power play. Brooker starting well on 22. I'm going to hand over back to Kath Wilkins.
One thing that Leicestershire Foxes did very well was the way that they bowled. They bowled tight lines, but particularly impressing was their ground fielding and their catching. And this is something from last week that Glamorgan certainly need to do better in those 2 areas. And Gemma Porter spilled a catch that you would think that she should have taken. Let's hope it doesn't prove too costly, Kath.
Yeah, I agree. I think she did get there, and it will go down. That's unfortunately a bit of a drop. So Brooker still at the crease. But yeah, I think that could have been the opportunity Glamorgan needed, because Leicestershire going along quite well. They are behind the run rate, but certainly it's a long game. 50 overs is a long time. So plenty of opportunity for them to get into this game and take that game to Glamorgan. As animation continues at the Cathedral Road end.
They lost Brooker, Tanawala and Brown early last week against Sussex Sharks, and it was Weston and Caitlin Chisel who got them over the line. So the batting is there, and if these two, especially Brooker, can get some runs, very much like Lauren Parfitt did for Glamorgan, it could be an interesting chase. Oh, bold.
Not based on that shot, unfortunately.
That was Brown.
She tried to step across her stumps to work that down to fine leg and missed the ball completely. So Animation picks up a second wicket, taking out the leg stump. As we watch on the replay here, Brown steps across to try and work the ball. Oh, it's took middle stump actually. So not the best choice of shot there.
That was a shot of a batter who had no shots before.
Yeah.
You know, hadn't been able to work the ball into any of the gaps, hadn't been able to find the boundary, wanted to step away and expose her stumps and punch the ball through the offside. And I think that's what pressure does, and that's what Leicestershire did do well when they had the ball, and Glamorgan taking that mantle on, and that's the end of Hayley Brown.
Yeah, she won't want to watch that back too many times. Poor shot selection, unfortunately, for Hayley Brown. And that brings Weston to the crease, who you've only just mentioned, who was instrumental in the rain-affected game they had last week against Sussex Sharks, and probably coming into the crease at probably the same time as last week almost, but in much better conditions. But a lot now for Leicestershire Foxes to do. Are currently 38 for 2 of 10 overs. Both wickets taken, bowled by Animation, who's showing good pace and movement with the ball.
Yeah, the difference this week is that Weston's coming in with a set batter in Becky Brooker, which he didn't have last week. 38 not out last week, batted well to win them the game, and it's going to be an interesting partnership, I think. You don't know how many more overs Shern's going to bowl. Lambert, you think they're keeping until the end?
Dug in, but well dug out by Weston as it races down to deep third boundary, but cut off.
So it's going to be spin. Gemma Porter from one end. And when did they bowl Poppy Walker? I can't remember what overs they bowled her last week. I'm not sure how early it was, but very similar, I think, to the Leicestershire bowling attack. Spin at both ends for a while.
Playing a miss. Brings the end of the over. So a wicket and 1 run for Animation, who's got figures of 2 for 11 off her overs. So just watching that one. Yeah, just carried all the way through, but again, Brooker not really moving her feet towards the ball there, but Leicestershire move on to 39 for 2 off 11 overs.
Getting a bit of shape, Animation there, away from the batter. She got a couple to move through the air to Becky Brooker a couple of overs ago. This one went off the pitch, seaming away. So that's going to put doubt in the batter's minds as to the sorts of shots that they can play, but it will be Gemma Porter to continue from the River Taff end. She's just adjusting her field.
I think as well, for Becky Brooker, she saw obviously the first innings, it did keep low at that end, and she's experienced a few low balls as well, so probably just an extra bit of caution for some of those deliveries at that end. As Porter continues from the River Taff end.
You were talking about bats, I think, earlier with Blake. Is there an illegal bat situation going on?
I've only fleetingly seen it. I'm not sure which team or anything. I saw something fleeting on Facebook earlier this morning, so wouldn't like to.
As with Ballgate, we have no further information. Maybe I should have saved.
I know it wasn't 2 bats glued together. I know it wasn't that. So yeah.
We had, that podcast that I do that I've mentioned at least 4 times. I shall tell you why I'm mentioning it now. Is that we had, do you remember Saj Mahmood played for Lancashire in England? Well, he's got a brand called Requip, which is like a Vinted for cricket equipment. And I was interested in terms of, the cost of playing the game for anyone.
And that's launched into the deep, but there is a fielder there who takes the catch, and Porter picks up her first wicket of this game. So I think that is, who's out there?
Weston.
Who's the fielder out there? I think it's Charlotte Lambert. No shirt number. Takes a brilliant catch, came in off the boundary, safe hands. So that's a great take.
Yeah, good placement by Lauren Parfitt there. We talked about the fielders that were deep for Gemma Porter, and they went straight down the throat of one of those. Good captaincy, good bowling. Yeah,
definitely. And I think, this is really positive from Glamorgan. 3 wickets just outside of the power play. So we're only in the 12th over. So Porter picks up a wicket, so has undone the unfortunate one the few overs before, which will probably go down as a drop catch, but certainly redeemed herself there. Good flight from Porter to get that wicket, which brings Watson to the crease.
50 caps for Scotland, Ellen Watson,
yeah.
Experienced player.
Straight on the money from Porter. And that's the end of a wicket maiden for Gemma Porter there. So a great over for her and for Glamorgan. So Leicestershire 39 for 3 off 12 overs. Brooker still there, captaining from the front, 22 off 37. And like I say, Watson just at the crease, only facing 1 ball. So the run rate, 3.25 for Leicestershire. It's creeping up to nearly 6 for them to get to have a chance at chasing down this total of 264 to the win. So there is a change of bowler, and it looks like
Poppy Walker. So very exactly what Leicestershire did. Off spin at one end, leg spin at this end. The this end being the Cathedral Road end, which said she bowled. I was really impressed with her last week.
Yeah.
Poppy Walker, especially that one wicket with the overspin that Megan Sturge took high up and caught behind, and a few field adjustments to just give her that protection that she needs. 17, I think 18 next week, Poppy Walker. So her last bowl as a 17-year-old. What were you doing at 17? It certainly wasn't bowling at this level. Good start.
Quick single taken off the first ball. Just work through the gully area.
Yeah, 17. Wasn't doing this. You? Oh, were you? You might
I was
have been,
doing
were you?
this, yeah.
You were doing this, yeah.
I was doing this.
I was telling everyone I was doing this, but I just didn't have the application. And that was the problem of a 17-year-old Sanjay Murthy.
So Watson yet to get off the strike. Facing spin. So Walker just needs to get it up probably a little bit further just to get those revolutions going. Yeah, much better. Ooh, didn't carry.
So the 17-year-old Kath, did you envisage that women's cricket would be this sort of level when you were playing?
No, absolutely not. But what a trajectory this sport has had over the last 25 to 30 years. That's a wide, unfortunately, down the leg hand side. Just drifting down the leg. But yeah, I think, the times I was playing, we did have to pay for everything ourselves. And we're lucky that we had parents that supported us to do that and travelled a lot around the country. So it's fantastic to see that this is now a career for many young and up-and-coming cricketers, and you can study all forms of the game at many universities, depending on which part of the cricketing world you want to get involved into. So yeah, see it fully professionalised for a lot of players and counties is absolutely amazing to see. It's well bowled, well flighted up.
Well, that's why I was talking about re-equip earlier, is that the cost of equipment, the cost of playing cricket, can be up to £1,000. It's prohibitive. You want the best bat, the best this, the best that, and social media doesn't help with that particularly because it puts its expectations on the kids.
Just off the hips. Got away with it. Brings the end of the over, so 3 from that. Leicestershire Foxes, 42 for 3 off 13. Brooker, 23 off 40, and Watson just with that single off 4 balls.
And I think if you've got a resource to be able to buy, reconditioned kit, a fraction of a price, that gets more people playing earlier, and that can only be good for the game.
No, absolutely. And I think in terms of bats, they are costly.
Oh, yeah.
You can probably still get other parts of the equipment fairly cheap, but you're right. It's a reverse sweep. Oh, it's just dipped short, but through the fielder. So there's a big chase on here as it slows up, but they'll be certainly looking to get 3, which, yeah, they're going for it, and rightly so. So 3 runs taken. But yeah, I think, the bats are costly now to purchase. And I'm sure that, my local club, certainly at the end of each season, when the age groups move up and they've grown out of their clothes, we have a sort of like
table out.
Kit day where everyone brings in old kicks. You're right. It's about making it as accessible for as many girls and boys as possible.
See, there's that lift again.
Yeah.
Which it's that sort of off middle and leg kind of line, I think, where that spot is where the ball lifts.
Again, just worked off the hips into backward square, just nudged for a single. So a better over shaping up for Leicestershire here, as Porter makes a few adjustments to the field. Just putting out, so we've got deep backward square in place, just moving her more round and short third coming up to in front of square. So just covering that backward square boundary a bit more protected. Well bowled.
Staying over the wicket, Gemma Porter. Any sort of reason for that, do you think?
I think it was the conditions last week where everyone was sort of, well, not everyone, but a number of them were choosing to, on both sides, come around the wicket. I think it was more the conditions that were in play last week. I think there's no reason to change it at the moment for Porter. I think she's, it's working well. Just whipped away off the legs in front. Mid-wicket for a single. Which brings the end of the over. So 5 from that one for Leicestershire Foxes. Almost reaching their 50. So 47 for 3 off their 14 overs.
Falling well behind the rate here. Leicestershire Foxes. There's a bit of rebuilding to be done after the loss of those 3 wickets. Required rate is up at 6. They're at 3.4 at the moment, but Brooker is set, Watson is experienced, and you've got 2 young bowlers on in Porter and Walker. So an opportunity, I think, for these 2 Leicestershire batters to build something here. Let's see what they do against Poppy Walker.
Well, it's launched up into the air, but it is over the head of Charlotte Lambert down it deep mid-on. So just, it's always harder when it goes over the head to chase that back, but it's good for Walker. She's, you be, as a spinner, you kind of want them to be attacking in that way. So opportunities potentially coming. Again, good recovery.
Yeah, we spoke about this when the Leicestershire spinners were on, didn't we? About giving it flight, letting it turn. It's important to do that and not just push it through.
Oh, swing and a miss. But luckily wasn't on the stumps there for Brooker. So so it's a 25-yard circle here for the ladies One Day International Metro Bank. So still got 6 fielders within it. 2 sweeping out on the leg side. One tries to work it on the leg side, but to no avail. And a deep mid-wicket.
Not picking the spin up there. Brooker trying to play against the spin anyway, and missing it completely.
Again, good flight. Drilled down the ground, but to no run. Again, this is what you want if you're Poppy Walker, bringing them forward, making them think about what shots they might want to play in those gaps that are presenting themselves, but she's bowling a really tight line here, so unable to get anything away. Just work through the mid-wicket area for a single with that sweeping fielder. Brings the end of the over. So 15 overs gone. Leicestershire hovering over the 50 mark, so 49 for 3, with Brooker 25 off 47, and Watson 6 off her 9, chasing that target of 264 set earlier by Glamorgan. And as we've alluded to, the run rate is creeping up ever so much away from Leicestershire at the moment. It's 6.14 and their current run rate is 3.2. So whilst they're looking to consolidate, they also need to push the run rate on a little bit. Welcome back, Blake.
Thank you, Kath. Yeah, while I was off, there was seemingly a busy period where Glamorgan have just grabbed the ball by the horns slightly.
A big shout for LBW. Unmoved, umpire unmoved, but looked quite close.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see that one again. Looked like Brooker just played around it. I think they always look closer when that does happen, but not necessarily meaning it was adjacent. We'll see if we can get a replay in a minute.
Yeah, quick single taken, just pushed in front of point. Well fielded.
Porter gets through her overs quickly, doesn't she?
Yeah.
Tends to not go for many runs, so she just gets the ball back, straight back to the crease. 50 up for Leicestershire.
50 up. Been hovering in the late 40s for a while, so they'll be pleased to reach that milestone. Taken a bit shorter, and that's pulled away nicely. Goes straight for 4. from Watson. So yeah, she capitalised really quickly. It was dropped in a bit short from Porter, unfortunately, and Watson was quick onto that to pull that in front of square for easy 4 runs. So she picked that up brilliantly, and the outfielder unable to get anywhere near that one. Goes for the reverse, a risky shot, but there's no one down there. It looks like it may race away. There's a bit of a chase on, but it is collected by Sarah Phillips. But yeah, working the crease well here, Watson. So a 4 and a reverse sweep for 2.
Yeah, got to be careful here, Glamorgan. Can't get too complacent. Ellen Watson, good player, Scottish international.
Oh, and she's... Ooh, I thought that the wicket was right my way then. Thought he bowled her.
Looked like it snuck through, didn't it? Nearly.
She clean bowled her.
Yeah, from our angle, Sturgis right in front
Yeah.
of... if we could see if it bowls them.
She looked to like pull that off the stumps. But end of the over, so much better over for Leicestershire Foxes. 7 from that one pushes them on to 56 for 3 off 16 overs. And Watson almost a runner ball, 12 off of 13. Whilst Brooker holding her end of 26 off 49 balls. So as the captain looking to stay there and rebuild the innings for Leicestershire Foxes.
Needed that acceleration because, as we said, 50 came up in that over for Glamorgan. Theirs came in the power play, so they're already 6 overs behind it, plus a couple of wickets behind where Glamorgan were at this stage.
So Walker remains in the attack.
I think Walker could be key as well. She's a real wicket taker, bowls with a lot of air, varies her length, so she's a real wicket taker. At just 17, she's a real exciting prospect for Glamorgan.
Great flight. Diving Beth Gammon gets through her. Unusual, but the sweeping fielder of Charlotte Lambert out there.
I would just like to see this mid-on drop, even if 10 off the boundary, just to try for something, because I think over the top's too safe right now.
Big swing and a miss there.
I say that, and then maybe that's the ploy of keeping them up. Tease them to go over the top.
When you were out a few overs ago, they did just pitch it over. Sorry, it's Charlotte Lambert down here on mid. It must be Bethan Ellis out on the sweeping boundary without the shirt number, as it's pulled away just behind backward square for a single. Having 1 shirt number's easy. Having 2 makes...
I know, it does make it difficult.
A bit difficult.
Especially if Sturge was in the field as well. She's not got a shirt number either. Luckily, we can recognise her quite easily.
Well, they've gone for a quick single. And direct hit. But well within her ground was Brooker.
Yeah, Brooker going along relatively slowly, but I think she knows the job in hand here. 205 runs to win, still a long way off. I think she knows if Leicestershire are going to take the points back up the M1, she needs to stay there to get 3 figures.
So end of the over. So 3 from that for Walker. Leicestershire Foxes 59 for 3 off 17 overs. They need to try and keep on top of their run rate, as the required run rate is now creeping up to almost 6.5.
Yes, that tough dilemma, isn't it? We mentioned it in the first innings. It was a bit later on for Glamorgan, where they lost a few overs a bit earlier than they would have liked. Lost a few wickets earlier than they would have liked, and then it leaves that dilemma of consolidation or attacking.
Yep, Gemma Porter continuing to bowl, so that's just pulled away by Becky Brooker for a single down to fine leg.
Keeping those 2 leg side fielders out for Watson. Saw one drop short in the last over.
It's pushed a little wider. They look, it's well fielded. Yeah, Poppy Walker in there, well fielded. Thought about a single, but thwarted. Going for the reverse, but misses.
I thought that bowled her this time.
I think that one came off the path.
Luckily I stayed quiet.
Yeah, unlike me, gets overly excited quite quickly. Just worked off the hips, behind backward square for a single, but is getting some good turn from Porter. But just needs to tighten those lines up a bit to take advantage of that turn. A shout for hours that, but would probably drifting down leg and maybe too high.
It is encouraging to see the turn. Second use of this pitch, of course. Glamorgan played Gloucestershire on this one, we think, last week, so there's been, must be about 120 overs of use in the pitch now, at least, so can expect it to be dry and get turn out of it as Porter and Walker are getting.
Oh, through the slip area, but there's no one there, so the chase is on as they turn for their second. And Sarah Phillips retrieves the ball, so brings 4 off that over and moves Leicestershire Foxes on to 63 for 3 off their 18. Brooker going steadily at 31 off 55 and Watson 14 off her 19. And continuing with spin. So we have some Leicestershire Foxes fans in with their flag proudly displayed on the seats in the sunshine. There is a bit of cloud coming back over, but it's good that people are travelling to come and watch these Tier 2 fixtures. That's pulled away in front of square by Watson. They're looking for 2, or Brooker was looking for 2, but only the single taken as Walker continues from the Cathedral Road end.
Yeah, it's nice to see, particularly with less men's fixtures this weekend. Nice to see people travelling on a Sunday afternoon.
These two are certainly working well with each other, knowing when to drop and run. Knowing each other's capabilities on those quicker singles. As they build this partnership and creep that run rate back up towards the 4. Down the leg side. 3 leg buys, I think. 2 taken. Yeah, umpire signals leg buys.
Walker just slightly chasing it there. She's noticed last couple of overs, bowled a couple of googlies looking to attack the stumps. That one just slightly straying, but she has got a bit of protection on the leg side for catches. Someone loosening up there in the covers. I think that's Bethan Ellis. So might see her shortly. Porter's bowled 5 overs in a spell.
Warming the back up. Awesome. Not a risky shot, but probably not a particularly well executed or timed one from Watson. But brings to the end of the over, so rotating the strike, moving on to 68 for 3 off their 19.
Yep, this partnership is building, as you mentioned there, Kath. 29 it's worth now. So this is their biggest in the game so far. Albeit still relatively early on, 19 overs gone, 31 still to bat. These two will need to bat a big chunk of those 31 overs, you feel. Got Caitlin Chisel still to come. Ellie Phillips, youthful pair, but both capable, as is Indira Singh. But while talent might be there, experience of negotiating a run chase may not be. So Brooker could be key. Bowling change. It is Bethan Ellis as expected. Keeper up as well, Megan Sturge. She's got the same field as Porter had, the medium pacer.
Yeah, as Ellis comes into bowl, just worked off the legs. How many extras did Leicestershire have in their first innings? Just
22.
22.
So Glamorgan are keeping it under control so far. I think that's what makes a difference normally when you're defending, isn't it? Don't give away more than 20, 25 extras. It makes a big difference.
Yeah. Just work to the point area, slightly uppish, but safe.
Because I think it's just something that keeps when they're regular, it just keeps the scoreboard ticking over, doesn't it? And all of a sudden it gets away from you when there's wides and byes coming every over.
Slightly leggish and on the full, so that's whipped off the legs by Watson, but it is only for a single. So just not quite getting her line at the moment. Slightly wide, just got an edge on that, but that's going to race away to the boundary. So, yeah, Brooker capitalising on that slightly wider ball. It's 4 runs. So just watching the replay. Slightly wider, bit of a flash of the bat again, didn't really move her feet to it, but it says 4 in the book.
Exactly, you take them any way they come, don't you? And Leicestershire certainly will, because runs required. Under 200 now, 191.
Again, slightly wider, but cut to point. Sarah Phillips in at the point fielder today. So 5 so far from this over. So Alice comes in for a last ball. Better line, playing a miss. So 5 from it. So Leicestershire move to 73 for 3 off 20 overs. And I will be handing over to Sanjay.
73 for 3 then after 20, 30 to go. Still a lot of work to be done for both of these sides. If they want to see home the victory, it might just be, in Glamorgan's case, a case of being patient. Leicestershire will have to do something out of the ordinary a little bit later on, but nothing too drastic just yet. Welcome back, Sanjay. You've been assessing from the back of the box. Ooh, just uppish from Watson off this new Walker over, who's looked good again, hasn't she? Poppy Walker bowls really well flighted. She's got a good googly as well. That was just the standard leg break, but she does create chances.
Impressive last week, impressive this week, Blake.
This one just flat batted straight again. Can't beat the inner ring. Mid on, mid off. Glamorgan are taking a slight risk. There's only 2 fielders on the boundary, but that's Parfitt's experience, knowing she can grab the game in the middle here, really kill it early. That's wider from Walker. They take a quick single up to Parfitt, but slightly sluggish was Brooker, but she gets home safely.
I think the Glamorgan just needs to look at how Leicestershire bowled. Bowl tight, lines and lengths. Don't try and force anything, and you'll probably find that the run rate is going to do the job for them, because at the moment, they require 6.5. They're going at 3.6s. Yes, 2 batters who are set what's this partnership's about 35 or so, but nothing that Glamorgan need to do differently.
Yeah, absolutely right. And there's the googly from Walker's just about dug out from Brooker. Again, there's Walker showing her skill set. Just 17 years of age and already becoming a Glamorgan regular in their second season. 18 next week. How she'd love to celebrate early with a win and a couple of wickets to her name. This one skewed up in the air and again falls short of the fielder, so a chance creating over from Poppy Walker, but nothing going to hand. Good one once again though. Just 13 she's gone from for her 5 overs, 75 for 3. The Foxes are.
Not only is she impressive in terms of the loop and the spin and the revs that she imparts on the ball, plus a googly that's not being picked, is that she's only gone for 13 or 5 overs. So you've got economy there as well as wicket taking potential, and that's a great sign for a 17-year-old leg spinner who has bowled extremely well in this match and bowled well last week as well. Bethan Ellis, who had come on when I was had taken a stroll down the corridor to watch the game from a different angle from the bowling from the River Taff end. The fielder's just dropping down deep. Third is here, that's Flo Sharman in front of us. She just drops from the circle, so they've got to pull somebody in. We got 4, as Blake told you before, is the allowance for the women's game outside the circle. As a quick single is well taken by Brooker and Watson, that brings the experienced Emma Watson onto strike. Yeah, there's a third is a deep point, or deep extra cover, I suppose, deep square leg and deep mid wicket on the leg side there. The 4 boundary riders that are giving Bethan Ellis some protection here as she bowls outside the off stump, and there's that spot that we've spoken about before where the ball keeps low and it's about on 5th stump, I guess, outside the off stump, and it hits that spot, and it's a couple of byes which Megan Sturge will be annoyed about, but there's nothing she can do given the fact that the ball did stay so low. 78 for 3. Leicestershire here. Watson is on 20. Brooker is on 38. 186 to win. Stump to stump by Bethan Ellis, and I think with the variety and with the trickery that Poppy Walker is producing from this Cathedral Road end, I think Bethan Ellis, that's the role she's got to play, stump to stump.
Yeah, absolutely. I think ideal world, that's what she'd bowl every ball. She's got the protection leg side for that field, for that bowling, and there it is again. Just can't afford to give any width. We saw a bit of luck in her previous over, an outside edge that went for 4. They have now covered that with Flo Sharman down in front of us at deep third, but ideally just attack the stumps every ball. There's a bit of variable bounce and pressure will build that way.
It is Ellis again, stump to stump as Blake said, and Watson trying to force that into the leg side. No run fielded by Poppy Walker. She has got protection on both sides of the wicket, so she can afford to experiment a little bit here in terms of line. Bethan Ellis, I think the length needs to be as full as possible, but line certainly she's got the ability to try a few different things, and this one is defended again by Watson to bring a good Ellis over to an end. She has gone for 13. No, she hasn't. She's gone for 8 off her 2 overs, and Leicestershire 78 for 3. What else is happening around the grounds, Blake?
Yeah, so again, just a bit of context for Tier 2, early season. Good to know who is doing what. So Middlesex are on their way to beat Gloucestershire, who set 172. Middlesex 141 for 3. Still plenty of overs in the tank for them. Sussex set 341 for 3 against Worcestershire. They had 2 Centurions. I'll continue after this ball from Walker, the normal leg break, and they Think about a single, think better of it. Worcestershire 88 for 1 in reply, so must be a good pitch for batting down at Hove. That looks like that could be a good contest. Kent are 147 for 2 in reply to Derbyshire's 243 for 6, despite them having 2 Centurions as well. And they think about a single this time. There could be a run-out chance. They were slow to get off the mark, and I think direct hit would have been close, but Brooker safely home. Single off of Walker.
I think Megan Sturgeon's suggesting that the ball should have gone to her end rather than the bowlers.
Walker gets through her overs quickly as this one's flat batted to mid-on. And then in Tier 1, Somerset 53 for 1, chasing Lancashire's 260. If that's of interest to you as well, there are also some county championship games you can follow in men's cricket as well on various cricketing websites. Walker's bowled really well controlled, hasn't she? I wouldn't be surprised if she bowled her full allocation in one stint just to take the game away from Leicestershire with time to go.
Run rate's creeping up now to 6.8. Flight from Walker, but leg side.
Yeah, that one was misdirected again. She did just go slightly chasing that. Maybe that is just the, naivety of inexperience potentially of Walker. She wants to take wickets. All leg spinners do. That's a key role in their team. It's slightly over-adjusting.
I don't mind that. I think, giving it flight, giving it the ability to turn at 7 is brilliant, right? Just keep doing it. All right, the odd one will slide down, but so what?
Shorter, but that packed offside ring, and there's no pace on the ball to be able to get it through. You've got to make it all for yourself, Ellen Watson, who's 20 from 39 balls now. She's just struggled of late after getting the better of Porter a little bit earlier on. That one's shorter again, but just played back. They can't take a single up to mid-off, so just the one single and a couple of wides from that one. The Leicestershire Foxes 82 for 3 now. The partnership going well, but still not a damaging speed, Sanjay.
Yeah, it's good control being imparted by Lauren Parfitt with her fielding positions and the bowling options that she's taken. She had spin at both ends for a while. She's kept Walker on, taken Gemma Porter off, and Bethan Ellis has kept some control at the River Taff end, 2 overs for 8 runs. Wickets aren't important here for Glamorgan, just keeping a squeeze on things, forcing the batters into rash shots, into giving their wicket away, as in comes Ellis again and pushed onto the offside by Brooker. She's on 39 off 65 balls. She's been circumspect so far. Has got to, you would think, bat the 50 overs for Leicestershire to have any chance of getting to that 263 total that Glamorgan posted in their innings, and she's been well supported by the 50 capper from Scotland, Ellen Watson. But so far, Glamorgan have got a squeeze on this, and they will continue to bowl stump to stump, you would think, Blake.
Yeah, again, Alice just doing her job. After a slightly loose first over, she really adjusted it last time, bowling to her field. Gammon trying to create a run-out chance, can't do so, but still a single is absolutely fine for the women in yellow.
Cloud cover coming over a bit from the north. It's I don't think there's any danger of anything, but it's a bit greyer than previous clouds that have graced us with their presence, but I think we should be okay to get through this game. It's up in the air, but in the gap between Beth Gammon and the fielder, I think it's Lauren Parfitt at mid-off, and they come through for a single to move on to 84 for 3. But again, control being imparted by Ellis. What is that, about 14, 15 degrees outside, you'd say? Slightly greyer, but I think we're set fair for this game to conclude on time. That's a great Yorker from Ellis, dug out by Brooker, and she remains on 40.
Should any rain come, Glamorgan are currently ahead of the DLS, which normally just gives an indication, even if rain isn't around the corner, gives an indication of who's on top 116 is the current par for this over. Leicestershire 84 for 3.
Full again in front of full toss and just pushed back by Brooker. They're in that sort of middle phase, aren't they, Leicestershire, with their batting innings as to what do they do? Are they going to tee off at any particular point? Are they going to try and get to a point where they're getting the gap between their run rate and the required run rate to something that's equating par, because the gap is only getting bigger. Required run rate now is at 6.9 and the rate they're going at 3.5, and what do they do and when do they do it? Well, they've got a decision to make here, because Sarah Phillips is going to replace the impressive Poppy Walker at the Cathedral Road end. Last week she took 0 for 26, Sarah Phillips, against Gloucestershire, but bowled with good control, and 39 not out today means she's in the game as she bowls to Watson, who just tries to carve that away. But what would you do? I mean, what would you do if you're out there and you're Brooker and Watson? When do you go for it? Because you've got to go for it. Phillips, short and no run.
Yeah, it's a tough dilemma, isn't it? I mean, the partnership's now worth 45, but it's come at just 3 and over, which is not quite what Leicestershire need right now. Obviously, still plenty of time.
Leg side wide by Phillips, just fires it down there, and Sturge sort of fumbles and takes it.
So they need to stabilise, but Leicestershire haven't had a practice at batting 50 overs yet. Their game last week reduced to 16 overs, so while Chisel and Phillips both had contributing knocks last week, they haven't had to bat for long periods of time, and that one, Phillips nearly creating a chance.
Good fielding down here by Anime Shern as I was choking on some hazelnuts that I'd been eating in between balls. Sarah Phillips again, she bowls, and this is on the pads, but going down the leg side is only Megan Sturge that raised her hands in a vain appeal to umpire Alcock, but nothing there at all. As looking to get out of this over, Phillips with there's a couple of balls left because she bowled a wide, shorter though this time, and just pumped into the leg side down to Charlotte Lambert, who is fielding in front of us here at long on, and a bit scruffy, getting the ball back to Sarah Phillips. Just need to make sure that they're on top of their game here, Glamorgan. Don't let it slip, and it's those little things like that can cause a malaise. As Phillips in, same ball, same shot, and in comes Lambert. Feels it comfortably. End of that over, Leicestershire 89 for 3.
Yeah, halfway stage they're going to take a drink, and Leicestershire still a lot to do. 176 needed. So if you are just joining us, this is the partnership for Leicestershire. 49 it's currently worth after 3 wickets of single digits fallen. Thanawala, the opener, went for 1 to Shern. Hayley Brown followed also to Shern for 7, and then the wicketkeeper Lucy Weston went for just 1. Gemma Porter getting her name on the board. So 176 needed from 25 overs. I believe it's my turn to take a break and bring Kath back in. But first, Sanjay's going to give his estimation of what Leicestershire need to do in order to take the points back up to the Midlands.
Well, when it was the other way around, when it was Glamorgan's innings, I went for a vastly inflated 300, and Glamorgan got to 263, but Leicestershire are well behind the rate here. The required rate is at 7. They're going at exactly half of that in 3.5, and in the remaining 25 overs need 176 more runs to win. And to be honest with you, the way that Glamorgan are bowling and the intent, I guess, that Leicestershire have shown would only mean that they're going to get nowhere near it. And unless there is a change in approach from the Leicestershire batters, Kath, I don't see anything apart from a big Glamorgan victory.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's just got a bit stale, hasn't it? It's got dried up a little bit. So I think in the Glamorgan huddle, they'll be certainly wanting to wrap this up.
Yeah.
Like where the next wicket's going to come from. Let's try and break this partnership. Let's, obviously the key wicket here probably is Brooker to get back into the changing room. But it's just kind of just dried up a little bit from both sides. So in terms of Leicestershire, they are well behind that run rate, which is now up to 7. So are they going to go for it as you've suggested, or are they just going to keep going at their current rate and just, see what happens, which won't get them near the total? But with a shortened game last week, they'll be looking to stay at the crease as long as possible, and obviously Glamorgan will be looking to change that as much as possible. But yeah, something needs to happen from both sides really to turn this game around a little bit.
The coaches are out there with the 2 Leicestershire batters and some aggressive sort of arm movements by the coach, suggesting that what he wants to see is more hitting from Brooker and from Watson. But they came in at a point where, Watson came in at a point where Leicestershire were 39 for 3. So they've recovered well. They've had to rebuild, as it were. They're approaching the 50 partnership between these two. So they've done well. But now is the time to take what they've done so far and give Glamorgan a bit of a scare, because as you rightly say, Kath, it has gone stale. They put the squeeze on, have the Glamorgan bowlers, and they just think, well, if we continue doing what we're doing, then the game is ours, and it's in the hands of the 2 Leicestershire Foxes batters to say no, that's not what's going to happen, and we're going to show you what we can do. So the second half is going to be interesting. Yeah,
it's a fine balance to shift into that attacking mode without wanting to give away, a couple of quick wickets here for Glamorgan, and Leicestershire will be, that probably will be the game. So it's about getting that balance right of attacking. But yeah, something needs to change, and you like to think that obviously Leicestershire are here to win this game, but as it stands, being significantly below that run rate is just edging further and further into the hands of Glamorgan.
What's interesting here, Kath, is that Glamorgan, if you look at the geographically, Glamorgan are at the top of the local tree in terms of Gloucestershire, Wiltshire feed up their young players to the Glamorgan Academy.
Slightly uppish, but in front of point.
Whereas Leicestershire are feeding off the Blaze, and so they're getting academy players coming to them, as it were. So it's kind of the other way around. Do you think there's a difference there in terms of, in one case you've got someone else developing players for you, and you're utilising them, and in the other sense you're getting the best of the local youngsters coming up and playing for you?
Yeah, just watch Alice come into ball, nice and straight delivery. I think I think what's good about the way that this is structured is that flex between loaning players across the tiers, and tier 2 particularly is, as you've rightly said, in terms of the counties that are very close to Glamorgan. It's either the feeder into Glamorgan or feeder into Somerset, and Gloucestershire's academy players have aligned very much with the Welsh Glamorgan side. So I think that's a really positive step in terms of how those players are flexed. But also you've got to sort of start setting your squad out, and the opportunity, as I sort of said earlier in the game, for Glamorgan to test those players of what next year looks like for them as a professional tier 1 outfit, and where they're going to go for potentially some new players to bolster this team in this squad, which isn't easy for the brutal reality of when money is in a game is selection then becomes very difficult. And people will unfortunately miss out who may have, come through the pathway since Dot. So it brings a different element into it when it's a paid professional career. As Ellis continues to bowl, and they've taken a quick single off the last ball of the over.
But it's we've got in the box next door where the technical guys sit. They've got a big screen on. Actually, we've got the same big screen, but they've got the Everton-Liverpool match on, and we haven't got anything. But it's the same as football to an extent, isn't it? A team that goes up, as Coventry City did, from the Championship to the Premier League, they're going to lose. Players are going to get released because they might have got them up there, but they won't be good enough to keep them in the Premier League, and so therefore they're going to be reliant on loanees from other Premier League clubs and buying overseas imports and whatever. So I guess the principles are the same.
So Brooker meeting that on the full. So Leicestershire currently 91 for 3 off 26 overs. Brooker going along really well, 43 off 76, and Watson supporting as well with 24 off 47, but probably looking to make a step change here and be more attacking where possible, as that run rate is creeping higher and higher to 7.3, and Leicestershire currently only on 3.4. So you think when it gets into the 8s, they're going to be struggling, and that's a big swing. So I think the pep talk is the drinks break has been heard, and certainly trying to create more opportunities here for Leicestershire and try and get a boundary, ideally every over, to keep them in the game. As Phillips comes into bowl. Pushed off the back. They go for a quick single, but someone was slow off the mark, but makes it home safely.
Yeah, I mean, I thought after the drinks break we're going to see a change of intent from Leicestershire, and we haven't. We've just had one miscued attacking shot from Ellen Watson, which is a disappointment, I think, so far. Here we go.
It's uppish. It's over the ring though, and that is going to probably stop. Is she gonna Lauren Puffer get there? No, it's gone for 4. She unfortunately didn't get there. So 4 has come for Watson.
So this is the plan that I see it now. What they've said in the drinks break is that Brooker's going to bat normally, and Ellen Watson's going to be the aggressor, and so therefore one of the more set of the two is going to just push the ball around, and Watson's going to bang it. That's
absolutely,
what I see.
Yep.
It should be good to watch.
So no field adjustments from that, as again Watson looks to tee off, but 7 from that over, so productive over for Leicestershire. Just shy of their 100 at the moment, so 97 for 3 off 27 overs. Watson ramping up from that over up to 29 off 51 balls.
If that is the plan, it's a good plan, because one of them, there's no point in both of them going, because it's going to lead to wickets collapsing. I don't know what the rest of the batting lineup's going to be. We are going to find out, but it looks very much like Ellen Watson, the Scottish international, is going to be the aggressor, and Brooker's just going to push the ball around, 1s and 2s. Watching what happens now, she'll try and smack it.
As Ellis continues from the River Taff end. Again, dropping a go. It's a quick single taken. Safely home. So I think this is really good intent from Leicestershire, actually, in terms of, like I say, it had sort of got a bit flat in the last sort of 5 or so overs from both sides. So they're looking to take the game to Glamorgan, and Gordon need to respond accordingly. So that's drilled to the captain, but no run.
Bit of chirp from the Glamorgan fielders, just encouraging Beth and Ellis there, just to keep the ball up. Get it up, make it swing, keep her stood up. So that means that Watson can't leave her crease.
Dug in short. Probably got away with that one.
Yeah.
Quick fielding by Gammon, and she's going to be taken. That looks out from here, and it is. That's a great piece of fielding. I mean, Beth Gammon is one of the best ground fielders in that cover area in this league, and unfortunately that means that Becky Brooker didn't make her ground, so the captain, who had played a fantastic innings up until that point, ends on 45 from her 78 balls. Just didn't get there, knew she was struggling, and unfortunately she has been run out by Watson.
Yeah, I mean, a quick single taken by, it was Watson to put it, but a brilliant bit of fielding, sliding on 2 knees, whilst on those 2 knees, pick up and throw in one movement, and a pump of the fist from an elated Bethan Gammon. She was great last week. She's been brilliant in the field this week. She's used most parts of her body to stop the ball. That shows commitment to you, but this time picked it up cleanly, threw it down, and that is the end of Becky Brooker, who's gone for 45. She needed to be there, but let's see what Caitlin Chisel can do. She got 30 last week against Sussex Sharks, so she's in the runs and bowled well and fielded well. So again, confidence is up. Let's see what she can do, and now what role Ellen Watson takes, because she had been the aggressor when the more set batter was in. Does she continue, or does she go into her shell a bit and play the established role? We're going to find out.
We are, and just again that ground fielding from Beth Gammon, just a fast arm. Like I say, she didn't even get up from the knees, just threw from that position straight into Megan Sturge, who only had to whip the bails off. So a much needed break of the partnership, which had been going along steadily, but was being effective. Does bring Caitlin Chisel to the crease, yet to get on strike. Oh no, she is on strike, sorry, my mistake. Got that round the wrong way on the screen in front of me. Oh, very, very close there, I think, for Caitlin Chisel. That was a great last ball from Bethan Ellis. Oh, almost a stumping as well. Megan Sturge straight on that. So that takes Leicestershire 98 for 4 off 28 overs. Watson 29 off 53, and Chisel facing 3 balls and yet to get a run. As we continue with Sarah Phillips, who's currently 0 for 11 off her 2 overs from the Cathedral Road end. So we've got sweepers out, leg side, deep backward, square, and we've got deep mid wicket out as well. And it's lofted up off over Parfitt's head, and it's going to plug, but I think it is going to make it to the boundary, and it does. So that's a great 4 from Ellen Watson, who, as you anticipated, is going to be the one. Well, she has to be the one that goes for it now. But yeah,
if I were
lofted drive.
If I were Lauren Parfitt, I'd be at long off and just have a straighter extra cover just to cut the single off, because she doesn't go square that often, Ellen Watson. She definitely is playing through the V, and there's a chat between Bowler and Gemma Porter, maybe about off-spinner type chat. Do off-spinners have did sort of the same sort of bowlers have the same sort of chats, do you think? Or
I think definitely. I think you certainly want to hear how your counterpart is doing with you. So no field change coming at the moment. So continuing as they are. But yeah, no different from when seamers, talk to each other. It's the same for spinners.
Spin chat.
Or if there is any spin, is often the chat.
Yeah.
Is there any turn?
I've been impressed with Poppy Walker's googly. She bowled it very well. I couldn't tell the disguise, but I don't think the batters were picking it.
So Phillips comes in. That's worked off the legs. They're looking to scamper for 2. So fielder comes in.
Yeah, Charlotte's quick off the boundary there.
She certainly is.
There's some warming up being done here by...
I think it's swatting of flies, actually.
Oh, is it? Oh.
Yeah.
I thought...
Not to be confused with arm rotation, for a hint to the captain that you might want to bowl.
Correct, yeah. Charlotte Labb was thinking, I need a bowl here.
What's up, full bunger? It's given as a no ball as well, above waist height, so it will be a free hit.
We could say that slipped, I think. You think Charlotte Lambert was swatting flies then?
Yeah, definitely. Those little pesky, natty ones are probably about at the moment. So, free hits. Watson on strike. So, it can only be run out. So fielding changes. Opening up a big gap on the leg side. So Phillips comes into ball and it's launched straight down the ground. Could be a bit of catching practice, but it's a 6. It's a big 6 there from Watson. Fantastic strike. Cleared the boundary easily. It was Charlotte Lambert down there. But yeah, fantastic strike.
See, I would be keeping Beth Gammon out
Dead straight.
here. She's not. She's coming back in again, but...
It was Gammon that was jump at the end.
Best fielder. Oh, she is. No, she is going back out. That's a good move, I think, by Lauren Parfitt to put her best fielder out, posted for that shot. That's going to put a doubt in Ellen Watson's mind, because if anyone's going to catch it out there, it's going to be Beth Gammon.
We've got another chat about the ball, I reckon. That's what's happened here.
Hit something.
Yeah, it's maybe got a little dent in it.
We never got to the bottom of Ballgate last time, did we?
We did not.
I asked. I went on a tour, but I was met with blank faces. Some of the most knowledgeable people in this corridor of commentary had no idea, which was disappointing.
Yeah.
Blank faces. Even Rosa was in there from last week.
Is she?
She was in there doing something, and oh no, don't know, she said. And last week she knew everything.
As Phillips comes in to bowl. So strong over here from Leicester. 12 so far, 1 ball to come. So Phillips looking to end the over well as Leicestershire on 1-1-1, half Nelson, but swiftly off it. So if there's any jittery people out there, Leicestershire past that landmark number of 1-1-1, and they move to 112 for 4 off 29 overs, and Watson 41 off 59.
She holds a set of keys for Leicestershire Foxes here. She's set and she's still playing aggressively, even though she's lost Becky Brooker and has been joined by Caitlin Chisel, who's only faced 4 balls. But she's definitely keeping going. Great 6 off the free hit that she had off Sarah Phillips just now, and it's going to be interesting to see, interesting to watch. It's going to make for an exciting finish, I think. Here she's still got the strike against Bethany Ellis, so will she continue her attack against the medium pacer as well as the off spinner, Kath? We're going to find out.
Yeah. So Bethany Ellis yet to get a wicket. So drifting down legs, so just worked off the pads. Sharman collects and they run 2, and leg byes are given.
Just drifting down leg side a bit there, Bethany Ellis. That's not bad. I mean, allowing Ellen Watson to free her hands outside the off stump is probably not a good idea at this juncture, so anything tight and straight is going to be good.
Went for a reverse. Doing so probably meant that it wasn't given as a wide.
Yeah, unnecessary that, I think, given the power she has straight down the wicket. Could have gone more orthodox and used the pace of the ball outside that off stump to pick a decent gap that's between point and extra cover, because the cover fielder is on the boundary.
Teed off a bit there, but it's got through 2 fielders and it will race away to one of the biggest boundaries on the outfield today. So that is a 4 for Watson, moves her on to 45. But yeah, 2 fielders diving through and over that one.
And Watson is on the charge here for the Leicestershire Foxes.
So Glamorgan really need to get back in control, letting the game slip a little. That's the runway. That is definitely going to be a wide ball, very wide. So yeah, another strong over coming here for Leicestershire.
Beth Nellis complaining to the umpire there that the batter switched hands, went from right hand to left hand, but it was reachable if you were any hand, to be honest with you. So it was definitely a wide.
Straight back over the bowler's head, and it looks like that might make it to the boundary as well, and it does. So that's another 4 for Watson, who moves on to 49. And this over is proving a solid one for Leicestershire. They've got 10 from it so far, taking their total to 123 for 4. And Glamorgan probably need to think about where they're going to get this next wicket from quickly, and it's upish, but it's safe. It's over slightly to the left of Lauren Parfitt. Is left-handed, but 2 runs taken. So 12 from the over so far. Still with 1 ball to come. So there was a wide in there.
50 for Ellen Watson, 51 off 64 balls. Well batted by her.
Yeah, absolutely. She's come out brilliantly here today. So a well-earned 50 for Ellen Watson. She's swinging, a big swing and a miss there, but it's racing away. Won't go all the way, but it's buys nonetheless. So, yeah, buys given. So 14 from that over, so a fantastic over for Leicestershire as their run rate starts to creep back up, and the run rate required is coming back down. So 127 for 4 off 30 overs, so 20 overs remaining. So they've still got 6 wickets in hand. Watson on 51 off 65, so brilliant innings from her so far. There's a bringing pace back into the attack, so just a conversation with the captain, Lauren Parfitt, and Beth Gammon as well, as Charlotte Lambert comes back into the attack. So lone player from Surrey, right arm medium pace. And welcome back, Blake. How you doing?
Thanks, Kath. Yeah, it took a wander, and well, I thought the game was all but done, especially with the dismissal of Becky Brooker, that run out, but Ellen Watson on the charge, couple of blows. 5 4s and a 6 for her half century. And I was just about to say my first point coming back on air was going to be, I think you've got to see Anna May Shern return. They've gone for Lambert instead, but I definitely think needs tightening up. I think I'd go back to Porter at the far end as well, just to regain control for a couple of overs, because now it becomes a T20. 137 in 20 overs wouldn't be unimaginable should this be a blast game. So see how Lambert can do in her second spell, changing ends.
She's straight on the front foot driving is Chisel, so getting Watson back on strike. Clear objective there to get the informed Watson, who's really taken the game to Glamorgan here this afternoon at Sophia Gardens, as they drop both out the mids, mid-on and mid-offs, for those lofted drives that she's played so brilliantly throughout the day. As Lambert comes into bowl. Slightly leggish, but I think it came off the pads. So a leg by. Probably would have been a wide if it didn't make contact. But yeah, I think Leicestershire have really done well since the drinks break, from having a pep talk in terms of, you know, they absolutely need to go for it, and they have done so.
Yeah, 39 they added in the last 5 overs since the drinks break.
She's gone. Oof. She's bolder. I did wonder why she wasn't doing anything. So she's bolder. So unfortunately, that means that Chisel makes her way back to the pavilion. So just watching the replay, I think it was dead straight. She looks to reverse, and yeah, it's just taking that top bail off. So yeah, probably again not the right shot to be playing for that ball by any stretch. Probably didn't really need it to be done. So yeah, Great wicket from Charlotte Lambert, who is back into the attack. So the change into pace has worked brilliantly for Glamorgan.
Yeah, deep third was vacant, so the opportunity to get that shot out was there. But after the way Watson's been striking the ball lately, it wasn't necessary from Caitlin Chisel, who made a good 30 last week in their 16 over innings. So Leicestershire could have done with that again today, but unfortunately not to be. I thought at first Sturge had dropped a catch because
That's what I thought.
Because the bail came off so slowly and so late, it looked as if the ramp just caught Sturge by surprise. But no, it was the clip off the bail which took her by surprise and took us by surprise.
Well, yeah, I thought, why is no one running? Why is no one doing anything?
Yeah, I did think,
that'd be why the bail's not on the stump. That would be the indicator. So to the crease is Ellie Phillips, number 84.
She also had a handy contribution with the bat last week at the back end of their innings. Saw them home. She'd have to do a lot to see the Foxes home this time. Still 135 needed. And at 129 for 5, there's a lot of pressure on every partnership from now on.
Yeah, so for me, Glamorgan need to turn the screw here quite significantly. Get right in there. Pace at both ends. And try and skittle through the rest of these wickets. And Leicestershire obviously were doing everything in their power to not do that. A wide, unfortunately. So Lauren Parfitt has moved. Her and Beth Gammon have swapped places. So Beth is at mid-off. But need tighter lines here. So the extras are creeping up. So extras 23 for Glamorgan. It's a much better line and well bowled. Phillips solid in defence.
Phillips looks an exciting player. I was impressed with the ball. 1 for 42 from her 9. Bowling at the start and the very end of the innings as well. And as I said, a handy contribution last week. Seeing her side home against Sussex. Just 19 years of age.
Again, drifting down leg, so it is a wide. So just losing her shape here a bit is Charlotte Lambert. She does have that wicket in the over, but also 3 extras have been given away. So we'll be looked to bring that back. She is bowling pretty much stump to stump, but also that follow-through run is probably quite close to the hashed box area when she steps away. Looking for a quick single, but decided rightly probably against that. So mid-on dropping back, mid-off up in the 25-yard ring. Slightly wider, but didn't get her feet across. Phillips stuck in her crease, and that does bring the end to the over. Very mixed, but moves Leicestershire on to 131 for 5. So a wicket in that. Over for Charlotte Lambert. Much needed one for Glamorgan. So 31 overs gone. Target is 264 for the win. So it's 133 to win from here with the run rate pushing back up to 7. But Leicestershire Foxes have pushed their run rate up to almost 4.5. And you've got your wish. Animation is coming back on at the River Taff end.
Yeah, you did say pace at both ends now, real get into them kind of mentality. She had an exceptional first spell. 2 for 11 from 6. 5 of those in the power play as well. She's been really impressive in these first game and a half for Glamorgan this season. Long may it continue for the 20-year-old from Devizes Cricket Club. One out of 3 players in this side that hail from Devizes Cricket Club, with that link Glamorgan obviously now have with Gloucestershire and Wiltshire.
Yeah. It's a change of end, but I don't think that will affect anything for animation. So it is a change of end for her from where she opened. Dug in, that's worked off the hips nicely. Oh, great fielding. Great fielding out there by Gemma Porter, just in front of square. Only a single.
I think that wicket in the last over, even though it wasn't the one of Watson, every wicket will build pressure now, because it means there's more dependency on her to get a higher percentage of the runs as they come down. So they're halfway now, 132 for 5, 132 needed. And you feel Watson's going to need to get 70 or 80 of those. Or something will have to go drastically wrong from Glamorgan's point of view.
Oh, it's flash hard, and it's gone through. No slip in place, and it has gone for 4. So that is a boundary for Leicestershire Foxes. So not a lot anybody could do about that. So just gave a little bit of extra wick, flashed hard. No chance of Megan Sturge being able to stop anything on that. It does bring about a change to the field where they just drop fielder rightly onto, hopefully she'll come back onto the boundary rope, is Charlotte Lambert. It's well bowled again. They've gone for a quick single. It's going to be racing. Oof. That was a great pickup by Bethan Ellis, I think. I think she would have been struggling for a ground there, Phillips, if she hadn't made that. So quick single brings Watson on strike. So they're dropping mid on out on the boundary, as is the captain. Oh no, captain's up in the ring, but dropped out mid off as well. So very much the shots that Watson's been playing. That's a
I think that should be a no ball.
It should be.
I thought the second bounce was in front of the batter there.
Did look like
it was almost an impossible ball to play, really.
It sort of stuck, didn't it, in the wicket off the first bounce? But you're right, I felt the second bounce was in front of the crease. So Watson, hand on hip, but goes back to face the next ball, which is slightly leg side. Just worked off the leg for a single. Leg buys. Yeah, I would like to see the replay of that in terms of where that second ball bounced.
Might be a tricky angle to get from side on. I'm not sure we have that just in front or behind, but either way, she got away with the dot and then the leg by. So you want to close out well.
So 7 from the over. Takes Leicestershire on to 138 for 5 off 32 overs. Like I say, Watson anchoring this attack and innings now for Leicestershire Foxes. 52 off her 69 balls. Run rate up to 4.3. But the required rate is still up in the 7. So Charlotte Lambert will continue from the Cathedral Road end.
Yeah, still plenty of overs can be shared around. 5 for Lambert, still to come. Shern just 3 now, but Porter still has 5. Walker still has 4. Ellis and Phillips we may not see again, but the strike bowlers still have plenty.
So it's a wide. So Watson was very much looking to come down the track here on this one on the replay. She made the decision, so walked, and then obviously Charlotte Lambert pushed that out wider when she saw that she was coming, but unfortunately it does mean it's a wide. Takes 26 extras up for Glamorgan. Drilled over the head, but down to Sarah Phillips, but safely bounces before.
It's just about getting the field right now. Long on and long off for Watson, and then when Phillips is on strike, don't take any risks. Just bring in a couple of fielders in. I don't like the fact that the third and fine leg are both in the circle. I just think don't take a risk. Put one back. It's save the edge flying for 4.
It's well bowled. of pace here from Lambert.
Yeah, she's looked good, bit raw, but nonetheless something to work with for Glamorgan, and I think someone that will be utilised throughout the season. I can imagine in the T20 competition she'll be really effective as well. And the great thing about the loan system that's available, Surrey, after this year, will get back a more experienced player, and Glamorgan get a real developing, promising youngster in exchange.
They must have heard you. You've dropped out. Deep third, dug in short, and it's gone exactly into that spot, which is often the case.
Well, I'm glad that's happened, because otherwise that would have gone for 4 and it would have just been unnecessary. No need to take any risk for Glamorgan. It's up to Leicestershire to make something happen. And that's where the experience of Lauren Parfitt is so handy, to have so many years as a captain in her career.
It's driven down the ground, but long on and off, as you say, out there. Protecting those boundaries.
Yes, Gammon down there. She's one of the key fielders, isn't she, for Glamorgan?
So Leicestershire just 8 shy from 150, which will be a key milestone and marker for them to then push on these last 17 overs. The quicker they get to that, I think psychologically it feels a bit better. And again, when you're looking at the to win, as soon as that comes below 100, again, it's that psychological factor of the runs going down as you tick them off. So Glamorgan have much to do here to try and again get Watson if they can. Quick single taken. So Phillips taking the strike then, probably not aware that she was taking the strike perhaps, but Leicestershire move on to 143 for 5 off 33 overs, with Phillips 7 off a 10. The run rate required just edging up slightly, but a few good overs from Leicestershire Foxes can turn this on its head again. Ebbing and flowing the game at the moment, isn't it?
It is, and 7 and over isn't unrealistic. Should this be a T20 game, that would be the kind of run rate you expect. And with Watson already set, it's still a possible. However, I don't think they're in a position just yet where they can say, I'm just going to take all the strikes. So Phillips happy to take the single off the last. It's a bit of a false start here, because just moving the field. So no one now behind square on the leg side. There is a deep square leg, but that short fine leg moving to mid-wicket does mean, well, it might be teasing the ramp, but we saw what happened to Chisel when that was attempted.
Okay, good. Oh, it's gone for a quick single. It's thrown to the wicket keeper's end from Gammon. So Watson back on strike. That means the change of the deep long on, deep long off. Fielders dropping back onto the boundary rope and brings up fine and third. Dug in short. She goes for a swat hit there. Look for 2. As the throw comes in, but they've gone for it. They've gone for it. It's going to be close. Oh, didn't quite carry it. Shern didn't quite get it in her hands to take the bails off. So Phillips made her crease, but could have been a run-out chance, I feel.
Despite the 2, it was really well bowled from Shern, because it should have only been 1. She saw Watson giving herself room. She banged it in short. It could only go to deep mid-wicket or to long on, and it should have just been a single. So, yeah, just missing that run-out chance.
Slightly wider, but again, oh, it's cool. It's not out, but looked very close. But brilliant reactions there from Megan Sturge from behind the stumps. Ellen Watson didn't know where that had gone. and was setting off. She was like, I'm gone. Megan Sturge in quickly, but had grounded her bat. But yeah, brilliant anticipation there from Megan Sturge from behind the stumps. That's definitely a wide. And they've taken a single as well. So again, I think she saw her coming, didn't she? And looked to adjust the angle, but meant that it was always pushing it wide down the leg side.
It's clever from Watson as well. You don't need to necessarily be hitting it to all parts when you're moving around the crease and coming out your crease, but just making the bowler think about doing something different, force the error. That's exactly what she's done there, and it means they get an extra ball for it.
Drill down the ground. They've gone for a quick single again. Slight misfield. And an appeal. So it was a left-handed throw in, I think, from... Who would you think it was going to be? Of course, I'm going to say the words Beth Gammon. So her non-throwing hand, left hand from the ground, underarm. Direct hit on the stumps, but Phillips safely just about in her crease. But it's all going on this over at the moment. As Shern comes into bowl. Again, they've gone for a quick single. Might look for an overthrow, but that's often the case if you run the first one hard. You're just running to get your ground and off and go past the marker. But it's all happening.
It is, yeah. Real busy period. And again, they're looking at something with the ball here. Not sure what's going on. Sam Hollingshead, the umpire, has taken the ball, gone over for a chat with his colleague. I think everything's in order. Yeah, ball toss back to Animation. Not sure what that was about, but yeah, they're just willing to take a run wherever they can, Leicestershire. They've got to that 150 milestone you mentioned, and just one dot in the over. They're keeping the scoreboard ticking every time.
It's the last ball, again, off the pads. So it would have been a wide, but is a leg by to end the over. So Leicestershire Foxes moving on to 151 for 5 off 34 overs. With Watson going along at 57 off 74 and Phillips supporting really well for 9 off 13 balls. So runs to win 113 with 96 balls and 5 wickets in hand. This is a bit game on now.
It is, and Glamorgan will know the wicket of Watson will all but kill the game. But while she is still there, it is, as you say, very much game on. 113 from 96 balls is the equation you can see on your screen. And just a few members coming together. Poppy Walker, who looks like she's going to be the bowler, in cahoots with Beth Gammon, and I'm going to assume it's Lauren Parfitt, although her back is to us.
Definitely Lauren.
Always going to be front and centre with any decision being made, as is her vice, Bethan Gammon. And Walker, who also had an exceptional first spell. Leg spinner going at under 3 and over, almost unheard of. But some talent she is, and she's got a bit of protection all round the ground. Deep cover, long on in front of us, and 2 on the leg side. A mid-wicket, deep square.
So misfield at point there. So they scamper through for a quick single.
And that's the kind of pressure they need to build. Don't let that one through, and all of a sudden they feel they need a boundary in the first couple of balls of the over. Because that goes for 1. Brings the dangerous Watson on to strike. Field changes. And all of a sudden everything just adds a bit more intensity.
There's certainly been more misfields, I think, from both sides today that they've either have wanted. Scampering for 2. And again, they're running hard here, Leicestershire. They're really putting all that pressure on the Glamorgan fielders. So it's working. So 2's come from that. Keeps Watson on strike. So yeah, great running between Phillips and Watson. So much for Lauren Parfitt to think about here to get the field right. Going for the reverse, but misses, doesn't capitalise on that. We've also got a set of, I'm not sure what a collective noun is for pigeons, but there's a good 8 pigeons directly behind the bowling arm. So if something spooks them and flies up, that could potentially affect the flight of... Oh, it's just dipped short in front of backward square. So Watson just trying to work that off the legs, but it didn't quite carry all the way, so got away with that one. But possibly Watson moves on to 60. So 4 from the over so far. So again, Walker still trying to give it that flight as much as possible. It's upish, but it's over in front of point. It's a deep mid wicket for a single. Bringing Watson back on strike.
Yeah, Leicestershire will just take a single here, I'm sure. Poppy Walker would love to finish the over without a boundary on her return.
It's swing and a miss. So dot ball for the last of the over. So 5 from it moves Leicestershire on to 156 for 5 off 35 overs. Watson moves on to 60 off her 78. So runs to win 108 with 90 balls remaining, but still 5 wickets in hand for Leicestershire Foxes. So all to play for here as I hand back over to Sanjay.
Well, Ellen Watson is the crux of this Leicestershire chase. As Kath said, 108 to win. 7.2 and over is the equation. And the bowlers still to use. Shern still has 2. Do they go with her again now, or do they change? Porter still has 5. I think that's what they're going for. Lambert still has a few. Poppy Walker, I imagine, will be key as well. Trying to buy a wicket if they can. Sanjay, when you were last in commentary position, that was when things started to accelerate, but even now it's looking like Leicestershire are keeping themselves in it right till the death.
They are, but Glamorgan have exerted a bit of control as Gemma Porter comes on and bowls up in the air, but just falls short of Sarah Walker just behind square on the offside. Yeah, when I was on last, Ellen Watson was starting to tee off, and we lost Becky Brooker from proceedings today. But in the last 5 overs, Glamorgan have asserted a bit more control as Porter in the air, gone straight to the fielder Sarah Phillips, who's positioned at backward point. Reverse sweep attempt by the in-form and set Ellen Watson, and she's put it straight to the fielder who didn't have to move. She's gone for 60. Crucial wicket for Glamorgan. Leicestershire 157 for 6.
Yeah, that is huge. Change of bowling works again. It worked with Lambert and now with Gemma Porter. Emma Watson trying to find the gap behind point on the offside, but with the ball turning into her with the off spin, it was always going to be a risk, and Sarah Phillips, composed, takes the catch, and well, things have just got a lot harder because she was central to this Leicestershire chances of winning the game, and now with 107 to win, and 19-year-old Ellie Phillips at the crease along with fellow teenager Indira Singh, things are going to be a lot trickier to go up to those 7.3 runs and over they need with 2 relatively new batters at the crease.
She'd shared partnerships of 59 with Becky Brooker, with 31 with Caitlin Chisel, and then 28 just now with the teenage Ellie Phillips. But she's gone, and with that have the chances of Leicestershire Foxes gone as well. We're going to find out over the next 14 and a bit overs. Gemma Porter, her second wicket to take 2 for 21 of 5.2 overs, as Indira Singh, who looked quite impressive both with the ball and in the field, with a rocket arm in her fielding position, short on the offside, generally at sort of extra cover. Let's see what she can do with the bat. She faces up to Gemma Porter, and she just tucks that into the leg side and called through by quick single. She was a bit slow to start, but That brings Ellie Phillips on strike. The run rate of the last, I was looking at the run rates over a 5 over period, Blake, and they were up at 8s at one point, but just before that wicket went, it dropped to 6s, is now at 5.6. So they've got to get on with this, and that's up in the air by Phillips. The fielder's running around, but it's plugs. Watch the spin, and she does, and they come through for a single. So Phillips might be taking on the aggressive intent here. Someone's got to, and Adam Walker was very good.
Yeah, Phillips has got to take over the role that Watson started, and by having 15 balls before Watson's dismissal, it meant she's had a chance to get used to the pitch, and now she does have to continue that role.
Flatter by Porter, and it's that outside the off stump low area that she hits, and it skids through as indicated by Ellie Phillips. Yeah, I called Watson Walker then, but I meant Watson. Porter, a ball left us over, it's flatter, and leading edge by Phillips, and goes out into the offside where Anna Mae Stern comes in off the boundary, and single to finish that over to Phillips. She goes for 15, sings on 161 for 6, Leicestershire.
Yeah, still 103 needed from the last 14 overs. A couple of wickets for Glamorgan will look to seal the job nice and early, but if you are just joining us, definitely worth sticking around because it should be a good finish. And if you weren't here earlier on, Becky Brooker and Ellen Watson, who's just been dismissed, have really kept Leicestershire in this when they looked like they were far and away from any chances of hope. They both, Watson had a half century. She made 60, the first one in her career. Brooker fell just short as Walker continues, slapped aerially out to deep cover, and there's a slight misfield from a shirtless fielder. I believe it's
Lambert, I believe.
Lambert. I was going to go with Ellis, so I'm glad you said it was Lambert before I got that one wrong. So 2 taken, probably should have just been a single, and with it means Phillips stays on strike, which Morgan would prefer not to happen. Flighted, charging, quick single, and Parfit's arm is a risky one to take, but they're safe on this occasion. But they need to do that, don't they? Need to keep ticking the scoreboard over whenever they can.
Yeah, can't get stuck at either end, these two young batters. Phillips is reasonably set on 18. She's gone quickly off 21 balls, and Singh has just come in, but yep, just do whatever you can. If it's there, just turn the strike around. Walker's not going to bowl it flat. She's going to keep giving it flight, which is admirable from the young leg spinner, giving it a chance to turn. In she comes.
Swept hard by Singh. Shern well placed, as she always is, on that boundary. The longer side, deep mid-wicket it is from this end. At Poppy Walker's bowling the Cathedral Road end. And she bowled her last over without a boundary, and how she'd love to do so again here. Again, full and flighted, and Phillips rocking back. Sturge, of course, up to the stumps, so applying the pressure, and there is a dot that, as we said, is so crucial as we go into the latter stages. Poppy Walker, once again, been magnificent today. The googly this time not picked. Back-to-back dots, 4 from the over, and get out without a boundary, and again the impetus is being put on by Glamorgan.
It was around this 37th over in the Glamorgan innings where they lost a couple of wickets, slowing them down a little bit. So they've caught up a little bit on the run rates here, Leicestershire, but still 3 runs behind. Flight again, up in the air this time from Phillips, and it's plugged again, couple of bounces. Lauren Parfitt gets there and they come through for 2, although Singh was keen for a third, but when she had reached her end to turn, Phillips hadn't, so there was no chance of an extra run there. That finishes that over. Leicestershire 167 for 6. Blake, I liked your T20 analogy. of which there's 13 overs remaining. If you looked at it that way, 97 off 13 overs is achievable, but the wickets lost, I think, is an important stat to take into account here. Leicestershire are 6 down, and if another wicket could well be curtains.
Yeah, definitely. They chased 115 last week in a 16 over reduced game, but of course starting with 10 wickets, the difference.
Gemma Porter bowling, that's just into the leg side, where it's a slight fumble there by Poppy Walker fielding at mid-wicket, and they come through for a single. Yeah, you're right, that's the key, isn't it? 10 wickets in the hand, 10 wickets in hand, Brooker, Tanawala, Brown, Weston, who got runs, makes a big difference. But Phillips has looked good so far. She crashes one up in the air, but it's fallen in between the two fielders on the offside. Shern comes in and fields, and that's a good aggressive attempt again by these two young Leicestershire batters. They're not going to go wandering, as this time Porter bowls and cut for a single by Singh, and they're just turning the strike around, just single off the first 3 balls of this over. Phillips 21 of 25, Singh runnable 4, giving her more experience, I guess, as far as innings is concerned. Partner, good support, and again, good little just dab into the offside and run by Phillips, and this is good because this keeps the strike turning over, and if there's a bad ball by Porter, then that can get dispatched, and suddenly you're up at 7 or 8 runs in the over. Let's see what happens here. That's a good ball, and again into the offside chance, but Phillips is home. Good running, good swift running by these two. 172 for 6. Now, what can Porter do here on the last ball of this over? She's going to be bowling to Phillips, who's on 22. Busy Phillips. That's a good ball outside the off stump. Phillips tried to guide it. There is a big gap where the pigeons were accumulated 2 minutes ago. What is a group of pigeons that scores 172 for 6 while you're going to your keyboard to find that? I think it's a casserole of pigeons, but that's probably not right, I would have thought.
Unfortunately not. It's a flock.
Is that all
however,
it is? Yes.
Quite fittingly, they could be called a flight when they're flying together.
Okay.
Or a group of pigeons housed together is a loft. So
yes, of course.
Some terms that could be used in
pigeons being greedy on their terminology.
Poppy Walker continuing. 5 from that previous over, 5 singles. And looking for the sweep. Bit of bounce there from Walker outside the off stump. We have spoke about it being a bit variable. Just going over the shoulder of Singh. Bit of turn there as well.
She got a wicket with that delivery last week. Good catch by Megan Sturge.
And this time flighted full toss, and she's called through for a single by Phillips from the non-striker's end. They take the single, and while the scoreboard's always ticking, Glamorgan will be well aware that singles aren't enough for Leicestershire, so if they can cut out the bad ball that goes for 4, then they will be home and dry. Walker in her 9th over. Charging, and that's over the top. Nicely played by Phillips, and I think it's just going to get there. It does. It beats Lauren Parfitt in pursuit, and there is the boundary that Leicestershire needed. That's exactly what they need to do. If they can get 1 boundary from the over and 4 singles, that is enough. Every over from now till the end, that will get there.
Second 4 in Phillips is 26. That was well placed. Aggressive shot again outside the off stump, and just timed it beautifully over the infield, pierced the gap, and that went away to a boundary, to an outfield that's quickening up a little bit, which is not surprising given the sun that we've had pretty much throughout the day here in Cardiff.
Yeah, it's dipped in and out. The sun is back out now, shining on the gorgeous Sophia Gardens Square here in the heart of Cardiff, as the runs required drop down to 87. With every run, it gets closer. Looking for the scoop, and it's innovatively played. Sturge is the one in pursuit with no one behind square. Come back for 2. And there's an appeal and it's gone. Phillips with a diving effort, but it's brilliantly worked by Sturge, and Sarah Phillips's awareness to come from backward point to get to the stumps to take the bails off is crucial, and that sees the end of Ellie Phillips and potentially with it Leicestershire's chances.
Yeah, that's a great bit of anticipation by all concerned. Sturge, I didn't like the shot in the first place. No need to play it, I thought, but Sturge, after it, great stuff to come to the stumps and to break the stumps down. Great throw as well by Sturge, and that is a crucial wicket for Glamorgan to have taken. Phillips looked, again, another set batter who was in. There's been a few of them so far. Brooker, Phillips now, and Watson before that, and they just keep taking wickets at crucial times. Glamorgan, Leicestershire 178 for 7 now, 86 to win with 11.2 overs left, and you would think now that Glamorgan are just starting to think that 2-2 is how they're going to start this season, Blake.
Yes, exactly what they would want, to go better than they did last year when they lost out in the final to Yorkshire, who are now a Tier 1 side. So you would think Glamorgan would be the favourites to take the Metrobank One Day Cup League 2 title this year. Still early stages, but when both teams are 1 from 1, getting that second win does give you a massive boost. Whitfield has a lot to do here, new to the crease, and with just 3 wickets in hand, Leicestershire still have a lot to do. 86 needed, 5 from the Walker over. The googly is really well bowled from Walker, and once again, despite the boundary in the over, 3 dots plus the run out as well, where they did get a single as well, so 6 from the over. Actually, 178 for 7, 86 needed from 11 overs. Walker has just 1 left, but Glamorgan are back in control.
Indira Singh's got a decision to make here. What is she going to do? Holly Whitfield at the other end has just come in, faced a couple of balls. Singh's not been there that long either, 6 off 7 balls, but she's facing up to Gemma Porter here. Is she going to look to tee off? She has a big swipe across the line and the ball squirts out to the offside. Now she's turned down the single there. There was possibly one. Holly Whitfield certainly looked like she wanted to take it, but Singh turned her down, so you would assume that that's the strategy now. Singh is going to try and take the strike, but just as I said that, this time she does take the single and brings Whitfield on to strike here at the Cathedral Road end against an impressive Gemma Porter, who's been her 8th over now, has taken 2 for 31. Walker at the other end has got an over left, wicketless, but has bowled tight. She's only gone for 34. Porter again then flight and just defended by Whitfield. I think stump to stump now from the spinners of Glamorgan is going to see the home side through. That run rate of the last 5 overs has dropped now to 5.4, so the aggressive intent has gone as full toss from Porter is just pumped down the ground by Whitfield to get off the mark. But as you can expect, there is a fielder out there in the deep but long on who just fields it, and they go through to 180 for 7 now Leicestershire. Porter with a couple of balls left in this over. Singh, this time Whitfield's come halfway down the tracks, shy of the stumps from Phillips, but she's safely back in. Singh didn't want the single there. Singing and singles, not wanting at any point. And Leicestershire stay on 180 for 8. Last ball then of this Porter over. And again, chucked into the leg side. No real communication between the two, but Glamorgan aren't going to do anything rash here, as they know they pretty much got the game in the bag. They are 181 for 7.
Just before I part, I'll just quickly give updates. Kent have beat Derbyshire to get their first win on the board, and Middlesex go 2 from 2 after beating Gloucestershire, and Sussex are well on their way to get their first win against Worcestershire. So if Glamorgan can get home here 2 from 2, they will be looking very good in the season.
Garrett Jones is going to be unbearable on our podcast tomorrow. He's the Kent assistant coach, but congratulations to them for their victory up at Derbyshire today. 181-7 here, Leicestershire, as Poppy Walker continues, and Singh just pumps it down to the captain. One who hits the stumps, the direct hit. The umpire was in position, I think, but gives it not out. Hello, Kath.
Oh, yeah. A lot's happened since I've been gone.
Yes.
Like the tide of this game, isn't it? Just keeps turning.
Yeah, there was a time, I think, where Leicestershire kind of were in with a shout, but I think with the wickets that have been taken recently, especially with the loss of, with the run out, I believe, of Watson, the wicket of Watson at least, Glamorgan are...
Off it goes again for a direct hit. But yeah, I think you're right in terms of, it's certainly in Glamorgan's favour now. This wrapping up, they'll probably be keen to try and get these 3 wickets to wrap this game up. But runs to win is 81 off 58. They've got 3 wickets in hand. So I've no doubt in my mind that they're going to try and go for it. It just might be a stretch too far for Leicestershire. But I think Glamorgan would be keen to try and get 3 wickets and wrap the game up.
Yeah, I think that's right. And these two, they're dealing in singles, Whitfield and Singh. I mean, it's not like they're not trying to score quicker than that, but that's all they are able to do because of some good tight bowling from Porter and Walker. Absolutely
sky high, but it's going to Beth Gammon.
Who else
takes a brilliant catch. I thought Parfitt was going to try and elbow her out of the way and take it herself, but fantastic skyward hit from Whitfield.
The fielder you want underneath that ball is Beth Gammon, and she was there. Poppy Walker's first wicket of the day, well deserved in her final over. 1 for 37 she's taken. She's bowled well, she's given it flight, she's let the ball spin, not afraid to bowl her googly, not a lot, but as and when she needed to. And that's the 8th wicket down then for Leicestershire, 184, and that brings the new batter in, who we assume is going to be Emma Thatcher.
Yeah, and rightly deserved wicket there, like you say, for Walker. I think, there was the right intent from Holly Whitfield, but just didn't get past the in-ring there. So, yeah, brilliant take from our ever brilliant Beth Gammon, who's never in doubt of dropping that, but just probably saw in her eye line her captain running towards her. That's a bit of pace, but yeah, great take. And I think, like I say, Glamorgan will probably try and skittle these 2 over quite quickly. Not a lot Leicestershire can do from here, unfortunately. 80 to win off 56 balls, but only 2 wickets in hand. And Thatcher, very new to the crease and on strike. Very uppish, and again, just in front of Gammon, who dives forward, never easy, but just dipped too short, so they've taken a quick single. So Thatcher off the strike for Singh. But yeah.
It's never nice diving on those used wickets, is there? You can see Beth Gammon's, shins, knees, grazes on her elbows.
They've gone for a quick single, and
yeah, the Priest-Parfitt leadership here at Glamorgan, going 2 from 2. I mean, they're well led on the pitch, aren't they? It seems like the tactics that are set beforehand are well executed by the captain, but also by the bowlers and by the fielders. It's a good team.
Yeah, I mean, I like your confidence, but they're not there yet. A lot needs to go wrong, but
This is a bit like who was it yesterday? I was watching football.
If you put the kibosh on it now, that's it.
It was a bit like Tottenham yesterday when they went 2-1 up,
exactly,
and celebrating in the crowd, and then
drew
a late equaliser.
So yeah, still much to do, but yeah, it should end Glamorgan's favour, but
I'm all
Charlotte Lambert.
I'm all about confidence.
I know, I like it.
I am the positivity giver in this room. I mean, I know you obviously bring me down a little bit in terms of some level of reality, but
Yep.
I'm pretty confident Glamorgan are going to do it from here.
Okay, that's just worked off the front pad into the big gap. Single taken.
Yeah, that is a big gap on the. It's a very offside field.
Yeah.
Which, given I can't remember the shape that Lambert bowls. Does she? Does she come? She ducks it in or moves it away? But clearly, the captain wants her to bowl a line on or around off stump, given the field that she's got.
Yeah, 4 out for the remaining 10 overs. It's a wide, unfortunately. So, yeah, we've got 2 backward square, deep mid wicket, deep extra cover, and deep long on.
Current run rate is 4.54. They've slumped for the last 5 overs. They've lost 2 wickets for 24 runs. They've gone at just under 5 Leicestershire, so that's dropping quite rapidly now.
And better line from Lambert.
DLS scores 239, so they're a long way behind that. But I'm not forecasting any rain. I'm quite confident on that.
I think we're
one.
okay today. Yeah, it's just good
I'm
news.
confident on both of my. All right, less so on the 300 one that I gave you before, but happy now.
Slightly wider. Oh, it was uppish, but in the gap between deep gully and point. So 2 runs added to the board for Leicestershire Foxes. Moves them on to 190.
Have your pigeons gone? Oh, they've moved.
Yeah.
They're over there now. They've diminished in number as well. I think you counted 8 before.
There was a
good
good 8.
6.
They were
now.
directly behind the bowler's arm, and I thought that could be quite distracting given the wrong movement. But as Lambert comes into bowl, again still showing great pace. Worked off. They're looking to scamper 2 here, but never going to happen. So
If you can't trust a pigeon to know the rules of cricket, what sort of a world do we live in, eh? We did check what a bunch of pigeons was.
Yeah, I heard.
There was quite a variety of answers.
yeah. As Lambert comes in. Full of delivery. They've gone for quick singing. Lauren Parfitt left hand. She throws to the non-strike. King end and safely home.
She bowls a bit, Lauren Parfitt, doesn't she?
She did, yeah. I'm not sure she bowls so much anymore. Certainly, she used to bowl left arm spin. But yeah, I haven't seen her bowl. I don't think she bowls much in these competitions anymore. But I'm sure she turns her arm over in the nets and could be called upon if required. But hopefully, the job of others will take that away. So a single to end that over. So 5 from it. 6 from it, sorry.
Have you? What do you make of Lambert on her Glamorgan debut? 7 overs, 1 for 36 so far.
Really good pace. I think, from the game last week, I think that's what we sort of all observed. There was probably a lack of pace coming through the attack. So good that they're, trying out some options, looking at what they can do in that department, because, spinners, they've got a great set of spin bowlers within this squad, who are all performing brilliantly when given the opportunity, certainly from last year and into the start of the season already. So, yeah, it's good to see just an extra bit of pace in the attack, I think.
Geraint was saying that pace bowlers in a women's game are a species that need to be protected. There aren't that many who've got genuine pace, and those who are need to be looked after.
Yeah, so Bethan Ellis from the Cathedral Road end, 0 for 24 off her 6 overs, so back into the attack.
So we've got Shern and Lambert here, but I also thought Whitfield bowled well.
Yeah, she did.
For Leicestershire.
Yeah, she did. Just a little bit of slight pace off here from Ellis, but a good line being bowled. Glamorgan to be keen, like I say, to probably get these last 2 wickets before the 50th over, so 7.4 overs remaining. And no doubt in my mind that Leicestershire will be looking to keep Glamorgan out here for the full 50 overs and get some batting.
Stumped.
She's got her. Yep, that's a great bit of glove work from behind the stumps there from Megan Sturge. Quick hands, standing up to Bethan Ellis. And unfortunately, Singh was walking too much out of her crease, and Megan Sturge capitalised on that quickly. Just watch the replay here. So she comes down the track. Quick hands, that's great work. Great glove work from Megan Sturge there.
Whoever taught Megan Sturge the art of wicket keeping has done a brilliant job. I mean, it is incredible, isn't it? You know, I think Blake was saying earlier that she'd played Hampshire second team game at Billericay. She had played here last Sunday. She travelled with Hampshire at home, but she was in the squad, didn't play the Saturday before. And then midweek she's played for Hampshire, but as a bowler. And today is keeping wicket for Glamorgan, and how well she's kept. Standing up is ran back for the run out, didn't she? The run out of Ellie Phillips, and a great throw, great awareness. It's good cricket all round by Glamorgan here, and can I say now I think they're going to win? Are you happy with me now?
I don't mind you saying it. It's when you just said they're 2 up, and I thought that was just a bit bold.
It is bold, but you know.
So anyway, it brings Haratha Gay to the crease. So the last wicket for Leicestershire is now at the crease. So Glamorgan will look to try and wrap this up quite quickly. And like I say, I'm sure Thatcher and Haratha Gay will look to just frustrate Glamorgan maybe for the next few overs. But we will see how we go. And she's pulled that nicely off her legs to backward square to get off the mark straight away.
Wickets have been pretty much shared round, haven't they? Shern's got a couple, Lambert's got one, Porter's got one, Walker's got one, and now Bethan Ellis has got her first wicket for 26. It just leaves Phillips, who hasn't, but of course Sarah Phillips affected that run out, so that counts, I think. And she took the vital catch to get rid of the set Ellen Watson for 60. A good game all round, and she batted well.
Yeah, so 2 from this over so far, 1 ball remaining, and the key wicket for Glamorgan to edge them closer to closing this game. Drilled back to the bowler. They've taken a quick single. Perfect throws to the wicket-keeping end, but she makes her ground. So that's the end of the over. So moves Leicestershire Foxes on to 196 for 9 of 43 overs. So 7 overs remaining. Runs to win 68 off 42 balls with 1 wicket in hand. So extras have gone up to 30. The run rate is just shy of 10 now, and Leicestershire just below 5. So all but done for Glamorgan here today.
It's the Vitality T20 County Cup next week, so a break from this competition. Glamorgan played Devon. Do you see a much changed Glamorgan side for that?
I don't think it'd be hugely different. I think a lot of these players are very interchangeable in terms of 50 over and T20 cricket. I'm not sure if they've got any friendly games in the week where they might want to, exercise some options to see what that looks like. But yeah, I think the core group here will certainly be playing next Saturday at that T20 fixture.
You think the likes of Sturge and the other Tier 1 players will play in that?
I'd like to think so.
Yeah.
Yeah. As Lambert comes in. Slightly kept low, that one. Slightly wide as well.
Yeah, it is that area, isn't it? 5th stump or so. All day it's been that.
Yeah, each end as well.
Each end has just stayed low, so interesting to see when they use this pitch again, what it's like for the men's or the women's matches. But that's not here, is it?
No, it's at
Okay.
Spitty Park in Newport Cricket Club next weekend. That's a much better line. Again, no real foot movement from Thatcher. Just a bit of a waft. Yeah, fantastic ground at Newport. So if you are in the vicinity, do pop on down. I'm sure refreshments will be available. A nice setting and a beautiful ground. 3-dot balls so far for Lambert. Again, Thatcher knows the shot she wants to play, just not getting the bat towards it. But I'd like to see Lambert make her play. You know, they're new in at the crease. She's bowling good pace. So, you know, it's important to get them playing it where you can.
She's had a tendency early on in her first spell, Charlotte Lambert, to push it down the leg side a bit. So it's nice, whilst I agree with you, it's nice to see her just holding that line outside the off stump also. And what happens when I say it? She pushes it down the leg side. I think that's the, sometimes that's inexperience, isn't it? You know, you just bowling 6 balls outside the off stump can be a bit boring at times, and you want to try something different to be able to cause an outcome maybe that you don't necessarily need to do. She's got a ball left in this over. Charlotte Lambert. It's a slower ball. It cuts back in.
No appeal, thought about it. So it brings the end of the over. So Leicestershire 196 for 9 off 44 overs. So one more wicket for Glamorgan to take this game over the line.
What have we got left? Ellis has bowled 7 so far. She took a wicket in her last over. Lambert's bowled 8, 1 for 36. There's a bit of arm moving, and Megan Sturge I think has got maybe, she's just getting the helmet, taking the cap off, putting the helmet on, suggesting she's going to stand up to Bethan Ellis as she did last over to effect a fantastic stumping off to get rid of Indira Singh, who went for 13. It is Ellis then. Into the leg side. Her Rathgate looks quite good. She's played a couple of good shots so far. Coming in at number 11.
Yeah. She's certainly playing the shots. She's not, afraid to do that straight away.
Lots of encouragement for Bethan Ellis from my fellow teammates, and into the gap for another single by Thatcher. No boy talk about run rates and stuff anymore. I don't think it's just about his final wicket now for Glamorgan.
Yeah, the required run rate has just continued to creep. It's well into almost 12 now, and the actual run rate is rarely got up anywhere near or just above 5 for Leicestershire, as that was well picked up.
Great fielding.
Yeah, she's kind of thought that was almost gone. That almost could have got through, but an animation there.
Bowled
Great
8,
one-handed take.
bowled 8 overs and throwing herself all around the ground. 2 for 24 she took in her 8 overs.
Alice comes in playing a miss, and Megan Sturge right there, standing up again.
It's been a beautiful day all round, isn't it, today?
It's been a great day.
Nice and sunny in the main, warm. Drops away, doesn't it? Gets cold at night still.
I think, if we're looking to the next few games, 30 extras for Glamorgan. It's quite a lot. Look to try and reduce that in the coming games.
Make that 31.
On that note, 31.
And I think they've been
wide.
Yeah, they've been the vast majority, haven't they, in terms of wides down the leg side, trying to push the ball through, maybe trying to force, as I said before, trying to force an outcome potentially that they don't need to do. But yeah, as you rightly say, Kath, that's 32 extras now is too many.
Plays into the gap, but not taking the run. So she's leaving Thatcher on strike. But Glamorgan, they'll want to get this wicket. They won't want to stay out here for another 5. But
I was hoping they were going to do it in my last stint of the day, but they've failed me, and I'm going to pass over to Blake.
so Lambert continuing to bowl at the River Taff end. He's got 2 overs left. Glamorgan keen, no doubt, to just get this last wicket to wrap the game up, hopefully just before the 50th over, and Leicestershire looking to do anything but that. Slightly loopy full toss, but below waist height, so it was okay. Thatcher takes the single. Welcome back, Blake, for the last stint.
Thank you, Kath. Yep, thank you, Sanjay. Good stint today, helping us call home what we think will be a Glamorgan win, should nothing go adversely wrong, although there is a free hit to come.
So it was above waist. I thought it was just below, but given as, like you say, a free hit for height.
Chance for Harathagay to swing across the line into the grandstand to the shorter side, perhaps.
She certainly swung. She gave it a go. Just for a single.
It's been a complete performance, hasn't it, from Glamorgan, really. At times they've looked a little bit cagey, as with last week, but in the end it's relatively composed and getting the job done.
Yeah, I'm sure they'll be... just chipped in front of square. Yeah, I think there's certainly some key things to work on. I think, like I just sort of suggested, the extras quite high. So if you take 33 off, that looks significantly different for the score for Leicestershire. So much, I'm sure Rachel Priest will be looking to tighten up before they move into the next phase of the T20 Vitality Blast. But like I said, good all-round performance, particularly from Glamorgan's batting side today, where dug in short, and it's all just dropped short of points there. Just didn't quite carry, unfortunately, to Sarah Phillips. But yeah, just looking through the scores, Parfitt 73, Bethan Lennis 25, Megan Sturge 34, Gemma Porter 32, and Sarah Phillips 39. You know, that shows the depth of batting that Glamorgan have to put that total on the board today. And again, the share of the spoils in the wicket department, which we'll come on to towards the end of the game. So that's just worked off the leg. They're taking a quick single. Goes to the bowler's end. Could this be it? Ooh, very close, but not given. So made the ground, but great anticipation to throw that down to the bowler's end from Flo Sharman.
I think just about home.
Just about home.
Direct hit certainly would have been gone.
Yeah. Lambert comes in, digs it in short again, punch off the back foot. But Beth Gammon, as always, sweeping up. So brings the end of... Oh, one more ball, sorry, for the no ball. One more ball to come.
Nice for these two to get some time at the crease, though. Didn't get a chance last week, having won by 5 wickets. But it looks like they're going to get their first L in the column today.
They've gone for the quick single. And safely home. So, Leicestershire Foxes, 208 for 9 off 46 overs. Thatcher, 11 off 20. And Harathagay, 6 off 8. 56 off 24 with 1 wicket in hand. So, unlikely.
Unlikely. I think that's a fair assessment.
Is the word I go for.
Yeah, and as well, I think as much as Glamorgan will feel they have things to work on today, you're positive of the depth of batting, certainly. Also, Leicestershire had a very impressive performance in their first outing, albeit it did turn into a bit of a T20 bash with Sussex, but Sussex have put in a dominant display today to get their first win on the board. So I think Leicestershire will be up there this season. But Glamorgan and Middlesex look like they will be the only two sides to be 2 from 2 in this One Day Cup second tier.
Bethan Ellis continuing to bowl. She's got 2 overs left. So that was just placed in the gully area. Again, just dropped short, but they took a quick single. I think you're right in terms of it's a good test for both sides to... I mean, when you're playing in April, you can never guarantee the weather anyway, so it's good that they've fielded and batted for 50 overs in the first innings, and potentially Leicestershire will carry this to 50 overs to bat as well. So whilst they may not feel they can win from this point, you're exactly right to say that there are people who didn't get the opportunity last week at the crease and, you know, just getting their eye in for the season ahead. It's a long season, so good that they got the opportunities. That's just worked off the pads for a single, which Ellis bowls and fields herself.
Yeah, she's looked good in this back end spell. Bethan Ellis has got that experience, hasn't she, playing at the top level. She showed that with the bat before being untimely dismissed, but looks good with the ball when just looking to bowl straight and keep it simple.
Oh, that's it. That's the final wicket. So a swing, probably played on, but would have to check the replay. But that is it. Leicestershire are all out for 210, which gives Glamorgan their second win of the season, with Bethan Ellis picking up the last wicket and 2 for 34. So as they come together, just to high fives all round. It's a second win, 2 from 2 for Glamorgan. Good win.
Yeah, comprehensive performance, 53 runs in the end. As we said, there was certainly a time where we were looking at Leicestershire's comeback when Ellen Watson was going well, and Becky Brooker early on, we were saying, you know, if she can get a big half century or maybe even convert to 3 figures, then Leicestershire will probably be there or thereabouts. But nonetheless, it was a decent effort, put up 210 in reply on what was quite a slow wicket, but Glamorgan in the end, they stuck to their guns with their bowling. No bowler really gave anything too much away, or those that did, they chopped and changed it quickly, and things often happened at the right times. And with the bat, as we alluded to, the depth, Gemma Porter and Sarah Phillips really need credit given to them. 69-run partnership when a couple of quick wickets fell from 190 for 5 to 194 for 7. To turn that into scoring 263 was, well, it was the match-winning moment, wasn't it, really?
Yeah, and just looking at the stats on the screen, so Leicestershire absolutely took the game at points to Glamorgan here today, so credit where credit's due. Captain Brooker, 45, so really good, solid start for her in this innings. And then there was some, unfortunately, short wickets that were taken then, and then obviously Watson coming in, scoring a fantastic 60, and then Phillips with 27. And from a Glamorgan point of view, like I say, it went all the way down. Good depth of batting for Glamorgan. Parfitt 73, Bethan Ellis 25, Megan Sturge 34, Gemma Porter 32, and Sarah Phillips 39. And likewise, they shared the spoils in the bowling department. Shern ending with 2 wickets, 24 off at 8. Lambert 1 for 43 off 9. Porter 2 for 33 off 8. And Bethan Ellis 2 for 34 off 8.4 overs. So that does conclude the Metrobank One Day Cup here at Sophia Gardens, where Glamorgan have taken the win from Leicestershire Foxes. And it's 2 from 2 for them as we move towards next week to the T20 Vitality Blast County Cup, where Glamorgan face Devon at Spitty Park in Newport. It is free, so if you are around, do pop on down and support Glamorgan. But from myself, Blake Bint and Sanjay, we'd like to say thank you so much for tuning in today, and we will be back with you again soon.